欢迎来到英雄联盟云顶之弈澳门公开赛第3日的比赛现场。Welcome to the TFT Macao Open Day 3. Welcome everyone. 今天我们将会见证冠军的诞生，但是在此之前，我们将会有一场特别的表演赛。这一次也是全球表演赛，会有非常多的特别嘉宾。So today, someone will walk away with the champion. But before that, we will have a chaos. 接下来就让我们用热烈的掌声欢迎出全球表演赛混沌之轮的表演嘉宾们、义士们登场。And now, let's welcome our special guest technicians who will be entering the Carousel of Chaos. Box. Curly Gao. YBY1. Emily Wong. Neil. Wing Upsing. Godlike. TFT Audi. 现场的各位观众朋友们，让我们再一次听到你们的欢呼声。Let's hear one more again for them. 也希望现场每一位观众可以帮助我们的特别来宾们参与到全球表演赛当中，也希望用你们的加油声能够帮他们加入战斗。They will be here for you and relying on you, the audience. So feel free to help them out by shouting your best ideas and making some noise. 接下来，全球表演赛正式开始。And now, let chaos begin.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to our coverage of Day 3 of the TFT Macao Open. Before we get into the big main event of the day, which is crowning our TFT Macao Open champion, we've got a fun game mode to be able to show off to you. I'm so excited to be here next to Mort, Clement, and Gangly. What do you think is in store for us for the Carousel of Chaos?
I mean, we have literally no idea. In fact, we've asked Mort, like,
nothing.
What should we expect out of this? And Mort's saying, nothing.
Some surprises, yeah. This is something that the team cooked up as a way of saying thank you to everybody who came out to Macau. This is a mode that's only going to be available here to play today. This show match should be pretty fun. It's got some exciting things that will make you smile.
I want to call out that when Candace was doing the intro, she had a line in there that was a little interesting. She was saying that they're relying on the crowd to help them navigate this game. Is there actually some sort of like interactive element?
I think there will be moments where the players may not know what to do, and the audience can help maybe sway their opinions. So, yeah. I'll be sort of explaining it as we go a little bit, but definitely want to keep some surprises, and you never know who could show up in the Carousel of Chaos.
How chaotic will it actually be? Over triple prismatic is like 5 prismatics, 6 prismatics. Can you give us like a meter or something?
It is pretty insane. I don't know if I'd call it like Chunk's treasure levels of insanity, but there's more surprises that you're not used to.
Okay, so what are the keys to victory in the Carousel of Chaos?
I mean, you've got to deal with these carousels of chaos.
It is at least a 1v1.
That doesn't seem like a hard skill to me.
So the mode is, the standard 1v1. It's going to be 8 players. One of them will emerge as the winner of this show match. So we can tell you that much. And generally, we're still playing Into the Arcane, so they're still going to be, building some of these comps you're familiar with. There's going to be lines. So we'll have to see here. And it looks like we're loading in.
Let's get into it then. Let's see what the Carousel of Chaos has to offer for all of our 8 players that are taking the stage.
So,
we got 2 encounters.
We have Mel and Jace here, and they need to vote for science, security, or prosperity.
Oh, we
and
have a portal.
The question is, which one will they be participating in? And so it's going to be up for them.
Boxbox the only one on security.
Does
Everyone
it tell
wants
you
something spicy.
like what it is that portal's about to do?
Yeah,
so we've chosen for prosperity, and with prosperity, everyone is going to be getting 2 shimmer scale items and a tactician's crown. So they have lots of riches. We are here for prosperity. That is what they voted for, and that's what we're going with.
Hold on a second. Anyone else noticing how much HP you're starting off the game with? This is not
200.
This is not a 100 HP game.
So because of this Piltover, you know, and you've got Mel and Jace there, it's Progress Day. And because it's Progress Day, everyone's going to get double the health. So double the health, lots of prosperity here. So you were talking about, you know, how inflated it was. They've chosen for this. This is the one they picked.
Wow. Is that normal in any, if you were to load in as a spectator here, would you always see Mel and Jace, or are there other combinations?
For the first carousel, that is correct. Jace and Mel would always be there with those 3 choices.
For the first one.
Yep. And so people who are playing here at Macau will actually be able to see what science and security do. They could go play it and try out. But again, they chose prosperity. That's what they voted for.
And I do want to point out, people actually get different gold generation items.
correct.
It's not always the tank one.
The Boxbox has the 2 backline ones actually together. The only person we've seen so far who actually is gamblers and collector.
I feel like this is the best because you can actually generate gold on stage 1. I've never been able to do that before.
That's crazy.
Yep. So like you said, they've got 200 health. They've got some health to work with here. And the fact that, like I said, I like Boxbox here playing with the Tristana. Clearly can put both these items on here, generate some gold. But remember, everybody's got 2 of these items, so there's going to be a lot of gold here. Do you aggressively level? Do you save it up? Or, you know, is something going to happen to your gold later? You don't know. So,
Ooh. That's foreshadowing.
Yeah, we get our first augment, just a gold augment here. So I say this a lot on my videos, but nothing too crazy.
I guess this is not a time to pick forward thinking, right? If you have so much gold.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Could be pretty risky here. And so generally we'll have to see what comps people are going into here, but just the Tactician's Crown alone, that's going to give them a lot of extra power, you know, and we'll see what goes on from here. And Boxbox maybe looking to Lost Streak here, benches the Tristana.
I think
he took Prize Fighter, you know? I feel like this is actually a little bit of a reverse psychology. Everyone's going tall. He's going to go in right now.
Yeah, he could be benching it here just to, like, play some mind games. Is going to keep the Collector on the bench for now.
Also a little surprised he didn't choose to play the Bruiser front line with all the backline items, you know, trying to get the execution.
He put it on the Morgana at the end of the day.
Yeah, he has that 3-item Vex that should be pretty good. On the other side, we see an Artillerist emblem with that Tristana, so maybe he was feeling he was a little contested.
Oh, look at the gold.
There's so much. And actually, yeah, having the 2 damage gold generation items is so valuable because anyone who's Mogul's Mail, you have to be able to actually proc it by, what's it, 35 stacks, right? To get to the actual gold generation part of it. But if you have the 2 backline items, you can get that the gold a little bit faster.
And look, this is 4 Conquerors start with gold.
This is my favorite start. Yeah, YBY1 has the 4 Conqueror. I love this. You get triple the stacks. Has already hit the +2 gold in the first round. The next one, I believe, is a 2-star 2 cost, which can be 5 gold or something you need. So, yeah, 4 Conqueror, I love this opener.
Having 4 Conqueror plus 2 gold-generating items on stage 2 sounds so illegal.
I'm calling it. I feel like, at the very least, 3-star 4 cost this game.
Yeah.
Very least. Very
least. 200 HP.
You say that, but there could be some things later that, you know, maybe make that a little harder. We'll have to wait and see.
Oh, wait a second. Is it a crab rave? six crabs spawned from the abyss.
I mean, the mode is called Carousel of Chaos, and it seems like we have a carousel coming up soon. So, you know, we'll have to see what happens there.
Is it prosperity into austerity? Is that like the total selection?
So right now, looking at the health totals here, Godlike kind of lost streaking a little bit here. Toddy doing really well. YBY1 as well. We get a look at Neil here, the 3 family, but not really a lot of upgrades on this board right now.
I'm so curious to see how each of these players are going to navigate this too, because we've got like very seasoned professionals that compete in international tournaments. We also have some of the biggest creators in the world that are competing in this. So everyone's going to have a different take on how to actually think on their feet.
They're going to have to rely on the audience. I want to see what the audience tells them to do. Everyone get
Sell
in.
the board!
Yep.
Also, I think just looking at the HP totals, we've confirmed that it is normal player damage,
Yes,
right?
player damage is normal. There's
Okay.
nothing, it's just everyone has double health because it's Prosperity Day or Progress Day.
Wow, I want to check the gold generation for some of these players.
So
It'd be so
much
crazy.
gold.
Yeah.
I love in the tooltips you can now see all the gold generation. That was one of the things, like, best changes in TFT.
All right, so we're heading into the
Let's
carousel
go.
here.
What you got?
Is it another portal?
Oh,
it is.
it is.
Jace is dancing.
So Mel and
Okay.
Jace are back here, and the question
Food
is,
fight.
do we go food fight tactics, have a workout session, or okay?
No, I've seen too many
Everything-
workouts.
Okay,
food
everybody
fight,
gets
food
a
fight.
Rammus. Fill the next. Wait, Rammus?
Rammus is back in the sets.
Rammus.
Let's
Rammus.
go.
Wait a
Now,
second.
I gotta say, I try to keep Rammus out of our TFT sets.
Why?
So it feels like the devs on the team kind of snuck this in without me. So we have
Workout
workout session.
Box.
And if you haven't heard before, working out with Set makes you bigger. And so everything is bigger.
Oh, wait, well, the champions are bigger.
The champions
Wait.
are bigger because, again, working out with Set makes you bigger.
That rel is huge.
Cannot believe that we actually got to miss out on food fight and okay just so that we could work out with Zed again. Did we not see this enough?
Did we not learn?
These guys are such trolls.
And this does change the hitboxes for the units, right? Some units will be
Slightly.
Okay,
Is it
okay.
really?
A little bit.
Whoa.
If you get too big, for example, your first auto attack can sometimes go 2 hexes.
Could you imagine,
Wow,
though, if you get
2
this and then, like, the big 1,000 health
Yep.
giant size
Yeah, you can get really
anomaly?
large.
Are they also moving slower because they're more buff?
Correct. Because, the little legends have gotten bigger and worked out with Set. You can see they're moving pretty slow here.
Wait, can we work out again? That's what I want to know. How
Yeah.
much we have to go deeper.
Working out with Set makes you even bigger.
Right.
And again, there were 2 other options here that they didn't choose, so our participants at Macau here will be able to play the mode. They can explore that and see what those other options do. I'm personally glad they didn't pick OK. Again, I really don't like Rammus in TFT.
I wanted to see food fight tactics. I
know.
feel
Yeah.
scammed, actually.
Didn't Roger say there was going to be a set of like food fight tactics? That
mean,
hasn't happened yet.
Again, this carousel felt like it was things that I've been trying to keep out of TFT.
Oh.
Rammus, food fight tactics,
What's
so.
your issue with Rammus, though? I'm kind of interesting. He's really endearing to a lot of players.
No, nobody likes Rammus. He's an armadillo.
That's the first time I heard that. I'm just saying. Wow. Okay.
All right, well.
Sorry to all the Rammus players out there.
Wow.
There's none of them. None of them.
All right,
Well.
Toddy and YBY, the 2 players streaking thus far, probably getting the most value, you would assume, out of their gold generation because of how many kills they're actually getting. I really, to me, the most interesting character in this right now is YBY. Having the 4 Conqueror early does mean you can
he just
escalate that
lost.
so fast. He does lose, yeah, you're right, loses his streak. Toddy, the only player able to maintain the 5 streak through stage 2, gets the additional gold going into PvE.
And I did want to ask, is it because he got that combination with bruisers and the workout? Does that increase their HP?
It does not increase their HP. It just makes them bigger.
Oh, all right.
That set is also very big.
I feel like Rennie needs to go through some safety training. She is holding that chainsaw extremely close to Set.
We know the Set encounter was a big fan favorite.
Oh, yeah.
From Inkborn Fables, so we wanted to make sure there was a chance to re-experience that.
Throughout all the streets, the people would be chanting, "Set, make us bigger. Set, make us bigger."
If I believe all the social media, people kept asking, could you increase the rate of the Set encounter?
Yeah,
So
absolutely.
again, this felt like an appropriate
Well, I thought you
callback.
did, actually, because I swear I got like 50% of my games I got to see Set.
Yep, so we're getting ready for the second augment here. And again, plenty of health to work with right now for now. So
Hogma's huge.
It's so confusing to me with the size. Did you know?
So goofy.
So I played TFT from the beginning. I did not learn until set 6 that you could tell if a unit's 2-star by the the color next to the health bar, and I only ever went off of how big they were. For 6 straight sets. I thought that's how you knew.
Are you serious?
I am dead serious. Bryce Blum had to tell me when we were doing a VOD review. I was like, oh, that I don't even know, Kaisa 2. And he's like, what are you talking about?
Now you're good though, right? And you know what a 4-star looks like?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
It changed my life. Made the game so much easier.
Did you know that they also changed the color of the outfit when they star up?
Yeah, they glow a little bit. It's like silvery and like gold.
Oh no, Gangly. Oh no, Gangly.
Wait, we're actually exposing him on
Yeah,
broadcast.
seriously.
We'll show you later.
Yeah,
All right, Toddy, level 6, 40 gold, using all that extra gold really well as we head into our next augment. It is going to be prismatic. So, and these augments are not set, by the way. Like, we didn't specifically pick, this to be a prismatic. This is just, they happen to hit a prismatic here, so.
Are there any new
gotta
ones?
Go Coronation. When you have this much econ in the game, Coronation to me just like sounds amazing. You always have to have an
You re-rolled it. No.
Taji.
What a chump.
Goes with Scrap here. That's a pretty interesting choice. Like I said, we hadn't seen a lot of Scrap be really amazing here. That being said, 100 health, using all these extra items that he's got, could be a decent start.
My theory is that he's assuming there are a ton of resources coming in because of the game mode, and if you get a ton of items, all of a sudden you get more value out of Scrap.
Makes sense.
That could make sense.
Oh, and he went bronze for life. I love the line about having a lot of items. I really wanted to see Artifactory.
Yeah.
I feel like that was the highest cap for sure. He went for the safe option.
Well, if you don't know what's coming, then maybe you don't want to lean into the highs
Only
and the
Mort
lows.
knows what's coming.
Yeah,
so.
true.
And things are coming. So.
If you already have a Fawn or a Tactician's Crown, and then you get Coronation, you get the additional.
That's what I thought, right?
Yeah.
Go Pingu.
That's also why I thought you would have picked it.
Tactician's item, right?
You need
Crown
one of
cape
each, yes.
Or
Yeah.
So.
I wonder if any of them picked up Invested. You know, you get the extra HP based on how much gold you have. That would be the dream start.
Yeah. Now, it's interesting. If you look at our last place player here, already down 48 health, but thankfully they have 100 extra health to work with. So that should keep them alive for a little while longer.
The open forwarder in me is just craving to have this much HP all the time.
So we are getting ready to head to our next carousel. And again, the mode is Carousel of Chaos. So the question is, what's going to happen this time?
Another portal choice?
It could be. Could be.
Oh, are there other options?
It's not always portals. That would be really interesting.
We'll have to wait and see.
Okay. Well, win faster, YB1.
Set 14 revealed. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. That would be great.
Just in the middle of the game.
Yeah.
Which set would you like to reveal? Vote on this portal.
I heard set 27 is going to be the best. So
Really?
we'll see about
I actually
that.
heard something about set 39.
Well, we know Sox's kid was going to be the champion of set 48.
Oh, you're right.
Right, the Conqueror start, by the way, already at 102 stacks.
So get the 4
so
costs?
much.
Pretty good early.
I can't wait. What is it?
Toddy did finally lose here. All right, so we're going to head into our next carousel. And so we've got Mel and Jace here again, and there look like some choices.
Declare war.
Oh.
Double everyone's gold.
Wait, what's happening? Jinx shows up, messes everything.
Huh?
Whoa.
And Jinx is, what's she going to do here?
What is she going to do?
She's going to declare war. She decided to pick for everybody. Now, declare war here is going to cut round timers in half, and player damage is increased. So now, players only have 15 seconds per round to think.
I hate that. I would be so mad. I would be so upset if I were in this
jinxed.
game.
Yeah, so now Jinx has shown up. She's crashing the party here. And you never know. Jinx may show up a couple more times later.
I would love to see if Jinx ever shows up in the middle of a combat or like or a PvE round or something. She just steals all your loot.
You guys see this Garen build from Godlike on the other side? You have the Kog'Maw on the back line. You have double Warmogs plus the Mogul's Mail on this Garen.
That's disgusting.
So sick.
Godlike the only one burning up, and I think he's taking this very seriously. His build is actually super legit.
Yeah.
Well, it feels like everyone had the gold-generated artifacts, so they went Kog'Maw to try to generate as much as they can. That's a pretty common build we see on live, using that Gambler's Blade with that Kog'Maw.
Oh, I like the opportunity, though, to maybe move those items over to Twitch, though. If you see that you get the Twitch 2 I think
Well,
those
we
are perfect
automata
items for
emblem.
him.
That is something to keep in mind. We are automata.
True.
Automaton.
Yeah, but just do like 4 automata with the.
I put it on Twitch.
Yeah, with Twitch.
I also love what Emily is doing here. She's saying this is a crazy mode. There's probably going to be a lot of prismatic orbs, so gets the pipeline.
Yep.
And if she hits those, well, extra cash loot.
That's smart.
Although, actually, wouldn't it be a little bit worse if everybody has prismatic than nobody has prismatic? You know, it's the Incredibles conundrum.
But you get extra with prismatic pipeline. You get extra loot when you hit those.
By the way, our last place player already at 108. So if this were a normal
Ooh.
game, would be down to 8 health, unfortunately.
Wolves is crazy.
Curly knows the format. She's got this.
That's right.
Yeah, no sweats.
Format player.
Exactly. 200 HP, you know, you got a lose streak, of course. It's just...
I think we got 2 artifacts.
You guys notice what's on Emily's bench here?
Yeah, 2 artifact
second.
anvils.
Rammus.
Wait, what is
Where
that?
did he come from?
Wait, look, Jinx is here.
Aw.
Jinx has a present for you.
Is it?
It's going to blow up, isn't it?
No.
I don't like Jinx presents.
I'm assuming it was.
So
the
if you
Rammus,
notice
right?
in the item inventory, there's a new item here that players can play with. This
What
is
is
called the Hextech Sniper Rifle.
What
and
does
so
it do?
What does it do? Look, a bunch of things just died. Did you notice that?
Yes.
The Hextech Sniper Rifle is a lot like Shroud. You know how Shroud shoots a beam? Except everything it hits dies.
No way. Wait. Does it prompt collector or no?
I mean,
We'll find out. We'll find out.
So positioning now going to become
Actually
very important in this
matters.
game because you're going to need to dodge the Hextech Sniper Rifle.
Don't play Experiment Twitch. That's all I'm saying. Keep away from that one.
That's right. Oh man, they brought Hextech back, but it's so much worse.
Ooh,
Yes.
Emily picked health as wealth.
Yep, that'll give her some extra Omnivamp.
Very
but again,
cool.
Omnivamp not particularly good if you get sniped by this Hextech Sniper Rifle.
That is a great point.
And
Can
so
you
what you'll want to do,
QSS?
watch the Ezreal here, right? The Ezreal, you can see the beam. Anything hit by that beam of death, it is dead at the start of combat. So again, positioning now, very
Wow.
important. Also, yes, a Rammus has showed up in shop. Rammus gives you +1 army size, so you can just put Rammus in, and it's Rammus. You can see here, he always makes room for himself. All right, here comes the Sniper Rifle, kills the Scion. That is a dead Scion. And so, yeah, Emily looking really good here using that Sniper Rifle well, has the Rammus to expand her army size. And so despite not voting for OK, Rammus, like I said, just kind of showing up here, you know, much to my dismay as I'm not a big Rammus fan.
Does
Like
everyone
Festival.
get a sniper rifle?
Everyone got that sniper
one.
rifle
Okay.
from 4-1.
Okay.
So now whether they've equipped it or not, that's up to them.
Right.
You can see here, Boxbox has it on that Tristana. So again, positioning very important here. Do you try to have everyone off to the side, really protect your important units? You just don't want them to get sniped.
You got to play in lanes, 3 lanes, and you just sack one of them every fight.
It sounds like League of Legends, you know? You kind of sack your top
Exactly.
laner. I play that lane, by the way.
Sniper rifle up the middle. The Heimer survives, but so does the Kog'Maw here for Godlike. The Garen not getting sniped here. So Heimer going to probably struggle here, get sniped by the Kog'Maw. You know, you've got the sniper rifle and the sniper trait, so a lot of long distance killing going on here.
There's so much mind games going on here. Do you want to stack your carries and your tanks in the
Yeah.
same row like you usually do? Or do you want to, like,
right.
you know, not risk it?
Next carousel here. Jinx is back here. The question is, something's going to happen.
Ooh.
Do we vote for the player in first,
Pick
the
someone.
player in last, or everyone else?
It's everyone
Oh.
else. It's everyone
That's
else.
awesome.
What? But you don't know what's going to
Ooh.
happen.
That's
What's
true.
going to happen?
The one
it's
person in last is voting for the player in last.
And so it looks like everyone else here, I don't know that they're going to be happy with this choice because whoever is chosen, all of their non-emblem items have become fish bones.
That's amazing.
These fights are going to be so random. If you build AP, you must be feeling so sad right now.
Where's the Nocturne?
Now remember, first place and last place, this didn't happen to. Only everybody else. So, the sniper shot eliminating so much of the board there.
That is unfortunate. I think that's the
Curly.
first elim of the game.
No.
Unfortunate. She just instantly stepped away. It's like, I had enough. Oh.
That is the carousel of chaos for you. Oh, now we have anomalies as well. Is there something funny with this?
Yeah.
So just it's pretty standard anomaly here. That being said, one of the earlier options could have had a second anomaly in the game. So we didn't end up with that option here. But, you know, who do you equip, right? Because you've got all these items all over the place. What are you trying to figure out here? You know, and so right now, by the way, we talked about the increased player damage. Box, Neil, and Emily all below 100 health, by the way.
True. Is it double damage right now?
Double damage because of war. It is war.
I want to see Titanic strikes. I feel like it would be really good with the double fish bones. You just hit the backline. Poof.
We have another anomaly here. And again, watch out for the sniper rifle. The question is where...
Oh, it's on the side as all of those units.
Oh, no. Anybody who is grouping up their units is in for a world of disaster.
I want to point out, by the way, YBY1 playing that Conqueror, I saw he was at 400 plus stacks already. So he's getting a lot of really good extra rewards.
You know, I'm actually not familiar with the high end of the Conqueror cash out. What do you get from the highest one?
Well, so around 400 and 500, you start getting like Thieves' Gloves, a Support Anvil, an Artifact Anvil. Once you start hitting the like 800 threshold, it starts getting really crazy. Okay. There's some like deep Tactician's Crowns, but usually you have to hit 9 Conqueror to hit those levels.
With the fish bones, Mordekaiser! Okay, I actually had a game where I did this. I got just a generic fish bones, and you sit him in the back, and he just kills everything.
Jinx is back.
She's back
so
again?
So many fun options. Let's look at them all. Time to go shopping. From now on, the shop is refreshing every 2 seconds.
What?
For the rest of the game?
For the rest of the game.
No way.
Look, we actually
get the Mordekaiser so fast. The 5-cost anomalies are just going to rock.
Oh, my goodness.
That is wild.
So now there are so many things you have to juggle. Not only do you have to reposition because of the Hextech Sniper Rifle every game, you also have to watch the shop to see if there's anything you want to pick up.
Yep. Oh, and we get our second elimination. Neil getting knocked out here by Emily Wang.
Toddy still on a streak at 176. Wait, I'm trying to remember. What was his board? Was he the Kog'Maw?
No, Godlike was a Kog'Maw. I wonder if he took Artifactory, because like your artifacts still stay the same.
Right, yeah.
But yeah, if you look at the shops here, they're just refreshing every 2 seconds. So
I love that.
Lots of free rerolls here to power up the army here. Godlike has that Rammus on the front line here. We'll see where the Hextech snipers go. That is a dead Malzahar.
The trench coat, though, does actually keep the MSL alive. That's the tech. Get as many trench coats as possible.
Yep,
I think I saw that in the last fight as well. So that was a great way to be able to stave off those executes.
Oh, look at that Mordekaiser attacking from the back row directly
so
onto the
funny.
Kog'Maw.
From downtown.
A Stephen Curry Mordekaiser right there. Wow.
And keep in mind, so not only do you have to reposition and the shop is refreshing, you also have the shortened timer. So everything is happening
in 15 seconds.
15 seconds all at once.
Yep.
Oh my god.
And by the way, we are heading to another carousel. And so again, the question is, what's going to happen at the next carousel?
What do you all think is going to happen?
I couldn't even begin to pretend
I don't
to have an
know
idea.
at all. I think it's going to be a carousel of 6 costs. 2-star 6 costs.
So much damage. You can see there, YBY1 at 560 Conqueror stacks. That's pretty impressive.
Oh, Godlike getting eliminated.
All right, we're heading into the carousel here. Jinx visits one more time, and the big thing here is she's going to offer what the prize is for our players. Do you want a t-shirt, a magnet, or a mouse pad? What prize are we looking for?
We need to hear the crowd. What do you guys want?
I mean, Chonk loves the
I would
mouse
pick
pad.
Chonk.
That seems like good enough reason.
The t-shirt seems to be getting voted on pretty heavily here, so it might be a t-shirt. We'll have to see what gets picked. Nope, it's going to be the mouse pad. And because they voted for the mouse pad, everybody is getting a mouse pad here. You can see they literally got a mouse pad.
That's so funny.
Do we still get mouse pads afterwards, other than Twitch?
I also saw, 2-star Twitch when everyone's bored, right?
For voting for the mouse pad, everyone got a 2-star mouse.
Nice.
That is Twitch. So that was the reward for that one.
That's so cool.
Warwick and Shop for Box.
Warwick and Shop, but his left side gets Hextech sniped there. And so it doesn't really have much front line, unfortunately, here. And Box might get taken out, unfortunately.
Keep in mind, the Zanyas kept the Zoe alive from the Hextech Sniper Rifle as well.
Emily taking out Box. Box is going to be the 5th place player here. And we're down to our top 4 here. Toddy, YBY1, Emily Wang, and
Winupsing.
So
Wenupsing is on like a comeback as well. I saw all the way in the 8th place, and now actually being able to rise up into the top 4 is very cool to see. With the Warwick on the board, 3-star Urgot.
Artillerist Fishbones Warwick. This will be pretty neat. Oh, but it's gone.
I wonder how many stacks that Tristana has. It must be huge. He's been stacking this forever.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely pretty high there. With
wow,
the Fishbones, almost directly snipes the backline Corky here and is going to win against Toddy here as we head into stage 6. And remember, Jinx has been showing up, you know, at the start of each stage, and we're getting towards the end game. So the question is, what's she going to do next?
So we've said in the 15 seconds you have, the shop is going constantly. You have to reposition, but now with only 4 players left, you also have to scout because you'll know your matchups. So you have no time at all, but you have to make sure your carries away from the next sniper.
I have to apologize to our top 4 here because this one's pretty brutal. You have too many friends. It would be a shame if something happened to them. We are now in what we call Iron Man mode. And so what's going to happen here is if a unit dies, the player, they'll lose it and get 200% of the gold value.
Whoa.
So if you watch, for example, here, boom, that's a lot of gold.
No.
You see Wenupsing smiling about it too. Like, what could have happened?
Again, those units are gone. They're not coming back.
So this 3-star Tristana, if it dies,
it's not coming back.
No way.
You just lose your anomaly too?
Yep.
Oh,
that is
wow.
so evil.
So look, you can look at their board now, and it's like they need to rebuild it.
Well, there's a Mel here for
They've got
Toddy.
plenty of gold to do it.
And we're level 10 now.
But thankfully, they have 15 seconds to do it.
Yeah, you know, plenty of time.
Wow, this Toddy APM is actually very impressive.
Trying
He
to
has the
throw
orders
things in.
operations complete.
Okay, but whoever won,
There's another snipe, more gold.
if you won the last round, I have to imagine you have such an advantage going into the next round too.
Yeah, because you still have units on your board, and you're like, I guess I just have to plug the holes of the ship, and I can put whatever units I need in there.
Okay, but how much gold is Toddy going to have now?
A lot of
like
gold.
a couple
here.
hundred, right?
Yeah, you can see here, Emily with
I lost the
65
whole
gold,
front
trying to
line's
roll.
down. Mord 2, there's 2 different Mord 2s.
Yeah, YBY1 really comfortable right now. Feels like he's just got a good lead, use those Conqueror stacks. He's now at 740.
Oh my
Plenty of backline. And again, watch for the Hextech sniper rifle here. What's going to get sniped? Doesn't quite hit the Mordekaiser 3, but bit of a snipe there.
But that was so smart, though, from YBY1, because you have, like, the 2 different copies of Mord 2.
Yep.
So it doesn't matter. You can't snipe both unless you somehow stack them on top of each other.
There's
Look at this.
so many units on the board. Yeah, you just can't dodge anything.
And so Emily gets knocked out in 3rd place. We're down to our top 2, and look, it's just a normal carousel. One
way.
last normal
nice.
carousel.
It's a trap. Don't take it. It's a trap.
And so YBY1 versus Toddy as we head into 6-5, which marks pretty much the end of the Carousel of Chaos. Seriously, you're taking too long. I need you guys to die already.
Where's
Look
the
at
Caitlyn?
the HP total.
They're both at 1 health now. This is the final round of the Carousel of Chaos. 173 gold, but can't quite spend it fast enough. Who's going to win, YBY1 or Toddy, at the end of our show match?
I think it's YBY1.
So many more units here, and his anomaly is still on his board. It didn't get sniped on the first time.
And that's going to do it. YBY1 showing, wins Box Boot Camp, wins Carousel of Chaos. Jinx couldn't hold him down. Going to walk away with the mouse pad and the victory here.
The mouse pad, the true victory of the day.
That was the funniest game mode I have ever seen.
Honestly, more than to the rest of the devs, you all have outdone yourselves. This was a fun one. This was a very, very fun one.
Yeah, so to give some history here, Sherman approached our team and was like, wouldn't it be funny if we had sort of like our silly mode for the Macau Open? And, Sean and Julian and the rest of the team came together and sort of put this together as a fun thing, some fun ideas there, having the audience yell, like, what portal to vote for and things like that. So, sure enough, there you go. And like I said, anyone who came to the Macau Open is going to be able to play this for the rest of the day here, so they can try out some of those other options. Like mentioned, one of the first choice options gives a second anomaly at like 1.5. The Rammus one, for example, gives you 5 Rammuses in your shop immediately. So lots of really fun options, sort of callbacks to the community there. But again, hope everyone kind of enjoyed the little show match here to warm up the day.
I am begging, please make this an actual game mode for us to play at home. I want to have time here. I don't know if I'm going to have time here, but I am begging.
Yep. I, for one, am excited to see the Hextech sniper rifle introduced into the main game.
Could you imagine that as a real item in TFT?
No, I cannot.
You guys would have so many complaints.
Set 3 Rebels comes back and instantly loses.
I'm down for Iron Man mode personally, where your units die, but you get gold. Like that seems fun to me.
It feels like a single player kind of game. You like have to go through and you keep losing your team like a Fire Emblem.
I like that. No, that's great. You should keep that mechanic.
There you go. Set 14's mechanic. No, that was a joke. That was a joke.
You get to keep the carries you built up. Don't worry about any of that. But I really like that mode because it's such a good APM check. I want some of that back into normal TFT where you can see the players going really fast.
It was pretty crazy, too. We had like 173 gold there, then just like scrambling to buy units and place things. So definitely gets a little hectic at the end there.
Well, it kind of came down to like YBY having a strong board, and then like what Necro said, you're just plugging the holes in the ship the whole time. So everyone has a ton of resources, but you're also losing a ton of resources all at once.
It felt like he got lucky that nobody tried to snipe the Mordekaiser, because as soon as that Mordekaiser had gotten a Hextech sniper rifle shot, that might have been...
Well, he had 2. So
he kept
what I loved about that is that, let's say your big one dies, you just can put the items on the other one and then you
again.
can...
Or, ready, the other tech is you keep the exact copy of your board on your bench. And then once they die, you put the bench version back in, and then you
just
rebuild
it.
Exactly. That's the tech.
There you go. There you go.
He also got lucky on the trench coat. I think that was a huge part.
Trench coat was a big win as well.
Saved a ton of units from the sniper.
If they had voted for the T-shirt, everyone would have got a trench coat. So.
Oh, that's so funny. Well, this has been such a blast. Let's go ahead and hear what the players have to say, though, with an interview on stage with Candice.
欢迎来到我们的赛后采访，我们现场也是邀请到了特别的义士们，今天有请他们3位跟大家打声招呼。So we are joined by 3 special guests here, and first we are asking them to say hello to the audience and also introduce themselves. 先有请我们的西林。欢迎西林。那同样的也有请我身边的2位跟大家打声招呼。Please say hi and introduce yourself.
Hello, friend.
Yeah.
Hello, old friend.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Welcome, YBY1 and Box. Your turn.
No, I'm Box.
Okay. Welcome, everyone. Making some noise for our special guest here. 那首先，我们的第一个问题，因为今天的这样的一场全球表演赛《混沌之轮》非常的有趣，想问问3位对于这个新的模式感受如何呢？
我觉得对这个新模式只有一个形容，就是手忙脚乱。尤其是我先是把我一个同行，我俩前后脚就走了，然后后面我就是好像一个前排观众，看大家就是都在很慌乱，尤其是到后面直接给清零了，把所有人都。哇，这个我很难想象，我自己要打的话，我看着都觉得很紧张了，太刺激了这个模式。
So I really do enjoy this mode because everyone is so busy about their actions, and also I got eliminated with our friends. We are eliminated first and the second, and also we're so busy to pick the units, and also the mode is really crazy because everyone just got eliminated by the HP. So this mode is really interesting. 那接下来同样的也想问问我们的 YBY1, how do you enjoy this new mode? Do you like it?
Yes.
他也很喜欢这样的一个新的模式。So how about you, Box?
I would like to speak to the writer that made the sniper item.
Sniper item. So?
I'd like to have a word with them, whoever that was.
OK， 他说要跟设计师来聊一聊，谁设计出来了那一个狙击步枪的装备。那同样的，我想问问 Box， 这个狙击步枪，你觉得它是好的更多呢，还是不好的更多一些？能不能在这里分享一下你的意见呢 ？So what's your opinion about that sniper rifle? Is it good, or maybe something needs to correct?
It was just very powerful. The mode was very fun, though. I enjoyed the chaos. We just died very fast, and I was sad.
OK， 他说我其实非常喜欢这样的一个新的模式，只不过我们可能死得太快了，所以我们对于这个可能还要研究一下。那接下来想问问我们的3位，有什么想要对他们的粉丝说的话呢 ？So is there anything that you wanted to say to your fans over like everywhere out of the world in the world?
首先我想说这个模式，因为它不用占用你40分钟的时间，所以大家以后要玩的话，时间不多的话就多多来玩这个模式，而且非常的刺激，然后也很新颖，然后也非常的训练你的敏捷力和你的脑力，所以对智力是非常有帮助的。
Okay, I do enjoy this mode because this mode do not need your 40 minutes, so it's really quick. If you wanted to play this new mode, it's really exciting and also will train your brain very well. Okay, is there anything that you wanted to say to your fans over there, YBY1?
Change you Vietnam.
Wow. Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, YBY1, and also BoxBox. Anything that I wanted to say?
Thank you to everyone watching online, and especially to everyone who flew out in person to come see this show match. TFT is truly one of a kind in its genre, and I really want to see it grow and succeed. So thank you everybody for supporting TFT.
OK， 谢谢现场的所有的观众以及所有的支持他的观众朋友们，也感谢你们来到现场支持他。同样的，他也觉得《云顶之弈》就是全球顶尖的游戏，很感谢大家也喜欢《云顶之弈》这一款游戏。那说到这里呢，我们接下来就要看到《云顶之弈》的未来规划。So now let's move to the future of the TFT.
Hey everyone,
大家好.
I'm Christina, the product lead for TFT's events.
And I'm Peter, TFT's game director.
What an incredible weekend we've had so far here in Macau for our second annual TFT Open. As we head into the final day, Peter and I wanted to check in and share some of what the team is working on over the course of the next year. Who knows, we might even reveal some set themes.
But first, let's take a quick look back at this past year. It's been a huge year for TFT, the first under our new 3 sets a year model, which we've been really happy with. Inkborn Fables, Magic and Mayhem, and Into the Arcane are all products of this new strategy, and we can't wait to continue delivering new experiences for you, set after set. It still blows my mind to say this, but TFT is the largest PC strategy game out there, with players worldwide. And that's all thanks to you.
We're super proud of not only the sets we've shipped, but the smaller improvements and explorations we've been able to try out. Now that we have 3 dev pods working on a set each, we have more time for things like adding the frying pan, exploring PvE with Talker's Trials, improving Team Planner, and replacing the dreaded item bench with the new item panel.
I hated it when my item bench was full.
Well, you definitely should be slamming, so kind of sounds like a skill issue.
Okay, fine. All that is to say, we're super committed to trying new things.
We know not everything we cook is going to resonate with players, but no matter what, we'll learn from the things we test out.
For example, mechanics. Mechanics are a core part of a set's identity, and while you may love some more than others, you can be sure that we'll continue to learn from each one we create. In 2024, we experimented with encounters, a mechanic that brought chaotic lows, chaotic highs, and chaotic canes prematurely ending the game. For Into the Arcane, we used our learnings from encounters and portals to make the opening of each game more consistent and, most importantly, more fun.
Then we added one of our most interactive mechanics yet, charms, which asks players to constantly make smaller strategic decisions. And to round out the year, we've entered the anomaly. 2025 will have an equally deep exploration of mechanics, with one that will make familiar systems feel fresh and new, and another that may change TFT forever.
With longer development timelines, we've also been able to fine-tune our set launches. We've heard repeatedly from players that balance and bugs are some of the top pain points, and we're committed to improving that.
We've also been able to devote more of the TFT teams to events like set revivals and the 5-year bash.
I really miss Pengu's Party.
Me too, Peter. Me too. We hope you've been loving these new takes on TFT, whether you're playing out of pure nostalgia or wanting to try out modernized versions of sets past with new balance, augments, and more. And I gotta say, I think you'll be excited about the next set revival. I'll just tell you right now. Starting in January, for Lunar New Year, we'll be re-releasing a fan favorite, Fate's Festival of Beasts. You're probably looking forward to cashing out your fortune streaks and printing Orin artifacts, but me, I'll also be cashing out my fortune streaks. And just like in the Dawn of Heroes revival, you'll be able to climb the revival ladder and maybe even get that sweet, sweet visionary health bar border.
Talker's Trials has already made a comeback with Into the Arcane as we continue our exploration of PvE game modes, and we can't wait to show you what we have in store later on. Next up, Double Up. Starting next year, Double Up is graduating out of Workshop and will be a mode that we continually support and invest in. One of the updates that will be coming is custom lobbies. 4 pairs of players will be able to queue together and find out who the best duo is. We'll share more of the details soon, but expect to see these changes in the first half of 2025.
Looking a little further down the road, we want to share a roadmap of what players can expect from sets for 2025.
Food fight tactics?
I wish. After Into the Arcane, our next set will be a battle for control over Cyber City. Choose your faction and scheme, explode, or hack your way to the top.
After that, get ready to choose your fighters. The Convergence will host the Battle of the Century with TFT's take on a shonen-style tournament arc.
As for the final set of 2025, we're heading back to Runeterra for our biggest set ever. We'll be experimenting with a brand new approach to team building, but you'll have to wait until later next year to see what we mean by that.
Next up is esports, the glue bringing us all together this weekend. Our global championship for each set, the Tactician's Crown, has been steadily growing, which we see as a good sign of a healthy and sustainable ecosystem. We've made many changes this year, like expanding the number of competitors and increasing prize pools, passing $4 million this year. In 2025 and beyond, we want to invest further in the ways players qualify into our esports system. Our goal is to increase accessibility while at the same time creating a more rewarding competitive top end, especially for those players maintaining consistency set over set.
And we can't forget about opens. Having the annual TFT Open in Macau this year has been a blast. We're ecstatic to be here. Over 2,000 players try to purchase tickets to the Macau Open, and for future events, we want to explore ways to allow more players to compete. We're very excited to be able to share more about our plans for next year, where we'll be hosting the Paris Open. We'll have more details to share in the coming months.
While this is all we have to share for now, this isn't the last you'll see of us just yet.
Well, hello everybody, and wow, you were so right. That was not going to be the last we see of both of you. Peter, Christina, welcome back to our broadcast. Jeff Virtue as well, joining us from the TFT team. So great to have you all here. What have you thought of the Macao Open so far?
It's been amazing. It's been really wonderful seeing so many players come out and celebrate TFT. The games have been incredible. There's been some really, really hype moments of people enjoying Into the Arcane. I've been loving the TFT Vegas Open, and now Macau's been amazing.
Yeah, I think the best part of the Opens is being able to like stand behind your favorite players and just like watch them play. It's like pretty hyped to be that close, you know?
We've had some really awesome moments throughout this entire tournament, and there's been high highs and low lows. A lot of low lows on day one, especially with those eliminations, but I can't wait for this finals right now.
I mean, that's just how you know we've got some of the best of the competition about to take the stage. But before we get there, I'm so happy to have you all here to talk a little bit more about this past year of TFT. Because while we are here in the Macao Open to be able to end cap the 2024 year, that year has been special in so many ways. So I'd love to know what you all have thought looking back on the 2024 year.
It's been a great year for TFT. This is really the first year that you're seeing that heavy investment in TFT. We've done 3 sets this year. The first time, we've invested really heavily in events. We've had some great features come out, like the rotational shop, so that you can get the little legends that you want. It's been a really amazing year for TFT.
Yeah, and just thinking about events, we did our first ever set revival. We did a ton of Chonks Treasures. We created Pengu's Party to celebrate our 5-year anniversary. It's just been a really fun year exploring how to deliver more and more content to our players.
It has been so much fun to see all of those different things take to the fold, but especially when we take a look back on the 2024 year, I think you all hit some really major milestones when it's come to the game. Jeff, last year when we talked in Vegas, we were already exclaiming how great TFT and how big it's become as the largest PC strategy game. And so how has this year been for you?
It's crazy, and I'm super excited to be able to announce that we've had more than 300 million lifetime players of TFT in the global franchise. So if you think about that, that's absolutely nuts. Like, we're the size of large countries in the world. And I think we take that very seriously as a dev team. I think, the service that we provide to all of our players and tacticians out there in the world is something that we don't take for granted. And we're super excited about it. I think when we think about the future of TFT, the next 6 months, the next 12 months, the next 18 months are going to be the best time for the game. And when I reflect on the last 12 months, I felt like that the entire time. So it's one of those things where it's like really awesome to be able to wake up every morning, come in, serve players, and I think just provide such an awesome experience that, again, has touched 300 million players across the entire globe, which is amazing.
It's so great you get to keep delivering unique experiences as well, which is, I'm sure, why we see so many players being able to play TFT, always something new to experience. And Christina, you mentioned a lot of those events have really been so popular. What have you enjoyed looking at some of the game modes that you've created, as well as what you feel like players have been enjoying?
I think we've really realized that set revivals, that combination of set revivals plus rotating custom game modes is like a true match made in heaven for our players. There are players who love to play both, and there are players who choose one or the other, but being able to deliver more of them each set is like really important to us. We want to get to a place that we can always be shipping like really new content and bringing back Festival of the Beasts. It's a beloved set. There's so many other sets we really, really want to bring back, and luckily we have a ton of amazing sets to choose from.
How do you choose that? Because I feel like there's been so many amazing sets already, so many unique things that players get a chance to look back on and be like, wow, well, now that you've revived this one thing, I really want to get a chance to experience this new thing.
Yeah, choosing the set is like more of an art than a science. We look at a lot of things like, is this set revival we want to revive thematically differentiated from the main set that's going to be live at the same time? How's the set mechanic compared to the mechanics during that time? And then, of course, like what's popular. But we've seen things like the Dawn of Heroes revival recently. It wasn't really the most popular set back in the day, but when you see us bring back the modern systems, adding augments, adding trait, having the newer artifact items, and the new progression system, we've seen that players, it's like our most popular set revival. And so it is very interesting how we can add more things and like revitalize old sets and just bring back the really cool units that we would never reprint these days.
I've loved the progression system with Dawn of Heroes. I think that's been really fun, and I love that we get a chance to revisit some of the learnings and bring back those moments for players who haven't had a chance to play them or who love those sets. And I think that's like part of the strategy for TFT is like, how do we continue to find these really hype moments and serve those to players? How do we continue to innovate? And it's not just with set revivals. I think that you've got some other stuff cooking that I'm really excited for players to be able to get into and to play.
Well, I know I've loved trying to chase those beautiful health bars. I want to make sure that I get one of those for the next set revival that's going to be coming out. But with all of these different game modes and all of these things that players can experience, how do you finding time to balance the game? How has that been for the 2024 year?
Yeah, balance and stability are a really big part of what we're trying to do better on next year. When we're looking at the last 12, 18 months, we've been able to pull back our dev timelines a lot so that we have more time before the set ships, after we've got all of the champions working, after we have the bones and the structure of the set to balance it, to make it as stable as possible. I think you're seeing some of that with Into the Arcane. Into the Arcane has a really great set structure. I think it's a really fun set with lots of good mechanics. It had some challenges the first patch, but I think we've fixed a lot of that, and we've seen a great metagame today with the Macao Open. So I'm optimistic that these structural improvements are going to pay fruit as we're going forward, and we're going to continue to improve on that.
And I've got to pay, I think, homage to Peter and the entire design staff on TFT. I think that they are really plugged into the live experience and understanding what's important to players globally as well. I think, we talked a little bit about this in the balance panel yesterday, but it's important for us to think about the global audience of TFT and our folks in China, our folks in EMEA, all over the world. And so that's an important input as we think about all these different pieces.
I know you have such a wide global audience, and so how do you actually balance all of the different tastes of the players that you have in your ecosystem? It's a big franchise now. I think that's really cool to get a chance to talk about.
Yeah,
deliberately.
Yeah, very deliberately. and maybe I'll start and Peter can jump in. I think one of the things that's really important for us is having a lot of empathy. And so I think we often will watch streams or we'll play on those particular regions. A lot of members of our team are incredibly diverse from the entire kind of global ecosystem. And so I think that that's been really important for us to have that empathy and really understand from the ground. And then we talk to players. And I think that that's so important. We read Reddit. We are in Discord. We're trying to understand, how people are feeling about the changes that we're pushing. And then the most important is we play the game. We play the game constantly, and I think that that's such a key. You need to be able to connect with the player. You need to be able to be the player yourself. And I think that's one of the things that I'm most proud of on TFT is that everybody on the team just absolutely adores the experience and loves making the game. And so it's been really inspiring.
And we also have community managers in all of our regions that are listening to their local communities and are able to relay that back to the dev team. As Jeff mentioned, social media is a big piece. We run player surveys as well. We gather data from a lot of different sources and then try to balance that all together to make choices that are the best for the franchise as a whole.
I think one of those choices that you made that people are loving so far is the Unbound Tacticians you just released into the game, Jinx and Warwick. Talk to me a little bit about the decision to make those Unbound Tacticians.
Historically, TFT's been really good at making cute characters. There's Little Legends, there's Chibi Champions, there's wonderful things if you want to express yourself as a cute tactician. We wanted to find ways if people wanted to be scarier or edgier, what are the ways that we can really capture that kind of fantasy? And so we tried a lot of different art styles. I think there were maybe 20 plus that we explored. The team talked about which ones they were the most excited about. We did player surveys to see which ones our players are the most excited about. Taking all of that together, Unbound, which was the idea of we love the splash art that you see for League of Legends characters. How do we capture that in 3D? How do we make that something that you can actually play and that you can actually feel that's as good and as powerful as that splash art? And that's represented in the Unbound Tacticians. And I'm really happy to say that they've been extremely successful. They're among our most successful tacticians ever.
Well, if you had a bucket list tactician you want to see Unbound, what would it be?
Nocturne.
Ooh, it's a good one.
Mine is definitely Jin. I love Jin.
Tom Kench.
Oh, that's also a good
it
one.
has to be
Chibi Tom Kench.
Yeah.
Chibi Tom Kench.
Both.
Why not both? I think mine would be Ivern. I think that would be
Ivern's a good one.
Ivern's
Very
easy.
cool.
Yeah, I like that one. I think actually I might have stolen that answer from Sean, so thank you for that. But yeah, I mean, it's been so amazing to be able to watch how you have navigated the 2024 year, looking ahead to all of the news that you release for 2025 as well. I'm definitely looking forward to those set thematics. I think the last question I want to ask is, how do you choose which sets or which themes you actually want to create around? Into the Arcane, it kind of gives it to you on a silver platter in some ways, but you also come up with so many unique options. Like, I can't wait to have a battle for the best anime protagonist. I think that's going to be so fun.
It's a combination of a lot of things. It's what are the people on the team really excited about? What are community members really excited about? How do we balance across the year and across the years different themes? So we want to make sure that if we've got a really bright and colorful set, it's something like Remix Rumble. It's followed by something that's a little more serious, a little more toned down, like Inkborn Fables. It's really valuable to us and to our players to have just different experiences. And so we try to make sure that there's a mix of different sets when you're looking at Into the Arcane, into this cyberpunk fantastic city, into the shonen anime arc. That's an arc where all of these things are going to feel a little bit different. I think that's a powerful thing. So a balance between the team's excited about, what our players are excited about, and then just what makes sense in terms of our history.
I can't wait for All Ramus.
Or Food Fight Tactics.
Food Fight Tactics.
Food Fight Tactics.
And if that is your favorite, make sure you can tweet at Mort and let him know.
Especially about Ramus. I think that's the one he'd love to hear the most about. But final thoughts from all of you. Anything that you would like to say to all of the TFT fans that are out there supporting you and supporting the game?
I think for me, thank you so much for supporting us through all of the past 5 years. It's crazy. It's been such a wild ride. Riot and all of us on TFT are so invested in this game. We can't wait to continue to deliver even more elevated experiences in the coming years. So I think when you think about the next 6, 12, 18 months, 24 months, the best is yet to come. And I'm so proud of the stuff that we're cooking, and we're having so much fun. Like, that's, I think, such an important thing. A fun game can only be made by a happy team that's having fun. And so also thank you to everybody at Riot that works on TFT and that supports us. I think that we couldn't make this happen without all of you. So, yeah.
Yeah, to echo Jeff's point, I think you said it a lot, Jeff. I think this is the best time to be a TFT player. It's super exciting. Our team is really just cooking up the most incredible things, and everyone's super, super passionate about the game, and I can't wait for players to get their hands on what we've been working on.
Yeah, I just want to echo all of that. I'm so grateful for all of the TFT players. Just getting to meet people here in Macau is fantastic. If you're here, please come up to us. Please just say hi. If you got anything that you want to say, we'd love to hear it. We'd love to hear feedback. I'm just so grateful to the 300 million players that have tried out TFT. It is really fantastic, so thank you, everyone.
Well, I feel lucky to be at least even one of those 300 million players that gets a chance to play the game. Jeff, Christina, Peter, thank you so much for your time and for joining us. We are about to get ready for our final day of competition, so let's go ahead and count it down. We've got just a couple of seconds left, and we'll get right into that action.
大家好，欢迎大家来到英雄联盟云顶之弈澳门公开赛决赛日的现场。Hello everyone, welcome to TFT Macao Open Final Day. Welcome. 经过2天激烈的角逐，最终有8位选手从全球512名选手当中脱颖而出，最终站上了决赛的舞台。After 2 days competition, the final 8 out of 512 players from all around the world are finally here. So, let's welcome our final 8. 接下来就让我们有请决赛选手登台。孟成宇。Let's welcome Stella Minghee. And let's welcome Jaducer. Now, 接下来，让我们欢迎小七。下面我们即将看到的是黎洛，有请。And now, let's welcome Tidal! Now let's welcome Sadara! Now, 最后，我们邀请的是逝去。现场的各位观众朋友们，让我们再一次用掌声和欢呼声欢迎我们最终的决赛选手。Let's hear it one more time for our final 8.
And what an amazing top 8 we have here. Thank you so much to Canvas for this super cool intro. And I just love seeing the player characters come through when they walk through that passage. Of course, I'm not alone here on the desk. With me, Mordoc, Azael, and Clement. And we are all getting into a game 1 together. And I'm kind of giddy a little bit.
Yeah, it's going to be exciting. The culmination of all the meta advancements, all the play. We've seen some really amazing play from these players, a lot of crazy stats, and so I'm excited to jump right in and see what happens.
I mean, it's kind of the culmination of all of their work. Comes down to this one moment, comes down to these couple games, right? You know, and it's so exciting to me to see, you know, which players are going to be able to rise to the occasion. I know I was talking to Saidera earlier. He said he got 0 hours of sleep. He was so nervous, so excited. And I think that's common, right? Like, it makes sense. You know, he said this is going to be the last event that he plays in, and he was coming in not expecting anything, right? You know, thinking, hey, I'm just going to go, I'm going to have some fun. He's in the finals. He's a couple games away, potentially, from winning the whole thing.
That would be the greatest underdog story. I'm looking at the entirety of the field. What a range of players we have. We have 2 returning champions. We have complete unknowns in Xiaoqi that just nobody knows anything about him. And we also have every single region representing. So whoever you're cheering for, you're at least going to have one horse in the race.
The script writers did a good job. Bravo, bravo.
Well done.
Make it a little less obvious next time, though, you know.
Well, I do think in the players that have come through for the specific regions, there have been a bunch of surprises.
Yeah.
Like, if you had asked me who makes it from EMEA, who makes it from the Americas, who makes it from APAC, I'm not so sure I would have picked these specific names, and that is what I love about the open format that we have.
Yeah, some players definitely sort of shine through in these LAN environments, and especially when we're going to checkmate format, it's who has that experience. And I'm looking at the CN region because they play a lot more checkmate when it comes down to it. The other regions don't actually have checkmate in their formats at all for the most part.
Yeah, I mean, what I'm looking at right now is looking at some of the performance leading up to this event as well. You have to talk about Stellar Minhee and his higher than 50% first place rate. That is bonkers, and if he keeps playing like that,
insane.
For checkmate, that's going to be wild. So right now, it feels like stats-wise, he is the favorite coming into this Final 8.
I would be so giddy to see that happen here, but I think we are getting ready to get that game underway. Just a quick reminder on that format, you already mentioned it in passing, Clement. We are going to be playing to checkmate, which means players need to reach a point threshold and then win one more game. In Vegas, I think we saw the longest format of that ever, 7 games.
Yeah.
And Attack Crown is usually a little bit less. So I am really curious on where we're going to go. Any bets on how many games it's going to be?
I mean, Tidal has done this so many times, and whenever he's around, it usually goes pretty quick.
Yes.
So I'm gonna shot call 5.
His first win, wasn't it in 4 games?
It was 4.
That's what I thought.
Yes.
It was just because I remember.
We were on the desk together.
That, and I was like, wait, it's done? Like,
Yep.
Bro just rolled up, played 4 games, and was like, thank you very much.
Mic
I'll
drop,
take the title.
boom.
I'll take the check.
I'm pretty sure that's why they bumped the checkmate up to 20 points now.
Yes.
So it's like not going to be as quick.
It's weird he hasn't
hopefully.
changed his name to Titles.
You can tell him to maybe go for that the next time. I'm sure he would be open to some feedback. But I was talking to Tamago, another Japanese player, this morning, and was saying, you know, I talked to Tidal. He seems confident, and he's like, it's going to be another world title for Tidal. I'm excited, but game is loading in. You can see all of our top 8 sitting patiently and calm as they wait for the beginning.
I mean, it's so interesting for a lot of these players. This would be their, first massive tournament win. But for Li Luo, he could win his second. You could actually, tie kind of where Tidal is at. Tidal could kind of take a stranglehold. No one else has won 2. He could win a 3rd massive tournament like this and really set himself head and shoulders above the rest of the TFT competitive world.
And calling back to Li Luo's win in Gizmos and Gadgets, Mordark, you were also there with me. That was also a very dominating finish back then. He played an Exodia board to clutch it out, get that top 1. From very early on in that game, it was clear that Li Luo was going to take it. So I wouldn't count him out, personally.
Yeah, it would be such a breakthrough back to relevance. He's missed the last 3 TOCs. If he gets it here, the home crowd behind him, it's going to be amazing.
This is the Team Fight Tactics Macao Open, and we are going to go into our game 1 here. Let's set the stakes and see who comes out on top of this one. All of our 8 competitors once more in the cameras.
Ooh.
All right, so we're already jumping onto the board here, and we can see, we didn't get to see the encounter, but clearly with the crabs going on here, we have a Scuttle Puddle game. And we've talked about this a bunch before, that when you get Scuttle Puddle, you are looking at extra econ, which is going to allow you to go to that 8 a little bit more comfortably, play around that, or you can use that to hit your rerolls earlier. So there's going to be a lot higher capped boards. The question is what style augment here, and Tidal starting off with a Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw, again, been a pretty good favorite for that Stage 2 and Stage 3 power. If you can get an Automata emblem, that can really help as well.
And Mini actually won a couple of games on the Kog'Maw reroll build. It's really interesting because over the tournament, Kog'Maw has been one of those champions where it has been harder to hit, but Mini has definitely pulled it off. And we forgot to mention, he is rocking the DSG title at this point.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, Disguise always makes sure that they make finals, one way or the other.
I mean, Chloe, you were talking to him yesterday. He was kind of alluding to it, saying, oh, I'm going to take the jacket from Kyun and just give it to someone else, but Mort.
This is a big deal because we saw he sold the Kog'Maw to hit Econ, but then dropped 2 more 3 costs, which means this is an Econ Oper on top of Scuttle Puddle. So generally what happens here is every player pretty comfortably can get to 20 gold. You can even get pretty extreme and have like 30 gold on 2-1 if you want. You're going to be down items here, but so when we talk about that gold economy, a lot of these players, these challenger players, really know how to take advantage of this. So this is going to be even more extreme than a typical Scuttle Puddle game. So if we see something like even a gold augment, but let alone a prismatic augment, this could get wild.
I always find it really interesting, you know, the decision trees like on something like this, because you can also say, you know what, I'm just going to like full sell except for 1 unit and clear and make super early econ, but then you're going to get punished sometimes very heavily by someone who hits a stronger board and is getting the additional items. So when you have these econ openings, you know, it's always interesting to see how pros are going to manage that. You know, how much HP are they willing to lose? When are they going to actually do a slight roll to try to catch up? And it is going to be silver augment.
Yeah, the fact that it's a silver augment here kind of pushes that back a little bit. But again, the fact that most of our players are already at like 20, 25 gold here, that's going to be pretty nice. Yeah, Band of Thieves here is a pretty safe choice, especially knowing that there aren't a ton of items out there. That's just some nice combat power in the early game to be up a little bit of extra items here. And you can look on the right side here, for example, Tidal, 23 gold. That's going to give him a pretty big edge early on. And we're getting a look at our augments here. Big one to call out here is Sidera with the power-up. We've seen that before, which does mean the next augment will not be prismatic. So we know that information as well.
I feel like every time I kind of roll the dice on that, you are just praying for the next one to be gold.
Yep.
Because if the difference between a gold and prismatic feels so much bigger than a silver and a gold. So we'll see if he's able to kind of hit the lotto on that one.
Yeah, I 100% agree here. In fact, going from silver to gold is a lot less common, but when that happens, it hurts pretty bad. It feels like you didn't quite get the value you were hoping for. But we saw, you know, yesterday power-up leading to that prismatic, giving a pretty good edge to the players who were able to hit it.
I don't actually know. Like, what is the odds on it being like? Is that something
if
that I don't know?
If you pick it on 3-2, it's always prismatic.
No,
if you pick it on 3-2, it's always prismatic, powered up.
Don't think that's true because
no, it's true. It's true. I checked it a lot of times. Unless it's
you're trying to throw down with the man who makes the game.
I was going to say,
there are definitely silver blank games. So on 2-1, it definitely can't be. And there's no silver. You're saying on 3-2.
Yeah, I'm saying 3-2.
Okay, yes, that's correct. Because there's nothing that's silver.
You said I'm correct.
Yes, that is correct. But this is 2-1, not 3-2.
Yeah, that's what I mean.
On 2-1, so someone asked me this yesterday, and I didn't know off the top of my head, but I believe it's about 25-75.
So 25 that it's going to be another silver,
right?
And 75 that's going to be a gold.
Approximately, I believe. Okay. So
the
odds are
quite good.
Yes,
yeah, that's something that's interesting because it is an augment that I like, but I've never actually known the exact numbers on it. I just believe in the heart of the cards.
You can get punished sometimes, but most of the time it's good.
Yeah.
When I asked about Lilo, the CN caster said that he's the most un-CN player ever because he is known as HP preservation and high tempo. Not really the best cap necessarily, but he's always making it in. If you look at his stats, he's like 5% first place and then 6% eighth place, like the perfect tournament style.
I mean, it's so interesting, right? Because, you know, in this checkmate format, you need to be good at both. You need to be good at, you know, getting to checkmate, but then a fourth isn't going to do it anymore. A third's not going to do it. A second's not going to do it. You need to win. So you really do need to be a master of both styles. And I think that is where, you know, understanding your spot, understanding, you know, how to play towards those win conditions becomes so incredibly important.
Yeah, I totally agree here, and especially we've seen so many times with the checkmate format that the person who hits there first usually does really, really well, ends up at like top 2. In fact, it feels like between all the championships and the Vegas Open, the Vegas Open was the only time it felt like somebody kind of came back from about that like 4th or 5th place spot, with Malala winning on that Game 7. So
but
generally, though, we've seen Checkmate do pretty well.
Was also due to several conditions, right? Kevin Parker keeping the tournament alive with that legendary Yone, Humbug clutching back up. Like, there was so much going on there that enabled this comeback to happen.
I mean, it's one of my favorite things about the format, too, is that once you're in check, you can become enemy number 1. Like, everyone knows the tournament is over if you win, and you have to stop that person.
Oh, Title gets a pan off of the Carousel.
Yeah, we'll see what he wants to do with that, because he is very rich at this point.
Yeah, a lot of gold to work with here, and a pan opens up some interesting options. Primarily, Bruiser Emblem's been kind of the most popular, but there's definitely a lot of options here. And we even saw him yesterday, you know, play the Ambusher line that has generally not been as popular, using that Camille. But he took that into a really good, you know, 2nd place as well. So some good options.
And I feel like the Bruiser option is actually really nice for a game number 1. We don't have to be going necessarily for a 1st place. You know, Mundo, Twitch, Bruiser is not really super contested at all. So many people are playing emissary lines, and you often are going to have a good chance of being able to 2-star your units. And if you 2-star, you're going to be able to finish top 2, or excuse me, top 4, I think, for sure.
And I want to mention the Sentinel one. I feel like this is the first set where you can actually build into the Sentinel emblem. A lot of people forget that one. Really popular with the Heimer and the Academy builds.
And the Renata reroll, some people are playing that as well to even fit in there.
Getting a look at this board here, we do see the 4 Conqueror. And again, I've always talked about how I'm a big 4 Conqueror fan.
I was going to say, we have an early Swain. Mort, do you want this one?
Yeah, but he does actually swap it back out for the Automata just for a little extra front line, using the Sorcerer to get a little bit more damage on Swain. Up against Lilo here, and, you know, that Rebel side on the other side here with the set 2 is just going to be too much to deal with here, and so going to continue the streak. Our other Chinese player does get their streak broken, so only 1 win streaker right now.
I mean, honestly, you know, having the early Thieves Gloves from your augment and then hitting a 2-star 2 cost like that, like really especially a melee 2-star 2 cost, pretty much guarantees you're going to be streaking. It's so powerful.
Now, right now, we're looking at our 2 players here who are both on a loss streak. And again, we talk about how rich they are. They're already at 50 gold here, but they still want to have that loss streak. So if they match up against each other, who's going to be the weaker player?
Someone's going to sell, I feel like. Because, I mean, they're both trying to grief their positioning so hard, and at a certain point, it's like, do they run into each other? No, they don't.
They do not, so...
Oh, it's actually 3 players on 4 losses.
So one of them
Sidera and Salarmini are running into each other, and Title just kind of comes out of that try-contest.
I think Sidera is going to win. He didn't actually grief his positioning, but he did have the Draven in the front line, and these Morganas are getting a lot more done, so it looks like it's actually going to be Sidera that is going to lose, so really good for him, because he's going to get quite a good loss.
Yeah, definitely not.
That's actually close. Is the Swain going to kill them both? Oh, no.
I think Swain is stronger here.
Nope.
Wow.
All right, so DSG getting a good start here, keeping that loss streak going. We see Tidal as well with that loss streak here, so plenty of gold to work with here. And again, a lot of our players already in that 60 gold range. So now the question is, how do they convert it here? We're going into the Scuttle, which generally gives like a gold orb, for example, at some point throughout the game. Are we going to see some spatulas, some frying pans, some artifacts? Lots that could happen here.
I think the big question for me is, does Tidal find a component he can use with a pan? Last time we saw his board, it was still unslammed, so it has that pan open. You try to get something you can use earlier so that you get the benefit of it earlier and then can come back. Would be interesting to see that.
You did have the Econ opening, so generally you do kind of catch up on components, you know, at this point. So he should be able to get quite a few components. You know, there's a good chance that he's going to have some slammable items. But my question for Tidal is, like, how deep do you go on the loss streak? Do you start trying to build a board now? Do you do a slight roll? We're seeing Stellar Mini doing quite a heavy roll here, so he's going to be playing around this this Singed, Renata, Vex, you know, as well as the Morgana, you know, rolling quite deep here to stabilize.
It's really interesting. He's actually rolling on 4. So for this build, a lot of people choose to roll on 5 because of the increased chance of the Renata. He really wants the front line in place already. Interesting with the item slam as well. He's not actually waiting for the Shojin.
Well, I think if you roll this heavy, you're basically saying I can't lose anymore, right? Like, so, you know, I think if you're going to wait for the Shojin, you keep the loss streak going. You at least wait to see what your next augment is. But with this choice, I do feel like you're committing to being stronger now. Like, he needs to try to preserve HP because he didn't hit anything, and it's going to be more of a slow build towards his full comp.
I think the issue I have with that is that there's players like Xiaoqi in here, and also Tidal, who also just invested into his board to try and get stronger. So with so many players trying to go for the loss streak, you know everybody else is powering up. And I feel like specifically Stellar Minhee here could have had the chance to just sit it out one more round as you are going for the lower cost comps. But we are getting silvers, which means the power up on Sidera not as
unlucky
strong.
25% chance. Wow.
Support cache, by the way, I was looking at some of the augment data. By far the most popular augment at the event. It was like, I want to say 2 to 3 times the pick rate of every other augment at the rate. Artifacts really popular in this set, but of course he didn't actually go for it. So, you know, he has kind of maybe feeling like he's too locked into one direction and was nervous about that with the AP line. They're a lot more popular for these AD lines. So since he's already slammed all his AP items, maybe feeling like, hey, I don't really think I want to go towards Zonia's or anything like that, and maybe be risky.
Interesting to see that Tidal actually picked up rerolls right here. You can tempo into it, and he also does have the buffet, which means any pan he uses should be easy to find what he wants.
Well, Jedu saw Sidera whiff on that power-up and said, well, I listened to Clement. I know on 3-2 I can't get that kind of outcome.
That's the
so picks up that power-up, is going to be down that silver for now, but we know that there should be a prismatic waiting at the end for Jedu.
Yeah, I was going to say, that's actually information for the rest of the lobby as well. The fact that we know it's now a silver-gold game, which is basically the lowest augment power you can get. So that's going to kind of nullify sort of that econ start we talked about here. And so, you know, we theorized at the beginning that there'd be some pretty high cap boards, but that's going to push us right back down to a pretty standard game, I think.
Do like the rolls from Minhee. A lot of the discussion was on where the power lies in that Renata line. Is it the Singe and the Morgana, or is it just the Renata? So that's the discussion on rolling 4, 5, or 6.
Well, and we even see some players yesterday were actually rolling on 7, right? And they were doing the Cambaron variant where they were playing more around Nunu and Rennie as the front line and playing kind of this like bruiser visionary style, keeping Cambaron in the entire time. And so there's a lot of different approaches, which is what I think makes it so strong. Tidal now, very early Heimer here, has 4 Academy in, has a decent front line, is on a 7 loss streak, so he is very rich. And if he can start to stabilize off of this early Heimer, he can just keep pumping levels and be in a really good spot.
Yeah, it's interesting here. Has that frying pan, which, like I said, right now, if you're playing this line, you're probably looking at that Sentinel emblem. Yeah. If he can find, you know, a Reforger possibly, could go some other lines as well. The Heimer items are really good. There's not quite the Gunblade, but the fact that you have the blue buff JG as well, and you look at the sponsored items here, 2 of those items being sponsored on that Heimer
That is pretty good.
So it's not bad here. And again, I've taken a lot of flack over this weekend because, again, going into this event, everyone was like, Heimer's really weak. But Academy Heimer, we have seen be decently successful throughout this event.
There's another one.
Yeah,
we could see a very early Heimer too here, and it also gives him Sentinel.
Wow.
That's probably the best carousel you could ask for.
Yeah, that is going to feel really, really good. It's also interesting, you know, you touched on the power up for Jedusor, but he also is going pumping up. So 2 very heavily scaling augments. You know, yes, this is not the power that you're getting from Prismatics and whatnot, but like he's going to have a lot more power from his augments in the late game than most of the other players.
I also want to call out here that we have the Conqueror player right now who's sitting on 4 Conqueror, I believe is hitting around 60 stacks. When you've got so many people in the lobby sort of playing these lost streak lines and not really investing and waiting for their power-ups to go up, that's kind of a free ride for you. And, you know, Vertical Conqueror doesn't normally do that well, but the fact that you're just kind of playing against this weak lobby, that's a way for you to get ahead and sort of scale out of control.
Yeah, it's a really good point because when the stacks get high enough, all of a sudden you're getting so much extra power from that line that Vertical Conqueror can become pretty reasonable. You know, you can push levels a lot more quickly, you're getting additional gold, then all of a sudden you hit a Mord and you're online.
Well, you say that as if it's so easy to hit that Mordekaiser. We have been seeing players have a lot of trouble with getting that last puzzle piece on the board, so hopefully that's not what's waiting there. But we were talking about this Sentinel emblem now confirmed on Tidal's board. I'm really curious on whether or not any of these shops hold that last Heimerdinger copy, because that would be such a big spike.
I mean, the big thing is he's got so much gold right now. I would expect, you know, he goes 8 on 4-1, going to do one of those, you know, high APM roll downs to just try to find one more Heimerdinger. Also try to get the Alawies out of the pool. We've seen a lot of people really fighting over those Alawies, and, you know, for example, yesterday Setsuko just really couldn't find one because they were all out of the pool. So, you know, I expect him to do a pretty deep roll down right there on the 4-1.
I will say, Tidal is also one of the players with the highest APM I've personally ever seen. The way he rolls down is incredible to watch.
Yeah, so this is the board I was talking about, by the way. 4 Conqueror, lots of resources here, sitting at 94 out of 100 already. This Darius is really strong, has already found the Ambessa as well, and because he's on such a win streak, the Ambessa is providing that Emissary bonus, giving that extra 14 armor and MR that's going to be really tough for other people to deal with here. Goes up against Tidal, which is going to be one of the harder matchups here, but the fact that he has the Dragon Claw and the Swain too, my money's actually still on the Conqueror player here.
We'll see, though. This Heimer is kind of scaling up pretty fast, but none of the rockets are really hitting backline. It can get a little bit out of hand, but the Swain 2 going to be tough to deal with. And it looks like Heimer, I think, one more cast is going to do it.
Oh, it's close.
The Force Sentinel, that slam actually makes such a difference there. Yep. If you don't slam that pin early and have the Force Sentinel, he loses that round. So Tidal going 7 loss streak and now on a 3-win streak. He's preserving HP. He's going to be in such an incredible spot.
Look at that, he hit the LeBlanc here as well, so that solves the question of where does the AP items go on. A lot of times Swain is not the one you want on stage 4.
Elise 2 and the LeBlanc and a Rumble, not bad.
Yeah, the big thing I want to call out here is rolling on the PvE round. A lot of people normally would wait and try to greet it and do it on 4-1, but he gets ahead of the curve here, and I think that benefits really well, finds the Elise. Still has 10 gold to work with here. A lot of items here in the Swain carry, so going to be pivoting into that Black Rose line a little bit here, playing around that Swain, so pretty cool.
We see that Tidal also has gone to level 8. Let's see if some of that money is getting invested, but more players are making moves, checking in with Liluo.
Shot for Meng Chen Yu, but he's not actually the Conqueror player, so we'll see how heavily they want to roll. Liluo on the left is rolling some as well. Did pick up a pair of Elises. Not going to hit the Elise 2 just yet. Is on a pair of Mundos as well. So actually a lot of pairs on bench. And this is going to cause him to roll a little bit more heavily, rolling down basically to true 0 to actually level up some of those pairs.
Man, if you're the Black Rose player and you see 2 other players find a LeBlanc here, that has to be frustrating.
Absolutely. A big question for Liluo here is where does the... Okay, though there are the Silco items. I was waiting for them to show up, and then he has all 3 of them on board, so very stable board at this point.
Yeah, Sidera is still just carrying this Zyra for now, and is looking like he's holding quite a few units on bench, but I'm not sure exactly where he's trying to go with his line, because he's still on 7, still sitting on a lot of gold.
Yeah, definitely struggling a little bit there. Does get a Dominator emblem here for Liluo. That's, I think probably a pretty safe pick here. He's already in that 4 Dominator line. That can get him to 6 Dominator. Now the question is, how long will it take to find that Mundo 2 and that Silco 2 to really elevate him up here? Doing a bit of scouting first, though, to make sure that that's the right choice, making sure he's not contested. On the side, by the way, Tidal does get the Heimer 2. That's a big call out here. And sure enough, Dominator emblem here, hopefully pushing him in. Finds the Ziggs right away. And so that is going to give him 6 Dominator, which is really nice early because the flat health shield from Dominator does start to go down in power as the game. But at this point, very valuable.
We are checking in with Jeru, who is the player that picked power up. So we do have our Prismatic Augment coming on through here as well.
Artifactory. It's a very high power one, but he does have to wait around before he can get most of his items on.
Situ also on power up, goes for the Randuin's Augment.
Yeah.
I mean, double Jace is always one of those things where it's like you're on level 8. If you could just hit that, all of a sudden you have something that's going to really propel you in towards the late game.
Yeah, I'm actually a little worried about the situation here, especially with Artifactory. The question is, how many items are you transforming? What do you hit? And it's kind of out of your control a little bit.
Yeah.
It feels like Artifactory on 3-2 is much better. It gives you time to see what you hit and then adapt to it. But on 4-2, this could go very wild and out of control.
I mean, we've talked about this before. I just think it's one of those augments that you want to take when you have, tanks that need items, AP units that need items, AD units that need items, so it's end tempo, as you say, because it's like, if you're locked into a full AD line,
the AP ones are
going to screw you completely.
And I think Jerusa, he got a good role there because he is playing Emissary, so he can flex into all of them. But we did see Tidal actually has the Corki 2 already, which does take some options away.
And it looked like he was re-rolling every single item except for the Even Shroud. So he kept the Shred, and he was re-rolling every other one. So we'll have to actually get back to his board and see how he fared. And as we're watching Liluo up here against... Okay, now we're going to swap over. So this is Sidera against Tidal. And we have Corki 2. He has the Ezreal 2 with that Sentinel emblem. He has the Heimer 2. is going to be able to take this, and did find the one copy of the Alawi. Is sitting on a second one on bench, as well as that Jace on bench as well. So I don't really feel like he needs to roll anymore. At this point, I feel like he can probably just go 9, unless he's really concerned about all the Alawis getting taken out of the pool.
Really good Jeduso combo coming out here. The trench coat into the Zanya, so it kills the AP items for him as well as giving him a great tank.
Yeah, the value of the trench coat Zanyas is just so much to get through here. Normally we see that on something like a Violet, but that time it was on the Vi, the late game Vi, which can do a lot of work here. And so we're getting to that point here where Minhee, for example, really hit the Renata 3 and the Singe 3, but has been struggling a bit and is getting really low on health here.
Yeah. It's tough. I mean, when you play that sort of a line and the other boards are getting really strong really fast and you're losing early, it's like you generally just bleed out. There's not really a lot of kind of comeback mechanics. You know, you're not just like, okay, well, now I'm going to push levels and cap out high. You know, you're kind of just stuck where you are. You can try to keep rolling and get some of these 2-cost 3-stars, but it is very difficult.
Yeah, so right now looking at the health totals, we have 2 players struggling at sub-20 health. No one going to get knocked out before the anomaly or anything, but Minhee with 2 losses could be out before PvE. On the top end, our 2 world champions are the 2 people that are win streaking. Lilu in particular, 90 health, sitting very comfortably. Our second place player at 89 health, and then Tidal on that 6 win streak right now. So far, looking like the experience is mattering, at least for this game.
Well, it is the first game of the day, and I will say the set champions, you know, they have a little bit more experience in playing under pressure, playing on a big field like this, so maybe that is still subject to change. I do want to talk about C2, though, because we did get a glimpse of that board, and I think he was really hoping for the Prismatic to box him out, finds that random augment, and I don't think that was really what was needed. Maybe the other choices weren't as great, so now is kind of back against the wall.
He does win against Cider, who has the most difficult board to parse out. And we just saw Jeduso. He has no offensive items on his board whatsoever. So that's a big red flag so far.
Yeah, he had double mittens. He had the Mana Zane on his Caitlyn, and then he had that you know, setup that we talked about on the Vibe, but could be a little bit difficult.
Yeah, we get our champion view here, and I have to say I like the backline dominator Elise. You see, you know, mostly of the time Elise is being used as frontline for that stun, that utility.
Does a lot of damage.
Yeah, but backline does a lot as well, and with the Dominator to scale that up, as well as the adaptive helm sort of acting as that Shojin, you've got decent frontline here. Already hit the Mundo too. You know, has that extra health. So this feels like the kind of game that worst case scenario, you're going like second, maybe a terrible third at worst, but really good position. The only thing that would really cap this off would be finding that Silco 2 to make sure that you've got all the power you need.
Yeah, I mean, I think Tidal's in a really great spot as well. Like, he elected to not continue rolling for that Alawi, which I think is correct. I think you can just push levels. Your board is more than strong enough, you know, to actually get a first place. You're going to need to be 9. You're going to be able, need to get some more legendaries in there.
I was saying he's 50 gold, already found the J, so once he pops that on there, then he can transform the JG into a sponsored item as well. That's just a massive power spike waiting to happen.
Not only that, he's also holding an additional copy of the Corki, which he already has at 2-star. So either looking for the high cap of Corki 3, or just saying, I'm going to deny this a little bit longer for the other emissary players and make sure it's out of the pool for now.
That feels really bad for Jeduso because he was trying to go into that line with the Mana Zane.
That was close.
It was a little close
gonna
fight.
Stay alive.
Yeah, he does have the comeback story anomaly.
Oh, it's calculated.
It's going to have to be a good story more.
It is. It's going to be a bit of a struggle here. You know, DSG not really starting off the way they'd want,
DSG
unfortunately.
curse.
Yeah, a little bit. So we'll see here. But looking at this board here, 145 out of 150 on the Conqueror stack. Still playing around that Swain, but has the LeBlanc as well, the Elise 2, the Ambessa 2. So pretty interesting board there.
Absolutely. It's been a while since we've seen like a Swain full carry, but I think what's interesting is you can actually frontline the Swain with that anomaly. He had Touch of Frost as well, so he can actually move his board. There's a lot of flexibility there.
Yeah, goes level 9 already. Very rich on this side. We talk about how Conqueror was giving those extra rewards. He has so much gold to roll here. Finds the Jace, is going to put that in. And
Speaking of rich.
Yeah, just a lot of rewards here.
Tidal on 90 gold also goes to level 9. Now Dig Steve tries to find some of these legendary upgrades as well. Side-by-side view of both of our players.
Well,
Let's see what comes through.
As well, by the way.
Yeah, you know, you just pick up what you find.
We'll see if he's going to actually elect to buy more, because I think there was another Heimer player, was there not? Or is he the only
No,
Heimer
there was
player?
somebody who had them on their board, but they weren't.
They weren't going to commit to it. So, I mean, it is an angle, right, to actually look for that as an out. You know, already going to be on 5-1, and he still had gold to roll. We'll see if Minhee can survive here, but it's not looking good at all. I do think he's going to be our first player eliminated.
Oh, that Twitch is ramping up.
It's close. It's actually really close.
Oh, no.
So I want to call out here that we took Comeback Story at 2 health, but we put it on the Renata. A lot of Renata's power is also the shields she provides, and so damage amp isn't really helping those shields. The comp just came online a little too late, unfortunately, and so that is going to be our first 8th place. Good news is you've got, you know, another game, but another 8th here, another 7th, and you might just be out of the way.
Oh, there's a Twitch 3. We just heard the crowd go wild while we saw that camera on Stellar Mini, but that was the reason for it. Huge upgrade on C2.
Now I want to call out here, and you know, this is one of those things that like players will give me grief for, but Twitch 3 actually not one of the more impressive 3-star 4 costs.
True.
The problem with a Twitch 3 is that you still kind of have to ramp up a bit. And the problem is he does only have Mundo 1 on the front line right now. So if somebody were to burst through this Mundo 1 quickly, there is a risk here. We're not like out of the woods just yet. We're in a decent position, but again, that Mundo 2 is going to be really important.
I do agree.
Another player eliminated. Jedusor takes a loss here in that first game as well, and so does Saidera.
Wow, a lot of our, you know, our non-local players.
I was about to say,
out.
did EMEA in America just go 6, 7, 8 here?
Yeah.
Is that what just happened in game 1? That is.
See, we don't talk about that.
So, oh, there's a Victor in shop for someone. I can see it.
Yeah.
That's getting clicked.
That's going to be for title.
Yeah.
Champion finds the victor here.
Well, so now for title, you are for sure going for a 3-star 4 cost, right? Like I think
have to.
you have to when someone does hit that kind of a board. Yes, I agree. You know, Twitch needs some time to ramp up, but you still need kind of a Giga Cap board to be able to actually beat that.
Oh yeah, no, it's still a Twitch 3, right? Like we're talking about like, oh, instead of a 2.1 average, it's like a 2.4. You know, it's still an insanely good champion.
He's on 6 Alawies though, 5 Corkis, 5 Heimers, and 17 gold. So has decent odds to hit one of those, honestly. Like he's got quite a bit of health, 55 health, still wins. You've got like 4, 5, 6 rounds left in this game, and
multiple
you could get
outs.
one of those. Yeah, exactly. You have 3 outs that are all reasonable. There's another Corki, so that would be his 6th Corki. Then it'd be 6 Corkis, 5 Heimers, 5, or rather 6 Alawies as well.
And 2 Jaces and a partridge in a pear tree.
And 2 world champions.
Yeah, he's got a lot to work with here. But yeah, so right now, going to keep an eye on that Twitch 3. Again, see how that goes. Looking at the board, has not found the hasn't found the Mundo yet. So yeah, title is going to get up to 6 Corkis here. The question is, how long do you hold the gold here, right? Title on this 11 win streak, so feeling really comfortable with that Heimerdinger right now.
Yeah, I mean he's on no gold right now, so he did roll down. So we'll see, you know, what he has hit. He is 1 off Heimer. Now the question is, does he sell the others? So he's 2 off Corki, 1 off Heimer. I don't think at this point you
so
sell.
healthy.
No.
You kind of
just wait
chill.
and roll it down after PvE, or you can roll every phase.
I was gonna say this is a 6-1 roll down for sure.
That's what I think, especially like. If I only had the Heimers, I might be so worried about them getting taken out of the pool that I keep rolling true 0 every round. But I think because you have 3 obvious outs here, I think you can afford to eco up a little bit and see what you hit.
And another point is Citru has no gold to actually deny him anymore, so he can definitely wait.
We do have another player that might get eliminated in this first game, though Mung Chun-yu is fighting, trying to beat Xiaochu's board, but it's not enough. 1 more player out.
Definitely felt like the lower hand compared to Li Luo, who rolled faster than him, and they were on the same lines.
Yeah, Victor, not the bailout he was looking for there. The stun, you know, helping a little bit, but not enough to beat the Dominator AP scaling. Just ends up being really strong. And that's the thing with Title's board. Title was on this win streak. He had a really strong board here, and so being able to add that Victor sort of elevates it another +1 that's going to make it pretty hard to top this win streak.
We're getting closer. 1 off the Alawi, 1 off the Heimerdinger.
What beats a 3-star 4 cost? 2
3-star 4 costs.
There we go.
Or 1 better one.
True.
And I do feel like Heimer 3 is going to be a lot harder to beat, but we'll see. They're going to be matching up against each other. We'll see how the Mundo 2 that has been upgraded. Looks like it is giant size there in the middle.
Yeah.
Oh, the stomp
Also
time.
holding one of the Alawi, so has heard at least that call. Doesn't have a lot of gold to work with, but any Alawis and Heimerdingers C2 will find are getting picked up here as well.
That was actually kind of close,
Well,
which was scary.
That's Twitch for you.
That's what I was saying. Twitch needs that ramp-up time, with the Victor slowing down that ramp-up time for 2 seconds. That vulnerability window that the Victor creates also, that's a time to burst down the Mundo where he's not healing. So now, big thing to note here is we are on Scuttle Puddle here.
Yes.
So this isn't going to kill anybody, but this is going to be 2 more item anvils, which means we've got 2 more full items to add to our composition here. And if you look at Title's board, you're either looking at something for the Rumble or something that you can just throw on the Victor for a little bit of extra power.
Oh, wow. Look at C2's board. One of each holding there on his bench.
Yeah, but there still is one more.
There's one left, but obviously harder to hit now.
Yeah, of course.
Good awareness, good awareness. Okay, Corky's completely out. Let's see if Title spots this. If he knows this, he should sell his Corky's.
Yeah, the thing is, Title's in a position right now where he can wait this out. I don't think you sell here. I think you chill. You're still at 43 health here. You go maybe 2 more rounds and try to make something happen. He also found the Rumble upgrade here, so that's going to be extra power as well. So I'm not too worried about this position.
I think the problem is that the player that's holding the units is C2. So that is the player to be. That is the player that's not getting knocked out. So if you don't want that player to hold more of your copies even still, you kind of need to make that happen.
Xiaoqi as well is holding a Heimer in the top right and a Corky. So
only Alawi left open.
Yeah, so only Alawi, and that might be out too. We haven't actually seen everyone's board, so they are going to be holding this. They're trying to deny that win condition.
Now, in order to deny the win condition, you do have to deny the wins here, and Title is still playing such a strong board that he is able to win that fight. So, you know, as much as he may not hit this, he may not need them.
You know what's actually funny is I feel like, in a way, if I'm Xiaoqi, I actually would rather have Title get the 3-star because he can then kill the bot player with the Twitch 3.
Correct.
Whereas I think by holding them, all that's going to happen is you're less health than Title anyway. Now you're going to go 3rd instead of 2nd, right? So I think it's actually better for Title to hit it, kill the Twitch player who's low, and then you say, okay, well, whatever, I go for 2nd.
That depends on matchmaking, though.
It does.
If the Twitch player runs over you first.
He has more HP, though.
With 4 players left, that matchmaking is going to play out. I 100% agree with this play.
I think
that's the type of play that, you know, these players may not be as experienced to be thinking about, though. It's not something you would typically do in a ladder, but in a tournament, I 100% agree.
Corky has been sold on the side of Title, but we do have Title going up against Li Lol, and that might be another player getting knocked out here. Cutting it close, Silco does go down, and that will be a big hit for...
We do have to mention there is another 3-star forecast on the board, and Bessa was just found by Sichu. So it's going to be really fun, a double IE.
C2 is out because of that. Lilo also out. That means Title now has a chance to once again find that Heimerdinger.
Oh, Xiaoqi, sorry.
Yeah, Xiaoqi found the Mbessa.
And there's the Alawi 3. The Alawi's hit.
But I don't think the Alawi is going to be enough against the Mbessa. If the Mbessa can get past it at all, right? Like if it's not lined up with it, I think the Mbessa just kind of kills everything, no?
Yeah, so
I feel like generally the carries outpace the tanks.
The Mbessa does not have any lifesteal, though, so that's kind of an interesting thing to keep out.
Let's see here.
But this is a good side.
Oh, this is a fine Mbessa. This is 2 crit items. When this thing casts, things are going to die. Is on the back line here.
No stun from Victor.
Look at that heal.
Yep. It's going to be able to heal up.
Didn't get onto the Corky or the Heimer.
No, yeah, this is not.
And now the Alawi's tanking it, so he's actually going to lose. That was some poor pathing from the Mbessa. I thought he had the right positioning. It ended up going back towards the melee, though, instead of into the back line.
No Heimerdinger in the carousel. That's the big important one.
Yep. Gonna get an even shroud here, maybe give some extra damage to that Mbessa. And
still lacking armor pendant.
The Alawi, the thing to talk about the Alawi as well is, yes, she's incredibly tanky, but the way the 3-star 4-cost tanks scale is they get a ton of damage as well. So even though like Heimer and Corky might be on the right side, Alawi can just kill things by herself on the left side. So does find a Swain 3 here. That is a decent upgrade. It's no 3-star 4-cost, but it's not bad, and still correctly holding that Heimerdinger just to make sure we don't elevate all the way. That being said, you've got your top 2. You've got to feel really good about this, and You know, again, the story here has to be title. You know, we talked about how good he is in checkmate. Starting right off with either a first or a second has got to be scary for the other competitors.
And this time the Mbessa is lined up with the Alawi, which does not bode well for that Mbessa. Both the carries already pummeling this Mbessa. It is trying to heal up, does dash back, and we'll see if that's going to buy the time. The Victor Stun's going to come through, though. And again, the Alawi channeling and channeling. That is the damage you talked about, Mort. Lets the hammer drop onto the Mbessa. And that's going to be Tidal taking game number 1.
And in what a way. You were on the panel this morning, Azael, and he was kind of asked, like, how do you prepare? How do you play? And he says, oh, just based on the format. Well, listen up. If the format is checkmate, Tidal's just going to run with it. He's shown this again and again. The only double set champion we have in TFT at all, and also the currently reigning champion, and that is just somebody that wants to hold this title for now.
And I mean, it turns out, depending on the format, styles can change, but going first is always good.
Yeah, absolutely. We talked about Minhee getting 50% win rate in the group stages, and now Tidal has 50% win rate in checkmate format overall. So that's just absolutely crazy. Another whole level. I do want to give props to Xiaoqi. We didn't talk about it, but I think he channels the spirit of the audience here. He is a complete unknown when it comes to competitive. We don't have any information or histories on him. To go up against Tidal, make it to the final lobby, surprise everyone, that's got to be a big plus.
Yeah, and I think if you look at his board too, right, this is a pretty unconventional board that you don't see a lot of here. Is using the emissaries, but we typically with emissaries we see things like the Corki, instead choosing to play around that backline Swain and play a little bit of that sorcerer line. So showing that emissary can be flexible in a lot of different ways here. And then Lilua, who had the Dominator board, that also did really, really well. We can see the records here. On the bottom side, unfortunately, our America players and our EMEA players going 6, 7, 8. So home field advantage.
Just rub it in, Mort. It's okay. I'll just cry a little.
The home players, you know, have a little bit of shine here in the first game.
I think rightfully so, but we're going to take another look at the highlights of this game. And, well, maybe depending on who you're rooting for, also the lowlights as player eliminations will show up in this as well.
Yeah, this was a fight where he had the Renata 3, but it just shows how close it was. That comeback story, not really doing it here. Goes up against the Twitch, you know, that was just such a really strong Twitch here. The Twitch able to output that damage, has ramped up. Once the Ginsu stacks goes, gets the kill here and sends, unfortunately, our DSG player into 8th place. You can see here kind of trying to fight that off here. He's been doing so well up until this, so that 8th, a little unconventional. And here's the roll down where we hit the Twitch 3 on 5-2. And from that point on, the rest of the lobby is on a clock, right? You see that 3-star forecast. How do you beat that? And so everyone else trying to stay alive. This is where we've got our top 3 here, and Liluo does get knocked out by Tidal, and that Heimerdinger just playing so well, that 6 Sentinel, and this gets down to our another play here with the Twitch 3. We talked about this fight being very close, but the Mbessa gets on the Twitch 3, knocking it out really fast, and that is going to be the end of the Twitch 3. I think going third with a 3-star forecast, not really what you want to go, but it still gets top 4.
Yeah. You could see his read his expressions.
But I think the same thing happened to him that happened to us. You look towards Tidal because you know he was already close before that Twitch 3 came online, and then Xiaoqi in the shadows just kind of builds up that Mbessa, and no one really clocks it.
Yep, and we can see there that final fight here giving Tidal the first place. That's going to be 8 points towards that 20, towards that checkmate. And again, this is his comfort zone. We've seen this might be the 3rd big tournament where he does well. It is just one game. We don't want to jump to conclusions, but you can see here kind of a fan favorite right now, starting to build up that rep that he might be the king of TFT, and I think a win here would certainly cement that.
And he's done it in a style that we see him do a lot in checkmate, which he really prefers that open loss streak. He doesn't do that much when he's playing domestically, but when it's on the big stage, loss streak into the extra emblem, into some really, really good strong roll down powers with the Heimerdinger and the Sentinel line.
Yeah, it was, I mean, I think a masterclass of a TFT game from several of our competitors here. Really, really cool to see. Personally, I also think this might have been the most forecast 3 stars we will see, hopefully,
I haven't
maybe.
seen a lot at all.
Yeah, I'm really surprised.
Yeah, just the extra economy. We talked about how not only was it Scuttle Puddle, but it was the double economy drop at the beginning. That allowed players to reach a pretty comfortable level later. We even saw some power-ups as well, and the fact that everyone in the lobby was generally playing pretty weak. We saw a lot of Lost Streak in Stage 2, and a few players that converted into Lost Streak in Stage 3 with those power-up augments. So everyone was kind of waiting to come online later, and that allowed a few of our players to reach level 9 with like 50, 60 gold, which put them in a great spot.
Yeah, we are going to be going over to our friend Huberson, who's going to show you a little bit about Project K, and we'll see you for Game 2 afterwards here at the TFT Macao Open.
Okay, so it's Sunday. This is final day of the TFT Macao Open, and we're in the booth in the gameplay of Project K. Project K has been announced, and it's so amazing to have a card made with so many familiar faces, and you have like different archetypes that are working out so well. You have Jinx with a very aggro tempo deck. You need to use your resources too fast, but maybe if you use it too fast, you won't have energy to ramp up into the late game. The other one that can really ramp up is Bolivar. It's so amazing to have so many additional units, big monster coming up into the field, and then you can go for more flexible play, maybe mid-range with the Yasuo going for additional damage, going out, moving whenever you want. So actually the flexibility is amazing. We had a chance to talk with developers, so this is the final day. If you're in TFT Macao, come to the gameplay, enjoy it, and try to play with the favorite decks. So Project K is coming amazing, and it's your turn to enjoy it too. Vamos!
Ooh, very cool to see that first game play out. I'm very excited to be back to dig into the second game of action. And so, yay! Who's excited?
I'm super excited. Title has had such a good start. And talking about Project K, I wonder if there's going to be a player that's going to be a 2-time champion in both titles. Is that coming soon?
Ooh, I feel like the closest that we've had so far is Alan ZQ in Legends of Runeterra, right, Panda?
That being said, he seems to be a little bit cursed when it comes to TFT, not able to make the day 3s despite dominating on ladder. So it'll take a little bit longer, I think, for the 2-time champion.
Also, Panda, welcome.
Thank you, Necro.
Hope you're having a good time so far.
Very excited. The game. The first game was so exciting. I think as you mentioned, Clement, the split between regions, having someone to root for no matter where you're from is always great news.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately for our America and EMEA, I'm going to rub it in a little bit more, but 6, 7, 8, not the start you're looking for here. I think this is a chance for a lot of our hometown China players to really prove. That being said, again, from our APAC region title, going off to that big lead here. And so the question is, we've seen checkmate formats so much at this point over the years. It's always a question of like, how does that game 2 and game 3 play out, right? Do we see, it kind of flip and everyone's even, or do we see like 1 or 2 people really run away with the show, and that sort of creates the narrative? So this is the game where we start to see that narrative build and what's going to happen from here on out.
Title's only 12 points away from that checkmate, and I love to watch those scenarios where there's one person in check and the rest of the lobby is uniting and trying to stop and make sure the show goes on. Those are the really highlight situations to see if players are familiar in playing with checkmate format. How do you dodge the denies?
That's a great point. Checkmate format is a very unique way that we see TFT get played out in tournament format. Oftentimes we look at these tournaments as cumulative points. But even just the rest of the TFT Macao Open followed a very different format.
And I think it justifies the kind of warping of, do I contest someone? Do I hold certain units? You have to have this extra layer of strategy that you usually don't have in normal games because you're not incentivized to have it. But in Checkmate, everything changes. As you mentioned, not just one player griefing you, but maybe the entirety of the lobby making things impossible. We saw with Title back in Runeterra Reforged, where he was able to delay opening Tome specifically because he knows everyone was watching his perspective, and that allowed him to have an edge up.
That's the thing I actually wanted to talk about, is because it feels like if anyone knows the checkmate format, it's Title. And I remember because I was casting that game thinking, ooh, he's in a rough spot. He's not doing great. But what he did, like you said, he held the tome, he held everything, and did one big transition that basically meant no one could really react to it. It was sort of like, what's he doing? We're not sure. Oh, he has an amazing board now. What do we do? And that's how he had that 4-game win. And it's kind of how he played the last game, actually. He was like, lost streak, figure out what my augments are, and then boom, transition into that Heimerdinger I hit. And so if like this was the game where he was in check, I don't think anyone would have been able to stop him, right? Like, so he's shown that he can play in a way that the other players may not be able to react to.
And most of the games that we've seen from Tidal on the main stage have all been very much that open fort style, trying to loss streak, and then go into those uncontested lines. And Tidal's one of those players. Clement, I think you had a wild statistic for how Tidal's able to do in the final lobbies.
He's up to 50% now, but I do want to mention, actually, Tidal's journey here, the reason we call him the protagonist is because it's never always that smooth. He was actually 4th place in the previous 2 rounds of cuts. So, you know, hearing in his interview, he was very nervous for himself. He was not like super sure that everything was going to go well. He was talking to a lot of the APAC players. He was in Araya and Haruru in the same round. 3 of them going up. They all advanced from that round, but things were actually kind of close. It's not Tidal just dominating everything for sure.
It's funny because if you only pay attention to checkmate days and final days, you think Tidal is literally untouchable. But if you look at his journey, qualifying even to the TAC crowns, it always seems like he's not that dominant. He has maybe a little bit behind on the meta, but then everything just seems to click into place. So I think maybe he just turns it on when he needs to. Other than that, he plays more top 4 style. The ability, I think, like you mentioned, Mortdog, of not just winning a game, but winning a game with the extra layer of people contesting you, that is what most impresses me. And I think players who have not been in a checkmate format like this before, having to adapt on the fly on this day is one of the difficult things.
Now, that being said, I hope we're not, we're talking about him a lot here because obviously he's good. There are 7 other players, but hopefully we're not caster cursing him here because, again, what I'd hate to see is the very next game, you know, he struggles and goes 7th or 8th because, again, we have seen that throughout the groups, right? It hasn't been a dominating performance. It's been some tough 4th, some tough 6th. So we'll have to see how the next game plays out.
Wow, look at that support. We've got some support for Jadusaur there, Tidal. Oh, very cool.
Lots of French players coming in here. And I do want to mention the French players had such good success competing in CN. They actually won 2 Summit Invitationals with Potty Bowl and also Double 61. So there is that kind of fear factor in the home crowd when it is regarding this new wave of French players.
Jadusaur especially, I talked a bit to him yesterday. He told me his default game plan would be Silco Dominators. I had the chance to watch a lot of his games in the top 16. He played a lot of Silco Dominators, so I think the game plan for top 4 especially is very good. I think for day 3, he has to adjust. He has to play more for a comp that can win out.
Let's get into the second game of the final day of competition here at the TFT Macao Open. 8 players entering into the fold once again. Can we see anybody topple that first place that Tidal had to kick things off?
Talking about dominance, Meng Chunyu was actually one of the best players when it came to the group stages that we've seen before. He comes from the JOC. He does have that checkmate format experience behind him. And to do it in 2 different sort of settings, it's both TFT, but he usually plays mobile. Being able to dominate on the PC scene as well is such a good sign.
I feel like PC is like unleashing the training weights after playing on mobile.
True.
Right? The roll downs are really hard on mobile sometimes. And so you get the key to re-roll, and then you also have your mouse to reposition things. And so, yeah, we'll see.
Even for some players, it could be the first time playing on 0 ping. I imagine that has to feel so crisp in terms of the roll downs, positioning last second. I think it really allows players to express themselves to the highest possible level in a day 3 like this.
Yeah, it's like why we buy 1 in the show match, right?
Yep, we saw it there.
Yeah, like I said, getting to play on the 0 ping. That being said, it's still a situation where your nerves have got to be high. For a lot of these players, this might be their first big tournament result. Doing it in front of a live audience here, that's got to be pretty nerve-wracking. And you can see kind of everyone, how they're dealing with that, right? Some people in that slow focus. Some people, you know, you see a little twitching going on here. So everyone figuring out how they can get in that right mindset as we go into the game too.
I do want to point out the pen and paper that's provided to the players there. This is something that when I was talking to my study group, we really wanted the players to do more of, is you want to track the points that everyone has. And this is a huge point for Cider yesterday, actually. He was on 8 points after game 2. He tracked who he needed to actually grief and hold cards from, and that was a big part of his win over Ironbog to get into the finals. Even more important in checkmate format, I'd say.
Even for the comps players are angling, you can kind of understand if they're realistically going to finish on that comp in stage 4 or maybe pivot off of a reroll or go for a win-out comp depending on where their points are. So the overall meta strategy of where players are in the tournament is so relevant, especially in game 4 and game 5 where someone might be in checkmate, things get a little bit more dicey.
It's a really cool sign. I love the illustrations that we're seeing on some of these player support signs as well. I got the really cool porcelain Aurelia portrait on one of them. Tidal has had a ton of support in the audience. I think he might have had the loudest reception to his player walkout when all of the players actually hit the stage.
It turns out when you win a bunch, you end up being pretty popular. And so, yeah, definitely looking really good here. And again, trying to get in that mindset. Has to feel good about that first place, but still a long way to go here. We're only at 8 out of 20 to get into that check. So,
and I do want to mention that Tidal is becoming sort of an ambassador to the TFT game overall. There's a lot of praise in Japan coming out from him. He won the Japan Esports Awards this year and got to link up with a lot of different titles, no pun intended, especially with League of Legends. We saw it with Evi as well. They were playing, he was teaching him TFT, so he's bringing a lot of new players in to the genre. It's a great sign to see.
All right, now let's get into that game number 2 here of our competition. See what this game has to offer. We got to see some crazy things in that first game, like a Twitch 3. I wonder if there are a couple of other 3-star forecasts that might be on the table.
I'm excited for the encounter. Yesterday, at least on main broadcast, we saw a lot of Vi component ambles. I think just the right amount of variance without it being too warping. I wonder if some players who maybe need to bounce back from an 8th or a 7th are looking for the higher variance encounters with things like Mbessa maybe coming through. Mordog, I know you're already rolling your eyes.
Mbessa's like, look, what we do as a designer versus what we want as a player sometimes are two different things. And I'll say, I get like why we have Mbessa. There's a lot of players out there that love it. From the competitive side and as a player in my ranked games, I cannot stand that encounter. That was sometimes you just get put in the most awkward situations that are hard to deal with. And like, I would hate to be, for example, Stellar Minhee, you're going in, you end up with a golem and you're just like, what do I do here? It can tilt you pretty hard. So I'm hoping for less that. And like you said, I like more like the Vi or even honestly like Echo, right? Yep. Like getting all prismatic, it's still something that you have a lot of agency in. You can put yourself like, which path do I want to go down? Those to me are sort of where you get the highlights of TFT.
Can I shake your hand more, Dog? Because I have been saying on broadcast for so long, wandering trainers at the checkmate format sometimes is a little bit iffy. There definitely are high roll moments and low roll moments coming into that.
Yeah, well, we already saw a game on broadcast where just like sometimes you get the unplayable triple trait, and then it can be a little bit tough. We're just
okay?
Huh? Can we go okay?
As an encounter?
Yeah, let's get we'll have okay. Just Ramus shows us up in the middle of the board. Just FYI, looks like we are trying to reset the lobby, and then we will be getting ready for our players to get back into the game. But I am excited to see Echo. I'm excited to see Heimerdinger. I think those two are some of the most fun. I think Crab Brave also has delivered some great moments for us on broadcast.
And we can talk about a couple of the new ones that we see in Into the Arcane evolved here. There is the Warwick one, the Victor one that gives you the earlier 6 cost. Warwick is kind of just Spoils of Wars on automated. And of course, there's the Jace one, which gives you the artifact. Which one would be your favorite, Mordog?
And Mel.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, so of those ones, I feel like the Jace one is really exciting. You get a single artifact. You can kind of pick which line you want to go. And artifacts tend to elevate champions in a new way. So a lot of lines that maybe struggle a little bit, like say like the Nocturne, all of a sudden have new styles where they can really highlight. There's also just some creative uses. You can get some economy. So that one generally to me feels like a chance for players to sort of flex their flexibility, if you will. Whereas some of the other ones like the Victor and the Mel, it feels like you're sort of at the mercy of being told how to play. For example, I as a player, I like win streaking a lot. And so when you see the Mel encounter, it's like, ooh, now all of a sudden win streaking isn't as good. I might need to consider different options. And so I'm personally more of a fan of the ones that you get some control over how you want to play.
I think with Jace especially, having the theory prepared in terms of how not just single artifacts, but 2 artifacts together work with certain champions, especially as openers, you open that up a bit more. But we are finally ready to go into the game. Game number 2, the countdown begins. The encounter will very quickly show up on our screens, and we'll be able to know what is in store for us for the second game of this day 3.
Yeah, we'll have to see here. Transition.
Vika.
Okay, so Vika. This is actually one I like as well. This is the loot subscription. And so each time there's going to be a bit of a surprise. We have seen at least one game so far this tournament where someone got like the perfect artifact into a spatula, which was an automata emblem, into, like a bunch. So it can go pretty crazy, or it can actually be a pretty tame game. Some of the rewards are like a single reforger.
Or a boot.
Yep, exactly. The boot is definitely an option. So This will be interesting to see because not only will we have to see the first augment, but we'll have to see what the first loot drop is. And each loot drop is varied, right? There isn't some table of like different types of games. We could go from a boot to a spatula, back to a reforger, back to an artifact anvil, you know, so there's a lot of options here.
I'm not sure about the chances, but when I've talked to players, a lot of them really like to go for emblem starts when they're on this encounter. Are your chances of hitting another spatula really that high on this one?
I mean, I wouldn't call them high. They're about the same as anything else, but I think just playing to that out is still correct, knowing that you might have an extra spatula or a frying pan, because again, we've talked about before, like take Pit Fighter, for example. A single Pit Fighter emblem, not that great. 2 Pit Fighter emblems, that's a win condition.
I think the prio you have on certain comps has to change in this encounter because you have to have comps that are open to all the different varied possibilities you get as extra loot in terms of spatulas, you know, +1 emblems, artifacts. There are certain comps that you get a certain drop and you're like, I can't use this. I'm suddenly down a big loot that I can't make use of, really. Chem Baron is one of the big comps here, and right away, Saideda's onto that.
I was getting excited looking at it because I was like, wow, an early Rennie? Ooh, boy.
Yeah, Chem Baron, I actually do like Chem Baron on this portal. This is a portal where you can wait, let those rewards come in, and then spike later. And because everybody's getting those rewards, you're not necessarily, okay, it's a prismatic. Prismatic, I think the Shimmer scale priority drops a little bit, but overall not bad here. And Minhee, by the way, gets the Unexpected Adventure, I believe is what icon that is. That is one that players right now think is generally very powerful. If you can guarantee that hits, it ends up being pretty good. And we get a support item from our loot subscription, so that's going to be good. Liluo also, we see 2 of them here, actually. I forget the name of it, but it gives you a Tactician's Crown and a random emblem. So we'll have to see what random emblem each of them get. Title also going with the Wandering Trainer, so that's leaving some pretty big variance there to see what he gets. We also see some Lucky Gloves. Lucky Gloves, very powerful. Looking at these augments, the Lucky Gloves are going to be kind of your favorites to win streak, especially if you had a glove to start with here. Title does get Family. This is big. Family is really good early and gives you the option of a possible 5 family later. If the next augment gives him that family emblem, that could be an easy way to run away with this game.
And when you have 5 family, you do have Heist into the top side, which does give you extra loot. A lot of the times the 10, which is the most common one, gives you 50% chance for another spatula.
Yep.
We did see yesterday in the top 16 to qualify actually into this main stage on day 3. Itazor played a family game, found a family emblem on Tamel, which was very, very strong with a mana reduction. So we might see that happen later in the game.
Yeah, on the other side, by the way, we get to see some of the emblems that appeared here. One was Dominator, the other was Academy. So again, that's going to kind of push their line into a specific spot here. But yeah, Title was able to win that fight. And so now again, I'm looking at that 3-2 augment sort of going, where are we going from here?
There's a chance for Rennie for Liluo's board here on 2-2.
This is always a tough spot. I think upgrading a 3-star, a 3 cost, always makes it so difficult because your econ is going to be in the gutter for the rest of the game.
Yeah, the fact that he hit it is insane, though. That's a lot of value here. You can definitely win streak that to at least turn it around, but the fact that he already lost the first game, that hurts a bit. So pretty awkward here. Hopefully, at this point, you're kind of hoping the next loot subscription is going to give you extra gold so that you can kind of turn that economy back around because, like you said, otherwise it's going to be really awkward for a bit.
It is a big investment coming in. And taking a look at the lobby, there are 4 players now with additional emblems. So talking about the loot subscription and the potential win-outs, everyone has the same thing in mind.
Yeah, for example, if the next one is a spatula, you know, our family player, right? That's an easy 5 family. You know, we talk about the Dominator player. That one's a little harder to go up with. But yeah, actually, not a lot of other big spatula outs here from what I'm seeing.
There's also a Rebel player, I believe, from Jeruso.
Yeah.
So a lot of possible conditions to be seen here.
Yeah, Rebel definitely an option. Getting a look at this board. So we can see the Rebel board here has the Rebel emblem. Now, yeah, at this point, because you took the Rebel emblem from your augment, it's pretty hard to get that second Rebel emblem. The one game I've seen at this tournament, we ran into a situation where they did have the Wandering Trainer in the emblem, but were unable to find the Jinx and ended up going 6th, which was a pretty disappointing end to that condition. But at least you have the early, 3 Rebel for now, can be 5 Rebel later. Right now, I'm kind of missing the Vex, hilariously enough, and so you need to find that pretty quick so you can get to that 5 Rebel.
That's become a risky game plan because you have to go 10 to fit everything on the board. So you do have to really be mindful of your econ, of trying to pump levels while also not rolling and finding a Jinx naturally, for example. So there's always that mix between trying to pump levels and still re-rolling and find the right units.
Taking a look at some of the other emblems coming out, it's going to be Xiaoqi with the Academy emblem. He currently doesn't have any Academy units on board, so not going to be making use of the tempo provided from sponsor items, at least for now.
One of the things I love about Academy emblem is that it itself counts as a sponsored item.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Yeah, it does. So you get the extra benefit just from equipping that, and you can still have what feels like a 3 sponsored item character. So kind of provides a lot of power in that regard.
A bit of tech coming out. Rebel being denied here. Carousel doesn't get that.
Yeah, Tidal getting the sword here. Again, the Lucky Gloves players likely fighting over the gloves. It was Liluo who actually takes the gloves, so the Lucky Gloves players don't get that, unfortunately. Hopefully he's win streaking with his Rennie 3 there, has the support item, so.
And taking a look at Minhee's board, that's actually a pretty good combo for the Exalted Adventure there. I'm not sure if that's exactly the 3-2 cost he had, but we saw that, it is. So.
No, I was going to explain. Okay. It's Camille, Renata, and Akali.
Camille, Renata, Akali.
That's a tough one.
That's hard.
The Camille at least is going to be relatively uncontested, so you should be able to get that. The Renata and the Akali we have so many Rebel players, that one's going to be a little trickier. And that's the one he has the biggest lead on. Now remember, this augment now gives a lesser duplicator at the start of the stage to at least help you out. But it's going to have to hit that Renata pretty quick. And that would be an interesting spot where this would be the second game in a row now where he's tried to 3-star that Renata. Last game it didn't work out too well. Obviously this game it's a very different beast. We're not playing that Renata reroll comp instead of playing something else. But honestly I feel like Camille would kind of be the thing you'd want to lean into. But again, we've seen Camille generally across the not be played, with the exception of the title game where he played that really well.
So Camille, Renata, the 2 most likely ones he needs to 3 stars. Those trait webs do seem quite far apart. Yeah.
There's the Enforcer, I guess, with Loris if you go for the Sentinel route, but even then it is a little bit tricky. We have seen with this augment specifically, some players have just kept the 3-star on the bench and really only use it for the loots. You're not forced to play them on your board to get the results from it.
Yeah, and I actually think that's generally correct. That's why I'm like, if anything, maybe you just lean into the Camille a little bit, maybe play that Ambusher line, and it should be a little bit extra powerful based on the loot that you got. The question is just how fast do you get there, because until you get there, you are down a Prismatic. And this is a very risky augment. And the thing I'll call out here with Minhee taking this augment, again, the cap on this is very high. Talking to a lot of the players here, they actually have been asking for this augment to be nerfed. They think it's too strong. But it is still a high-risk augment. If it doesn't pay off, Minhee could go, back-to-back 8s, which would be not what you want to see and almost take him out of the competition.
It would be really hard unless we get into one of those alternative situations like Vegas where we have a lot of games to play. We could go maximum of 8 just for everybody watching.
Meng Chengyu, I believe he does have the 4 Conqueror start that Mordog loves, and 37 stacks already, full win streak on stage 2. This is probably one of the best Conqueror
starts. I love it.
Especially with Lucky Gloves, I think there's lots
of
Randuins. Great TG users in the Conqueror comp with Form Swapper, especially with Embezzler on as well. We're going to be looking at some possible Exodia combos with augments. Pandora's with Lucky Gloves is really, you can get so much more value from the augment if you find maybe 5, 6 TGs if you're patient enough coming into the late game.
Is that 2 Rennie 2s on stage 2? What's up with the Rennies here?
That is another Rennie 2, yes. So Rennie, showing up today apparently. That's true.
Is Jace at the venue? She's trying to get revenge. Oh wow.
She saw him during the show match.
Interesting to note here, I'm pretty sure that's an item on. He took the 100 cash out.
Oh, so this is the Rennie, the Renata reroll that we're seeing the CM players sort of utilize. You take almost every cash out just to make sure you get the Renata 3.
That's going to make it much harder for Minhee to actually hit the Renata.
All right, our loot subscription, by the way, was an artifact anvil.
Oh my
And you can see here Tidal slamming it right away.
So much gold as well.
Yeah, this is one of Violet's best items here because all of a sudden you've got so many mini Violets to deal with. Just punching up a storm, doing a lot of damage here. Does have a lot of gold. Not finding a ton of Violets right now, only at 4. We'll see how deep he goes. Decides to stay at 50, and we see our next augment here. And again, Tidal looking for that family emblem to hit 5 family.
And we're seeing the tailoring here from Tidal, removing the Draven, removing the Darius here as well, trying to hit the 3-2 augments. We'll see if that'll be the case here. But Trenchcoat, we've saw, I think, the entire weekend how strong it is, especially if you have maybe even a second artifact onto that Violet in the future.
Yeah, considering it's loot subscription, there is a chance for more of that value to come through. But remember, everybody got an artifact. This isn't some exclusive thing to them. So we're up to see how everybody is using that artifact. On the other side here, our Conqueror player doing really well here. Not going to quite hit 65 here. It's going to put him at 61. But next fight is going to get extra rewards here.
That's a streak broken for Luo, so again, having to work a little bit harder for that econ. Silver augments toning things down just a tiny bit for this 3-2 round.
A sigh of relief for everyone not named Tidal. It's like, okay, maybe not 4 games.
Yeah, the fact that it is a silver means nobody's going to get an extra emblem. There aren't really any outs there. Fire Sale, generally a pretty safe choice on the left here. I doubt we're taking Dumbify. That seems a little risky at this point here. And on the right side, we see Stellarman. He's bored here. Looking at what he's got a Quick Striker, so choosing to play around this Akali. But again, we talked about the Camille. Right now, only 1 Camille, 3 Akalis, and then we know Renata's contested. So this is a little rough. Choosing to use, by the way, the rerolls from his Silver Augment already. Still stuck at 1 Camille. This is, I was explaining, this is a high-risk augment. I think the risk is not paying off here.
I don't think so either. It's going to be so tough because you take a look at Saidera also already having the 2-star Renata, another, just a couple out of the pool.
Yeah, it feels like Renata's pretty much out of, you're not going to be able to hit that. So you've got to go the Camille and the Akali. At least he has a couple of Akalis, but the Camille he seems pretty far behind on.
Which is wild because no one else is playing it.
Yeah.
Double knock up onto the back line here, but it does look like the Blighting Jewel, a great artifact pickup. It's not a DOT on Renata, but at least it is the magic penetration.
Yeah, it's just a little bit of extra power here, and it is a level 6 versus level 5. We've only got 6 Violets. Was able to find at least 2 more, but overall still kind of behind here. And we get a look at what looks to be a Visionary board here. We haven't seen a ton of Visionary past 4, especially with the Heimer nerf and the Malzahar nerf, but yeah.
That is a Garen.
It is a Garen, but it's also the combo I talked about at 3-1. Pandora's plus Lucky Gloves, a chance to roll multiple TGs all throughout the game. You do have to sacrifice sometimes a little bit of HP, waiting for those perfect rolls, but it's a greedy play style that really, I think, rewards you in stage 5 and 6 when you have so many strong units you want to itemize.
For Stellarman, he's trying to find a bit of a win streak to preserve HP, and interesting combo coming up and not working out well for him. The backline actually targets because of the Herald right there. The backliners actually all focus fired the Akali, and unfortunate matchmaking gets his main carry taken out instantly.
Yeah, that item is pretty hard to use in isolation. You usually, hilariously enough, I've been finding putting it on tanks can actually work pretty well with the extra armor and MR. But you do need a lot of sustain to make sure that you don't just get burst down, because like you said, you do get targeted first. As we head to the Carousel here, the 4 costs we're looking at are Echo, as well as Alawi and Twitch. Alawi, good for our Rebel player here. Stellarman, he's going to take that. Works well with his Akali that he's playing. Has the 2 lesser duplicators as well, but overall, nothing crazy going on this Carousel.
I want to call out the silver augments that we're seeing. We have 3 Fire Sale players.
Yep. Fire Sale, generally another one that is considered pretty strong because on average, if you think about the structure, it's like 2 to 3 to 4 gold later. But it is still a silver augment that is just gold, and sometimes you can low roll it if it gives you 1 cost, and so it can feel pretty bad sometimes.
I almost prefer it over raining gold at times. I just feel like I'm lucky because you can sometimes snag the 5 costs, the 4 costs. Pretty crazy.
It's always funny, by the way, when you have Fire Sale and the first turn your 6 cost appears in the shop and it snags that, you're just like, yes!
You hit the jackpot right there.
Let's take a look at Tidal's count on his units. He's 2 away from the Violet here, so not doing too bad. If you get your board completed on 4-1, I think you're happy enough.
Now, obviously, part of the reason Tidal played this was the Wandering Trainer, but I do like this composition. We've seen this composition be very strong throughout the weekend as a top 4 comp. It doesn't really win a lot of games, what we've seen, but even second places, it's done pretty well. And so again, if you're starting off with the first place, what better than a nice reliable top 4 comp to continue that lead? So I do like this comp selection from Tidal.
We did see a glove picked up in the Carousel from Lucky Gloves players, so already trying to move towards having so many TGs available for the stage 4 roll down, especially some extra Conqueror stacks here. A very strong board here.
Ooh.
Finds the Leonas, finds the GP2 already with 3 items. Red buff so strong in this GP early on.
It's always so nice when you just get an automatic upgrade from something already on your board, and you also have the Academy emblem to boot with it. A very nice high roll from Xiaoqi. That's going to continue his win streak on Conqueror.
I usually just get 5 gold.
I mean, we are looking at the situation here. 2 of our win streak players on the left and the right. The question is, will they face up against each other?
Ooh.
Doesn't look like it.
And the Academy items for this game will be Archangel Staff, Steadfast Heart, and Titan's Resolve. I think Archangel is especially something you can lean into heavily for a Heimerdinger.
No, they are playing each other, I think.
Oh, okay. So, yep. So this will decide who gets to keep the win streak here. Yep. And so it looks like the Lux is going to do pretty well here. The Ezreal tried his best here, but that is going to continue the win streak. 93 health now, feeling really good spot here. On the other side, we see a Zeri here trying to do a little bit of work here. Zeri, not something we see a lot of at this tournament, but unfortunately isn't going to be able to get through the Rumble on the other side. That is a very early Rumble. And Rumble early is especially good because you're going to be able to buy a lot of those upgrades. And when you get it early, it can be really worth investing in.
That's so crazy from Cider. So he's actually going to level 7 to roll for 2 costs in the Renata, which is something a lot of players are doing with the shop odds.
Yeah, so we get a count here, by the way, and what I'm seeing is 5 Akalis, 4 Renatas, 3 Camille's. So really far behind where you want to be with this. And only at 39 health here. This feels like what you're praying for is that the loot subscription gives you a bunch of gold, and you're going to roll down this turn. I feel like you kind of have to this turn.
Well, let's find out. It's a gold orb.
It was a bunch of gold. It was. Look at this.
Yeah, 86 gold.
So that is best case scenario for him. I think right now you roll this down, you use all the duplicators you've got, and you hit this turn as best case scenario. Again, we're at 6 Akalis, 7 Renatas, 8 Renatas. Yeah, 7 Renatas. Is rolling really deep here.
There's nothing. Ooh, Renata 3.
Yep.
2 more Akalis. 1 more Akali.
He's using the duplicators.
Perfect.
Oh, but he left.
Doesn't have time
he couldn't
to
pick it up in time.
Oh.
The APM check not successful will be maybe another loss here, but then should stabilize the rest of this stage 4 with all the extra loot coming through. And it's a great Akali positioning here as well onto the Silco.
Yeah, the one thing worth noting, though, is he did have to spend about 70 gold to get there. And remember, everybody got the same thing from loot subscription, so that gold boost went to everybody. So yes, he did hit and get stronger, but so did everybody else. He's going to take some damage here, probably dropping to sub 30 health here, 27. And so now we'll get a chance to see what the rewards were from those orbs. We see a full item anvil.
To take invested. Make it back up.
That invested feels so bad.
I feel like Flurry of Blows might be a better choice here. Calculated Enhancement can be okay. Feels like you need combat here. Max Cap this late, I'm probably not taking that. Piercing Lotus is probably the choice here, yeah. Gets a support item and 2 full items. So again, a lot of combat power here, but you know, he has a Renata 3 on the bench that doesn't really fit the comp. Grabs a Zerat portal here, and now we're in a situation where our carry is Akali, which I don't know. I'm not thrilled at where we're at right now.
Akali got nerfed too, didn't she?
Akali 3 got a bit of a small nerf. The other units around all got buffed, so like, you know, Ambessa got buffed, Twisted Fate got buffed, and does have good items here. You know, we have the Radiant Hodge, you know, so it also got a Radiant Refactor.
Right.
So pretty powerful. I do like the fact that we now have the Edge of Night to go with the Cutlass. So if you take too much damage, you're going to be able to just shrug that off and heal right back up with the Radiant Hodge. So as far as Akali goes, this is as powerful as you can kind of make her. The question is the surrounding units enough? And so right now this fight is good, but again, we're talking about how we're down gold as everybody else ramps up. You know, can we turn this around? But again, this is the power of that augment, right? That was so much. It was a Radiant Refractor, a support item, and 2 full items. If you think about that being your prismatic, that's an insane amount of value.
2 boards.
A Rumble 2?
Oh, wow. That's insane.
What?
Jedu So and Xiaoqi both hit a potential double +2 augments, so +2 emblems. So that's going to be very interesting. in seeing if these high rolls are just going to go through.
Especially with the gold injection we saw at the start of stage 4. We talked about going 10, usually a very hard task unless you're incredibly stable and win streaking all throughout the early game. It wasn't the case for Yedizor, so now with the extra gold injection, it's all about trying to make it to 10 while staying as strong as possible.
Yeah, see, like you mentioned Rumble too, but he's level 9. He's level 9 on 4-3.
That is crazy.
Yeah, so I mean, like that gold injection is what's scaling everybody up here to be so much here. Right now, we're looking at our win streaker board, still at 93 health here, playing that Academy line. And the Heimerdinger with the Zhonya's, it is a Heimerdinger 1, but that is going to allow him to drop the aggro and not die to the Sambessa. Unfortunately, the rest of the front line up against this Garen with 2 Warmogs is just so much to get through here, and this is going to be the end of the win streak.
Warmogs and then Randuins.
Xiaoqi's fine because he's sitting on 50 gold and 93 HP, so he's definitely kind of like skimming through this phase of the game for now.
Trying to push to 9 potentially in stage 5 at the very start of it if he has enough HP to work with. We're seeing a few 5 costs now on the carousel here in stage 4, Malzahar and Savika, but also for the Academy player, Heimerdinger potentially an upgrade could be massive.
Yeah, by the way, we look at some of the augments here. We see the Academy emblem, so that is going to be double Academy, so that's going to be really strong. Belt Overflow, which explains why that Garen was so difficult to deal with. Radiant Refractor for the Violet here, giving the Violet a Radiant item, so that's a Trenchcoat Radiant item Violet. If we can get something like Ultimate Hero, that could spike pretty insanely. So a lot of power on this board.
With all the extra gold, you could also see players trying to go for the alternate win cons of going again for a 3-star 4 cost. So you have to be scouting, you have to be contesting, especially the player that is on a line by himself, especially those maybe I think a little bit less uncontested 4 costs.
Yeah, I really want to see Jeduso if he actually got what he got out of the Call to Chaos.
He got
Rebel +1.
Double Locket.
Oh, double Locket.
A lot of frontline.
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad.
Yeah, for the Rebel frontline, I'm not as big a fan of that drop here, but it does have the value with the Randuins at least, so that's okay, but is stuck on this Zoe 1 at 8. So when we talk about power right now, there's no Jinx, and the Zoe 1, that's not going to be great. Has the LeBlanc at least, but the LeBlanc we've talked about before with the Shojin is still mono-locked for 3 autos, so it's not the best. That being said, if you look at these LeBlanc items, and this becomes a Victor later, that's best case scenario. If you can turn that into a Victor, you get that double stun with the Rebel. Does have the Jinx as well, so you could move the Shojin over to the Jinx. So
I have a question.
Yes.
With loot subscription, is it ever possible to get a 6 cost dropped out of those loot orbs?
Nope. Nope. That's not one of the drop possibilities. Okay. All right, looking for an anomaly buff, likely for the Akali here. Bully is a really safe choice here. 12% damage amp, but gets shot up to 36 if they're lower star level. So as long as you're not fighting a 3-star champion, this Akali now has even more damage, and so there's just a lot of power here. So combined with the Jeweled Lotus, you get the crit, the hand. Like this Akali is definitely as capped as she can be.
There's only one reroll player out there as well.
Title.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Bully is going to be a really good choice here. We see some giant size, some bulwark, nothing wasted for title here. You know.
Oh, interesting. 4 violets.
It's actually for Corki, so I don't think this is correct.
Yeah,
could be a graphical error on the webcam.
Okay.
I was going to say, is this new tech?
Oh,
yeah,
wait,
I've never seen it.
wait. He got Ultimate Hero.
Yes.
So he got Ultimate Hero.
That fits a little bit better.
Yeah, so that's a really big hit for title, because what that's going to allow him to do is he's going to wait 3 turns, and on 5-2, this Violet's going to become 4-star. This was the terror of the last patch, but with these items in particular, Trenchcoat, Radiant Sterix, and a Bloodthirster, so much power.
And with so much gold left. Like, I didn't look like he had to roll very deep to be able to get that either.
Yeah, it's definitely with the change this patch. People don't usually go that deep, so it must have just been something that appeared pretty quick. Now, that being said, one of the things about this setup is he has a lot of value on this Violet. It's going to be very good, but generally you also want at least one good damage dealer behind that to really support the Violet. Normally it's something like the Draven. And looking at the items, there wasn't anything that was really jumping out as like incredibly impressive. On the right side here, by the way, the Liluo with the Mundo, look at these Mundo items. These items are really good. Innervating Locket, Warmogs on the Mundo, as well as the fact that he's playing Dominator, so that's going to scale up the AP, which is going to scale up that healing. If you don't have anti-healing against this board, you are probably not killing that Mundo.
A decent amount of AD in this lobby as well, so the Bramble going to be very, very clutch in terms of facing the Corkis, facing the Violets, facing the reroll players especially.
And we're going to have another loot drop coming out on this new stage. What is it going to be?
Yeah, usually a tiny orb like that is like a reforger. It's nothing amazing. So I don't think that's going to be something that swings anything too wildly here. But yeah, we see some of the board getting capped here. The Academy board on the left side here. Really looking for that Heimer. That's the thing he's struggling to find, though. Heimer actually pretty contested this lobby, which, again, tournament meta coming into the day was not what people thought was going to happen. Isn't able to find it, though, and so now we end up with a 6 Sentinel 4 Academy, but only a Heimer 1.
Holding Corkies as well on 5 right now could be an alternate path to victory if no one else in this lobby is playing Corki as a 4-cross carry.
And I believe this is Nothing Wasted Corki, which was actually kind of a lot of players were raving about this in the Emissary comp. One of the underlooked options in the line.
Oh, I mean, it's just casting so much. Even with the double Archangels, Heimerdinger just not able to get through the rest of that back line.
The big thing with that Heimerdinger is the fact that you have the Zanya, so if you ever get into trouble, you can sort of drop aggro and stay alive, and that's going to scale you back up.
One worry, Tidal just had a pretty big loss now on 12 HP because he's essentially kind of down an anomaly with the Ultimate Hero waiting to happen. So that is the downside of picking Ultimate Hero now after the changes. We will see if Tidal, after his dominant win, can now come back and clutch up and have a comeback story come through.
It's going to be tough because Sidera just hit level 10.
Wow. Yep, level 10, Malzahar 2 here. All that extra gold from loot subscription just really capped out everyone's boards really well. And so this is also where I'd be worried about Stellar Minhee, for example, now that everyone's starting to get really capped. Tidal right now, we get a look at his board here. The Ultimate Hero has procced, Violet's there. But again, I talked about that backup damage, and his backup damage right now is a Ginsu's Shiv Draven. Violet has already been procced open here. That's really scary. Does have the Sterix, though. The Sterix is going to give a lot of value. And you can see the Radiant Sterix doing a ton of work there. The way it interacts there is just giving so much health to those clones here. So at least now that Ultimate Hero procced, I feel like that's going to allow him to stabilize for a bit. If he can get to the Carousel, get a third item for that Draven, that should help. And sure enough, like I called, Stellar Minhee now starting to struggle that everybody else is reaching these really high caps.
Did you see how quickly that Mundo regained all of its HP as well? It was at half, and then all of a sudden, it was completely full HP again.
Yeah, so now we're... Look at this health, by the way. From 2nd place all the way down to 8th place, 29 to 11. This is one of those lobbies where you are praying you don't just get the wrong matchup, because one bad matchup here can knock you out, especially for our bottom 3 players. You know, a 14 health deficit it can kill you at this stage. It's tough, but it can. And so there's just so much power on the board here between the artifacts, the support items, the extra gold. These are some of the most capped boards you're going to see, as well as 2 prismatic augments.
Oh, this is an Mbessa 2 giant-sized on the other side, but I'm patiently waiting to see if Tidal can beat this Sidera board. Level 10 versus the family board.
If the Violet splits into the back, then it could be huge, but already she's being targeted. Still, all the frontliners are now down, and Violet is able to ransack onto the Malzahar, onto the Heimerdinger. Another easy win for Tidal, and could be an elimination for Sidera, for the Brazilian player.
That's 2 bottom 4 finishes for Sidera, and one of the reasons that this build is so strong is you actually do see the aggro drop when it comes out from the Trenchcoat, allowing him to walk directly into the back line.
Yeah, that aggro drop really, really powerful. And again, the way the Radiant Sterix is interacting with the Trenchcoat clones, giving just so much extra health. That Ultimate Hero finally proccing here. The 3-turn nerf did hurt. We lost some health for that, but not enough. And now we're in that really capped state here. And so, yeah, Sidera unfortunately gets knocked out here. Stellar Minhee down to his last life. And this matchup is going to decide a lot here. And that is, again, a lot of our America and EMEA players kind of struggling right now in this lobby.
Look at the BM. Yeduzor knows that Xiaoqi is waiting for that Corki 3. Potentially, we saw Minhee also holding one. So players are scouting and making sure that no one gets a sneaky free win in this game, too.
Yeah, I do like that heads-up scouting to try to prevent that here. On the left side, we see Stellar Minhee again with that amazing Akali, but you look at the rest of this board, right? You have a Renata that really has no business on this board. You've got an okay front line, some quick strikers doing some work here, rolling, finds the Loris too, but I don't think that really changes too much here.
And it's tough because Minhee's at level 8 while everyone else has hit level 9 at this point. You have so many upgrades. And you could also still run into Tidal, which is a huge world of hurt. But it looks like it's going to be Xiaoqi on the other side for Minhee.
Yeah, and you can see, by the way, there is a red buff Victor on the other side here. That stun is going to be really deadly. Is not going to be able to kill the Victor before the stun. At least we had the Quicksilver to try to drop some of that aggro. But right now the Victor kind of getting untouched here, providing that Shred and Sunder. Akali does take it out here. Twisted Fate doing okay. Heimer with the Zhonya's proc here. But the Renata should actually... Oh, no. It's going to...
Oh!
And that's the problem. The Heimerdinger with the Zhonya's is enough. And Stellar Minhee goes out in 7th place here. So that's an 8th and a 7th. Really just not what you're hoping for.
Looked like Title Shop had a Savika 2 there, so another big upgrade for a player who already dominated game 1.
Sorry, I was reacting and I heard the crowd with me because of how close that fight really was.
He did a last-second swap for the Akali, and unfortunately it was probably not the correct decision. Didn't go on to the Heimer for the early proc right there. And that means it's 3 points for Minhee, which is, it's a long way to 20, let's just put it that way.
Yeah, for sure here. And yeah, like you mentioned, we have the Savika 2 now, so just getting another extra carry here with that Thieves Gloves. We're going to watch the left side fight. The Violet 4, just so powerful to deal with that combination of items. The Victor stun does go off here, but Violet still at full health. Plenty of time here. We're going to see the Trench Coat split. Onto the Draven, though. And now the Violet, those Radiant Sterics are starting to proc. Heimerdinger gets the Zhonya's, though, so this is sort of that counterplay. The Violet still does lose.
Perfect.
Title is still alive, though. It's a 1-unit loss that is not going to kill him. Title stays in it, and again, the power of that Zhonya's preventing the kill, dropping the aggro, letting the Heimer continue to ramp up with those missiles, and barely wins the fight.
And I do want to say, a lot of times it does come down to the positioning. When you're playing this setup, you actually want the Violet to pop early. That increases your DPS massively, and you know, the damage was coming on from the left side. We saw a very late Violet pop. After she did that, much easier focus going through.
Ideally, you would have liked to have the full left side swap instead, so when the pop does happen, she's immediately onto the backline, pops the Zhonya early, and gets onto all the backliners.
All right, by the way, another loot subscription coming out here. It is a gold orb here. That is a lot of gold. Yep, so we do see some units here. Title finds a Warwick, is going to pop his anvil here. The question is, will he play the Warwick? You know, pretty hard to fit in, but you know, when you have that 6 cost, you generally want to consider it here. Could put the Warmogs there. I do think a 3rd item for Draven is going to be pretty key here. On the right side, no major upgrade, but we do have that Victor in place, and that Ambessa looking really good. The Garen with that belt overflow sharing so much health to the Ambessa here. And so again, we see another fight here. Will Title stay alive up against the Silco board?
It's the Lilo board, and one of these players is going to get knocked out.
Yep. Yeah, both at 1 health. It's very, very close here. Again, the Violet has already been procced, split in half. The Draven, though, did get a Deathblade. That's going to be a nice upgrade. Wow. The Radiant Steric's proc here. It's looking pretty good for the Violet. Is going to kill most of the carries, got in the back line, and it looks like Lilo is going to get knocked out here. Title stays alive and knocks out champion versus champion fight. But, yeah, it should be a top 4 here. Looks like we're in our top 4 now. So Title does squeeze out a top 4.
You can see the difference there. Violet pops, and 10 seconds in, Silco's down. It's just about cleaning up the frontliners, a slow fight to end it off, but a guaranteed win there for Title yet again. So we talked about it. He survived on so little HP, waiting for Ultimate Hero to come through. Once it did, if he's on the right side, he will be dominating most of these fights.
So I'm trying to get a good look at the scoreboard here. We're down to 2.
Whoa.
Oh.
We're down to 2. So Title gets a top 2 out of that win. That was really big here. So shows how close the lobby was. Here we are in our final 2. You know, up against a win streaker here, so I don't imagine Title's the favorite here. Is this another win for Academy Heimerdinger? Are we going to see back-to-back Academy Heimerdinger wins?
It was actually so close. He nearly stopped the stun. Warwick doesn't actually get any action throughout that one, and Heimer still has the lasagnas.
I think Title is eliminated with that one. Nothing can stop this Shao-Chi board. And Heimerdinger, the surprise champion for the weekend.
This is a 2-man tournament so far. Shao-Chi and Title, back-to-back final off.
Right, we have 2 players at 15 points in 2 games. Like you said, this is an incredibly top-heavy. And we talked about how the narrative was going to be established here. Well, it just has been. The narrative is there are 2 players here that are wrecking everybody else, putting on a clinic, and they could hit check in the very next game.
And the last time we saw a 2-player dominance like this was all the way back in set 6, because when Gadgets with Linduo actually dominating another CN player, and that was really, really hard to see because you want this to go as far as possible. When there's only 1 player breaking away, it's easier for other players to contest and stop that.
I still think it was 5 games. If I'm remembering that championship correctly, I think we still had 5 games. So there is some hope that it's not going to just finish the way that Taito was able to win his first Tactician's Crown. But what a great set of games we've already had today. And I am curious to see if anybody can stop Taito at this point, or even Xiaoqi.
Yeah, I will say that was a game that it wasn't as dominating. Like, yes, he had the Ultimate Warrior and things, but we saw that game went from like 6 players alive to 2 in just 2 rounds, right? It was very swingy, and if any of those fights had gone any other way, it could have been different. If, you know, the fight that knocked Taito down to 1 health, he could have gone out in 5th at that point. So that was a very close game. That was not necessarily just like a clinic. Now, that being said, on the other side, he was 59 health, he was comfortable.
Yeah.
And again, I have to call out that like that is back-to-back Academy Heimer wins. Again, a comp that if you talk to a lot of the players out here was not at the top of anybody's radar. So the question is this something that's like meta dependent because they have a lot of, like, it's an expensive board, and so because we've had loot subscription and that high economy scuttle start, is that why it's succeeding well? Or is there just we're starting to figure out the right itemization, the right play pattern, and it's countering the meta really well?
I do want to point out in both of those games, they were heavily emblem dependent. Taito did get that Sentinel, and also we had the +2 Academy. So that's how the players are kind of looking at the condition.
Yeah, that could be another big
Well,
part.
let's take a look back on that game. We've got the tactical breakdown presented by HyperX, where we can look at some of the replays of the game and maybe start to figure out some of those true conditions to make that Heimerdinger Academy comp really, really strong. I mean, right off the bat, though, I think loot subscription is certainly one of those encounters. Mort, you pointed out there's just so much variance when it comes down to what type of loot you can get. And right away, we had a support anvil that already upped the tempo of the lobby so much from just knowing you were going to have a ton of power in those items.
Yeah, but what's interesting is support items are usually good later, and artifacts are good earlier. And we kind of had the inverse, right? Everyone started with a support item, which didn't really lock in their direction, and they might get stuck with that later. Then later found the artifacts that could really elevate their comp. And so that definitely put them in a situation. I think the big one was the stage 4 one. They just gave so much gold that allowed everyone to push so much further than they had before. That gave Stellar Minhee his chance to cash out and try to swing back. But even then, it was a 70 gold roll down that unfortunately was just too expensive, and he wasn't able to reach the same pinnacles as the other players in the lobby.
I think also we saw game plans being adjusted because this was loot subscription. We saw Taito right away going for Wandering Trainers. In a normal lobby, in a different lobby, maybe you don't go for it, but knowing that there is a chance for another emblem coming through later on, you want to play for that high roll. You have to put yourself in the position to high roll, and that was the case maybe with the family +1.
And taking a look at the lobbies, you know, Minhee and Cider all also finishing bottom 4 again. Not so great for the Americas, but Jedusaur actually bouncing back with that Rebel spot, which looked kind of dicey. He does manage to squeeze out, I believe, a top 4.
It was a 5th, I think, in the end.
5th. Oh, well,
don't give me
there
hope.
goes my narrative. I'm sorry.
Well, I mean, points are points, though. And if you're looking at the middle of the pack, like, it's still very impactful to think about, like, how far can you actually go? I mean, look at the actual tracking, though, from the lobby.
Yeah.
Xiaoqi was on such a huge win streak.
Right, use the Conqueror, then switching to that Academy, having such a big lead here. This is the kind of game we talk about here. We're just sitting at so much health, was basically in first place the entire time. Did drop from 93 to 59, so it wasn't like a like a Mr. 100 level of power, but once he reached that level 10, was able to cap out that board, found that Victor to add to the comp to really spike it as well, and just generally, been the story for me, the Zhonya's on the Heimerdinger just became so impossible for anyone to deal with.
I like that item.
It's a very good item.
I like Zhonya's.
So many melee champions, like we saw so many times, right? Like the Violet surrounds the Heimerdinger, and then it procs, and off he goes.
Bye-bye.
So, and Heimerdinger just keeps ramping and ramping, and by the late game fight, you could see those missiles would just kill all those Violet clones. Really good spot. And again, I also like the use of the Corki as a secondary carry. Corki right now seems very flexible. You can just kind of put him in any comp. And so having those dual carries, 1 AP, 1 AD, just makes it so that no matter what itemization you've got, it's going to be tough to deal with both of them.
I really love the Prismatic Academy that you can pick up there. A lot of people don't know this, but it gives you a sponsored item directly, which is so fun. You get the immediate damage amp, and he had the +1 earlier on just from his, I believe it's Tactician's Kitchen.
Yep.
So that way the +2 works. He gets the 9% per sponsored item, and that's a big condition that we're learning about this Heimer composition. If you have the emblems for it, it's just 1-2 lobbies in a row. give it a try.
And the addition of Corki to the comp allows you to play into, really any mix of items from Academy.
Well, this has just been 2 games so far in our final day of competition at the TFT Macao Open. While we get ready for that game number 3, we're going to go ahead and toss to Azael on the floor with an interview with Dish Soap.
Hello everyone, Azael here at the TFT Macao Open, joined by Dish Soap. We just watched game 2 of the grand finals. What are you thinking about the final lobby so far?
Final lobby, I mean, both games have been kind of insane. Some super high resource, super cap boards. First game saw a bunch of 3-star 4 costs. This game, both players in a level 10, played around the 6 cost, played around like vertical academy, vertical family, reroll. So definitely some really, really strong lobbies so far.
So it hasn't been going so well for Minhee, our NA hope thus far. He just played an Exalted Adventure game where I want to say it was Camille, Renata, and Akali were the 3 that he got. How did you think about how that game played out for him?
So I think he played his early mid game really well, and he set himself up well. I think he made, I hate nitpicking like someone who's like ahead of me, but I think he made like a little bit of a mistake, like not going for the Nocturne 3 in specific, because like even though his Exalted Adventure is Akali, he definitely had the opportunity to play Nocturne, and I feel like his Akali items like were better on Nocturne, and he could still make Akali like a duo carry with Ambessa's items. So I feel like he ended up like capping his board lower than it could have been, and it really hurt him in that lobby.
Yeah, I mean, it seems especially difficult in a loop subscription lobby where people are going to be capping out so hard. So, who would you say so far, if you've been watching a lot of these players, has impressed you most at the event? Obviously, there's a lot of talk about title, potentially going for his 3rd major championship. Is he the most impressive player to you, or is someone else maybe standing out?
Oh, I mean, I think Title's probably just the best. He seems like he has a really good beat on it. I mean, I just learned that you're supposed to like trap your work in the corner so he stays alive to execute. I didn't know that until watching him. So yeah, that's a cool tech. Apparently, the 2nd place guy, sorry for bouncing around, but Jiaoqi, apparently he's just like a complete unknown even in the Chinese scene. So kind of cool to see him doing well as well.
All right, well, thank you so much, Dish Soap. I hope you enjoy the rest of the finals. Back to you all. Cool, thank you, man. I appreciate your time.
Yeah, I do have to call out the Warwick tech. One of the things is that all the 6 costs have their unique utility, and Warwick in particular, it is that execute. So I like the idea of, hey, I'm just going to trap him for a bit, let him jump out and get that first execute, because that execute has infinite range, and so I really like that's a clever innovation there.
We're going to keep seeing more and more of this tech as some of the best players in the world show us the best of Into the Arcane. We're going to take a short break, and when we come back, game number 3 of the final day of competition here at the TFT Macao Open.
Your color, your papa, your mother, son. We do this for fun. Million, money, mega John. It's the done. Tell these bitches we with it, we never run. It's the done. Tell these bitches we with it, we never run. It's the done. Tell these bitches we with it, we never run. I'm major, we ain't afraid to die. Spit hata, masala, ghost chili burn like fire. Bazooka, Sekiya, I'll put you back in line. You ain't down to ride, you ain't a friend of mine. Nah, they make it a dream, then I couldn't, I'm never gonna let you in, no champion. I'm the real Dandada. If you really wanna break it down, I'll burn the ground. I'm a fire starter. Shoot a bullet, then I'm the gun. Bad, never run, never run. It's the done, tell these bitches we with it, we never run.
human body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Welcome back to the TFT Macao Open. After 2 games, 2 players are already on 15 points in a position to make that checkmate breakpoint. My name is Makes, and I'm here with Clement Gangley and Patches Panda as we go straight into game 3. How are we feeling, gentlemen?
I mean, Zhao Qi being one of those players at 15 points, I think it's a beautiful contrast to someone like Tidal, the global champion, the only 2-time global champion of TFT, standing directly next to the unknown quantity. On any given Sunday, anybody has a chance to compete with the best in the world. I love to see Zhao Qi and Tidal on top.
Keeping things simple for this game 3, no encounter to start things off. That being said, as you just mentioned, 2 players with a target on their back.
And I do want to mention that it's only those 2 that can actually enter into check this game. Lilo's on 11 points, so first place wouldn't make him.
On the bottom end of that, Stellar Minhee, only 3 points means even if you go first, you're going to be sitting at 19 points. So it's going to be a long road ahead for someone like Minhee to mount the comeback.
It can go to 8 games, I'm just saying. It's always a dream.
Yep.
We have seen players come back, namely at the Vegas Open last year. It went to 7 games, the longest ever, and Malala able to claw his way back to that notably very famous win.
Well, it's all part of the format, right? Once players start to get into check, it does become a little bit more of a team dynamic. Players want to make sure that they're griefing the players in check. They're working collaboratively to ensure that those players aren't able to enable their own high roll. And because of that, sometimes checkmate tournaments tend to go a little bit longer.
And Tidal has the option for maybe Renata reroll, has the option for the Violet reroll yet again. He has a duplicator, I believe, we saw there on the left side before we lowered into this stage 1.
Zhao Qi, Rebel opener, being able to get both the set online and the Akali, something that's a bit rare for stage 1, but having that clear direction, especially when you're just trying to get points, I think Rebel's a really safe line to try and get those last 5 points.
Ooh. Second Akali.
And I was really interested about Tidal's choices there. He actually skipped the Lux pair to hold on to the family and the Ken Baron, which is not a decision a lot of people would make.
I think it's likely the duplicator that swayed that decision in terms of looking towards, or at least opening the path of potential rerolls in stage 2. Especially in this game. I think it's maybe his last game where he can play reroll. Once he's in checkmate or check, it would be more difficult.
3 augment, all of which I personally really like to have when you're playing reroll. Beggars can be choosers, very popular by many. The other thing concerning placebo is that it allows you to get that first interest break point, but we're seeing right here, beggars can be choosers. I think that if Tidal wants to play into something like reroll, this feels really safe.
Also seeing the branching out there coming on through. We'll have to check in and see what it is.
the delayed start. So it's always kind of fun to see if you get any synergies, and there are none on the board so far. So this is definitely one of those more delayed starts.
The dream is being able to have the 2 Sentinel opener with a Morgana or a Vex backline, right? Having a very clear path into one of those reroll lines.
And we're seeing for that same reason, maybe the Mumu will be sold here. We'll be going for the 20 gold to start things off. We did see one player land in Forge, so 3-5 after the Carousel, we could be seeing a very strong option towards one of those artifact lines with Mbessa and Vi being the key carries.
Ooh, here's the branching out Sniper +1. I was actually just talking to Azale in the back about this. This feels to me like one of the +1s that feels very hard to play. There's not a lot of lines that really want that Sniper +1.
Already, a Nocturne 2. I mentioned Mbessa, but Nocturne is another possibility when you get an artifact on 3-5. 4 different options. Do you high roll the RFC or the Fishbones is the big question.
That's right. I mean, there are other things that are enabled by those two, but that are still very much takeable. You can take things like Sniper's Focus, Death's Defiance. If you want to play the frontline variation as well, you already have the Edge of Night Slammed, and so there's a lot of outs. This feels like a very good spot for Jetasaur, where he's most likely not going to miss when that artifact anvil comes through.
And Lilo going for sort of an emissary start. IE is such a slammable item this set. I love getting crits and getting the Corki's really nice.
Well, one of the nice things about the Infinity Edge Slam is that when you play for that fast 8, you have a 4-2 roll down, and you have 2 different holders in your core board without even having to flex too hard. You have the Mbessa and the Corki, both of which really want to use that critical strike and can make your stage 4 very stable with just a few resources.
We're seeing 2 players here scouting each other, and for good reason. Who will be committing to this family reroll line? We're seeing Saidera has already 4 violets, has quite a few items slammed for this comp. Similar to the case for Sellerman here, both the Draven 2 and the Violet 2 here.
You can see Minhee, however, has pumped XP already, signaling to the rest of the lobby, listen, this is just for tempo. I'm just going to transition for now. Let me have this. And with the over encumbered as well, he's going to be able to spike a bit harder on stage 3.
Could be a Camille game, surely.
Surely not. Let's not go there.
We technically kind of saw a Camille game from Minhee yesterday. Last game, he bought Camille.
He kind of had to. It was given to him.
Buying a unit, make it a Camille game. I'm not sure.
We did see a Caretaker's ally Camille from Tidal. Yep. I think that is probably the only time I would allow it.
Yep.
This is huge. Xiaoqi loses here on 2-3. That snaps any chances of your streaks on stage 2. And means that the sort of tempo augment doesn't work out. Taking a look at the 3 costs across the board here, there is a Swain, so if anyone is going into the Conqueror line, it's kind of the biggest pickup, and also a Vander for the family players that just want to tempo a little bit.
You could see primary components that are at a premium right now, the Tear and the Bow, both the first to go. Those are usually the components that tend to give you a lot of direction.
Bow, especially for the Sniper player, wants to probably play into Twitch. That means that you want to have the red buff, the Rage Blade, all the attack speed possible.
We should also call out Meng Chen Yu. You can see the board right here, just the Maddie. This is a full open 4 decision from Meng Chen Yu saying, I have no way to really get value out of the Sniper crest right now, so it's going to have to wait.
Well, he's not the only player that's angling for the last streak, and Tidal by no means is locked thus far. That's a Renata 1. Yeah, we slammed on Archangel, but could still sell to maybe guarantee the last streak.
There was a Smeech on the Carousel, so I believe this was picked up on the Carousel to lock in this 3 Cam Baron for now.
This looks like Renata reroll to me. We could see Tidal has not put any experience in, is going to be staying level 4. We've seen this throughout day 1 especially. Typically people are rolling on 5 and they're playing around the 4 Sentinel or the 4 Visionary, and rather than rolling on 6, they spend most of their time on these lower levels to ensure the Singe 3.
Oh, the key thing to see about his direction is if he picks up that Leona 2. If he does, then that does signal a very strong opening of the line towards the Sentinel board that he did win with, and he can pick up additional emblems with the Beggars Can Be Choosers.
We have seen a lot of people, when they're playing the Renata, the Sentinel variation, actually forego Leona entirely and instead just playing around the other Sentinels. That's the one that I've seen people drop. I think the idea generally is if you get the +1, you can add Leona in and play it on 7. But for the most part, you're generally playing around those 4 other Sentinels.
I'm seeing something I really like on the side of Minhee. We were talking about how his start into the day was very rough. Here, finally, stuff seems to be working out. 4 wins, win streaking on the Conqueror. So that is a good setup to maybe take this comp into a later mid-game.
Very funny that both win streakers are essentially down an augment coming into this fight, and yet they are on 4 win streak with Lane 4 is not really giving you any effect until 3-5. So we'll see who comes out ahead. Won't be facing each other, it looks like.
Name of the game is just to ensure you can actually get that 5 win. I mean, I think for Jetasaur, having both the Akali 2 and the Nocturne 2, I imagine you'd be able to secure it, but there's so much frontline. The Rel 2 with Ionic Spark holds up against both 2-star 2 costs, and Jetasaur's win streak is snapped. You can see it on his face. It does not look good.
And for
Same story for Minhee.
Exact story, so not a single player will go into stage 3 with 100 HP.
Well, that's good news for everyone in the between, and especially for the Lost Streakers who did not manage to run into each other.
Because we had no win streakers actually able to snowball off that and get all 5, I think it gives more value even to the Lost Streakers like you're bringing up. And the fact that Tidal was able to dodge the other Lost Streaker means that going into stage 3 when they're looking to spike, they'll have more resources than the rest of the lobby.
And Tidal, picking up Beggars Can't Be Choosers is a big deal, especially with this current line. I think there's a few augments that really enable Renata even more at 3-2. The case that you have Chem Baron, where you get a lot of resources from the trade itself, and you have the chance to go for a optimal or Exodia augment at 3-2 is a big deal.
Doesn't actually get any mana generation, or specifically doesn't get the Shojin. You can slam the Adaptive Helm, but I feel like most people might lean more towards something slamming like the Dragon's Claw, putting it on your front line, or even the Ionic Spark on that Singed. We'll see if he actually opts to slam something like that.
So he does level here, which is a different line that we saw before, which was a level 4 roll down, I believe coming from Minhee on when he was playing this one.
I think it makes sense with the early Chem Baron. You might be going for the multiple cash outs, more the CN version of this Renata comp.
Are moving towards that next set of augments, especially for Beggars Can Be Choosers. That will be interesting. So we are taking a look right now.
Sidera on the other side, currently sitting at 7 violets. So did roll down to 30, relatively standard when you're leveling, when you're on level 4. But I would say generally a little bit ahead of the curve. Not too many other units on your bench, but if there was one unit you want to have multiple of, it's going to be the Violet.
The reroll transfer is also so fun. It really depends on what your augments show up as. If they're bad, then you lose 3 rerolls for it. So really interesting to see what the 3-2. Oh,
Starry
too
Nights
much value, too much.
Would have been very interesting for the 1-cost, 2-cost version of this Renata comp. And it's going to be the pickup regardless.
Okay.
This is very interesting because it does allow you to level while also like finding more Chem Barons for the composition
already.
Got the 2-star Singe cash out. But yeah, you're right. And actually, so he did level to 6. I was about to say, this is the rare instance in which level 6 actually makes more sense. You get the increased odds for finding the 2-star 1-cost in the shop as well.
And we see the pivot off of the Rennie, the pivot off of the Chem Baron, moving now towards win streaking ideally after a fairly big roll down, hopefully hitting a lot of upgrades. No Renata 2 though is a little bit worrying.
Now that is kind of the pain point of the comp right now. Could take yet another econ loss. Potentially is only on 72 HP after those 6 losses, so hasn't bled too much despite the win streak. But we'll need to find at least that upgrade, and we are taking a look over at Sidera's board.
Okay. Oh, so Sidera does get the Violet 3 with a decent golden augment. It means that he didn't have to spend all that much gold while going into this, and he still saves up some rerolls, potentially keeping on to the Draven.
How do you all feel?
Oh!
Double sniper emblem.
So we were talking about this. You were saying, David, don't really know how to feel about that 1 emblem. How are we feeling about 2?
Well, maybe we see the mythical Appy's tech, the Sniper Rumble, which I was baited into trying. It did not go well.
Oh,
so Appy's, I'm looking for you.
I mean, the nice thing about having the +2 sniper is that if nothing else, you can just play the standard board. And now all of a sudden you have 2 additional snipers empowering your Twitch. The other thing is having the 2 does allow you to cook a little bit. I think it's more a question of the way, it's the philosophy of TFT that Meng Chen Yu has and how he wants to play the game.
A couple ways about this line is if you have the +1 sniper, you just play the standard line, but you go -1 sniper. You only play the Twitch. With +2, then you can actually go for the 6. And the 6 is where all the power of it is really open. A couple of very good units for it, like Rumble you mentioned. Also, one I really like is the Swain. Since you also have to transform it in the Elise, it jumps to the back line. The damage is insane.
And you get the form swapper naturally for Elise as well. Fits, perfectly onto the board regardless. It's usually a transition unit before you find something like maybe the GP even with a scrap early.
And you can end with
and Garen on this carousel. Liluo especially seems to be moving into that potential Ambessa Corki board, especially with late in forward we talked about. 2 players will be popping their anvils at 3-5, Yerizor and Liluo. A lot of their game plan could come from that exact decision at 3-5.
That's true, but I also just want to quickly mention on how Xiaoji is doing, because that is the player that we said is kind of the mystery challenger coming up, rising to the occasion, already on 15 points, and seems to be fully locked into the Heimerdinger board as well. But let's check out our forges.
Okay, on Jetisaur's side, 4 options that, don't inspire too much. There's the Suspicious Trenchcoat, there's Silvermeer Dawn. Those were the 2 that primarily stood out to me. Trickster's Glass, you get a lot of value out of in other compositions, but a bit less so in this setup.
So yeah, we're going to see a deep roll down here on 8 copies of Nocturne, just 1 away from a massive power spike really early in the game, late in stage 3.
What does Jeruso pick up? It is going to be the Trenchcoat again.
And Light Shield Crest for Liluo, so we have our answer in terms of what artifacts will be trying to warp the game in stage 4.
Now specifically the setup of the Trenchcoat plus the Edge of Night. One of the strongest combinations that we see once the Suspicious Trenchcoat is popped. Oftentimes when the backline does eventually turn on them, they're aggro dropping from one to the other. It's very hard for the backline to actually clear all 3 of those copies. So very strong, especially in a setup where you're playing the melee Nocturne, and oftentimes it's very easy to get stuck on a single frontliner. One of the ways that you can actually enable that frontline variation.
Yeah, he does have 5 aggro drops with that combo, which is pretty crazy. Also, the Quick Striker Tailored Augment giving him a lot of additional power. So Jeruso is looking like a very strong contender to make a comeback.
Yeah, I would love that. That first game of the day is always a little bit, the nerves are high. There's a lot going on that you maybe don't calc for as a TFT player that usually plays from home. So coming back after a devastating first result, like Jedu did in that previous game, if you can keep that going, you still have that shot.
Not just Jedusor, the top 3 right now are 3 players who need to get points. Minhee's on 3 points, he's currently in the lead. We see Saidera on 4 points, also in that top 3. So hopefully for us and for viewers at home, we get to flip the results table after this game 3 and everything comes much closer, maybe pushing into a game 6 and 7 in this checkmate format.
Really fun from Minhee. He cedes the family position over to another player and is aiming for the emissary, so that looks very contested at the moment. 6 sniper already online for Meng Chen Yu.
Wow. Problem with this setup whenever you're playing 6 sniper, yes, having the 2 does allow you to play 6 sniper, but there are 2 primary issues. You have frontline, but I think, in my opinion, the bigger issue is the open space within your front line. It's very easy when you have a lobby full of melee bruisers to force a wrap around the front line and get into the back line easily.
This is where things like Dumbify are really big if you hit that on 3-2. Anything that can give you some extra frontline in terms of dummies or really just anything that even not just for the tankiness, but for the aggro pulls into the center of the board.
Ooh, those shops.
And a pretty crazy board coming from
Twitch 2 has arrived. On for 1. Nocturne 3 as well for Jedusor.
Just in time.
That was 2 critical 5 costs that he hit on level 8 that both fit into the experiment board. That's actually crazy coming out from Meng Chen Yu. He does need to stabilize though.
Yep. On the back of this, if you don't stabilize here, I'll be shocked.
There's always the concern.
Prepare to be shocked.
Oh,
no, you just said it. Nocturne's coming.
Caster curse.
I am curious to see exactly how, when the Nocturne breaks, he does break. I guess we won't even see it because the front line will just break, but no. Okay.
Is the Nocturne quick enough?
it looks like it should be. We still have the aggro drops of each individual one, so I don't think that's a reflection of Meng Qinyu's board not being strong enough, but rather Jetasaur being ahead of the curve and being able to take advantage that even the players who tried to stabilize early were punished by the tempo that Jetasaur had.
Yeah, that's the one player you didn't want to roll in right now. Same way with that board specifically, just being quite vulnerable to it, but we are going to be going into our last Augments, and it will be golden Augments. A lot of players already locked into lines. Meng Qinyu, on top of the double sniper emblems, also finds that sniper crest there.
I think Xiaoqi knows the name of the game. 2 Sentinel Heimer wins back-to-back. Maybe it's time for a third one here as he gets the extra HP for his front line, is locked into this position. Was Heimer OP all along?
That being said, it's still only an Alawi 1. No Rumble has been found as a high roll option on this level 8 roll down.
I think Xiaoqi just saw the Heimerdinger Alawi 3 board from Tidal in the first game and was like, okay, that's how we're playing the game? Bet. I'm also going to click on Heimer.
I did it himself in the second game.
Yeah.
Finds the upgrade. Corki pair as well on the bench, waiting to come online. With the Sentinel +1, you're not going to find a spot for Corki right now because you want to play for the 6th Sentinel instead.
Well, I believe once you actually get the Leona, because he doesn't have Leona on his board right now, he can drop the Lux instead, right?
Exactly.
And then he can get 2 Artillerists in that way. Problem is you're kind of in this weird place where you don't want to roll too much just for a Leona 1, and so your incentives feel very hard to balance right now.
And Liluo going for an interesting variation, a Sentinel Tristana reroll board. I really haven't seen this being played so far. Interested to see how much of the stacks and power it has.
You can see he digged really deep as well, down on the Econ, hasn't hit that Tristana 3 just yet, and speaking of not finding those final crucial upgrades, taking a look at Tidal's board here, the story looks very similar. We have a bunch of golden units already, but not the Renata, which would be so crucial, and also not the Rel.
And heads up play from Liluo, I think the moment he decided to play for Tristana was because he picked up Light Chill Crest from the late and forwards, a really good holder, Rel. And he's also at the same time contesting both Tidal and Xiaoqi, who are both playing for Rel on their board. So really, at 11 points, 3rd place currently in the standings, min-maxing not just his own chances of finding a lot of success in this game, but making sure the 2 other top players are not going to easily hit one of their great carries.
And there's that Tristana 3 now also online. Let's take a look at how it does against Saidera's board.
Well, I wanted to talk about this Violet setup that we saw from Saidera's board with the QSS, Titans, and Hodge. It does lack some of the survivability that we see from Violet build to have things like the Edge of Night or the Sterex or the Bloodthirster. And while you have a bit more front-loaded damage from the uptime of the QSS, it's kind of countered by the back-loaded damage of the Titans. To me, this is not my personal ideal build. Of course, it is strong, but I feel like it has some weaknesses to it.
Sentinel, Heavy, Carousel, both an Alawi and a Rumble. So many players are committing to a Sentinel frontline. It will be Liluo picking up the Rumble here, taking that yet again away from someone like Xiaoqi.
He was sitting on 5 Sentinel. Problem right now, of course, is that he doesn't have the extra slot to get that 6th Sentinel in, but he has his next in as soon as he has a bit more gold. I don't think he needs to roll any more on 6 since he has the Rel and the Tristana already.
Meng Qinyue gets the full suite of actually sniper items here, but he's down to 16. Tidal with the big find.
Huge hit, and now does have the next in with the Irelia, doesn't have the gold. I will say you don't really need to 3-star the Irelia, of course, because you're playing Starry Night. It doesn't hurt to have, but if you need to sell the the 4 gold worth of Irelia and the 2 from that additional Rel, I don't think that it's a bad idea.
I'm more so worried about how late Tidal has just found this upgrade with how ahead some of the other players are. Really an unfortunate alignment of things for him here right now.
Yeah, he does need to make it into top 4 to check in this game, and that is looking very difficult given how late he has hit, and of course there's 2 melee carries on the board that can very easily wrap.
There are certain anomalies that I think might be able to bail you out. The one that does come to mind, I feel like most times you're actually not looking at this as one you get super excited about, is, and I don't remember the name, but the one that gives you items based on the class of unit.
Dual wielding.
Dual wielding. Being able to have itemized 3-star, 4 Sentinel, 6 Sentinel is a way that I could actually see you stabilizing on stage 4.
The problem is you're on 10 gold. You don't have that much gold to dig into a BIS anomaly. You have to kind of take what you can. Beggars can't be choosers, aptly, as the first augment that we saw there.
Oh, it's considering kill streak, rolls it instead.
And you want gold to go 7 to fit the Aurelia as well, so it's really a tough position for title here.
Well, it goes with the finisher eventually. We'll have to check what everybody else is on, but like you're saying, not the most ideal of anomalies being found here due to the lack of resources, really.
Yeah, he does have very good augments, of course, from the Beggars Can Be Choosers. He has extra durability on his Sentinels, but the big problem I'm seeing here is the lack of damage on the Renata as a single carry. You ideally want double Archangels and or double Shojuns. Those are the two most popular builds.
How do you feel about the itemization of Vex over Morgana when you don't actually have the Rebel bonus in? Do you think there's an argument for ever having the Morgana just kind of ticking on the back line until you get Rebel?
Yeah, I do think that would probably have saved a lot of HP.
And the triple sniper augment setup not working out so hot right now. There's very little flexibility in the game plan, in the positioning at this point in time, and players of this caliber on a day 3 of a tournament like this are able to really punish you for not being able to really be flexible.
So I will say that is a 2-item Twitch. Definitely missing that last upgrade to rise to the occasion. Maybe some of it will be balanced out by the comeback story on the anomalies, but can that front line even hold up? It doesn't look like it. Twitch really needing that time to rise to the occasion and will not do so. Ming Chen unfortunately takes a loss here and is out of this round.
And it really feels bad to be stuck on 11, because that means even if you win the next game, you're still out of check.
You're right.
The mental pressure is really mounting. Hand-picked augments, but couldn't find the front line he needed. Really needed that Mundo 2 along with the Guarantee to stabilize. Title now with 7 HP. Any loss means he will falter.
And Jedusor and Minhee, 2 players who are at the bottom of the standings going into the game. Now sitting on top, looking in a favorable position to get into a top 4.
Speaking of Jedusor, could be one of the boogeyman matchups for title. At 7 HP on 1 life, Nocturne pops onto the Renata early on. The Archangel is irrelevant, the front line is irrelevant. Could spell absolute disaster.
Especially with the positioning. I mean, we talked about it before that when you have just this very centralized front line, sometimes it's very easy to force a wrap. Being able to level to 7, though, is huge, because now that you have this flying V, shout out to the Mighty Ducks, all of a sudden your front line will spread as the fight starts. It's way harder to force a wrap here.
Well, we're checking in with Xiaoji at the same time, has found that Heimerdinger 2 upgrade still lacking on the Laui. That would really be the one you need for that Heimerdinger to be a bit more protected, but we're definitely seeing whether or not Tidal can hang in there. It is not Jedu on the other side, but it is a Violet player.
And the Violet steps back, buying a lot more time for the Renata, keeping the main DPS carries for Saideda very, very far away. Singed is hanging on, but now has finally been taken down. Can this Renata scale fast enough with the Archangel to take down these units one by one? There is still a little bit of front line here. The 4 Sentinel coming in so clutch. Maybe a close fight. The Draven is not able to clean up, nor can the Jinx. Title stays alive for at least 1 more round.
I was sweating bullets right there because the Renata was actually giving shields to the Rel on the right side of the board. So it was a good split on the other side, but we're seeing the power of those augment synergies come through.
Jedu also losing that win streak there at the top, so has found his match while Lilu and Shiju are rising on those win streaks. Checking in with Jedu Sport. Does not have the Ambessa 2 just yet.
Both Minhee and Jedusor were chasing the Ambessa upgrade. Not even a pair here for Jedusor, so really far away from that next spike.
Another tough matchup coming in. Corki's packing a lot of damage. Let's see if they can focus these Sentinels down 1 by 1. That's the most important thing. If they survive into the shielding, then it buys a lot more time for the Archangels.
Does find the Ambessa, but it's not enough. She dashes back out. And Minhee also on just 1 copy of the Ambessa. I believe with the front line crumbled on Minhee's side, this should be enough for the Renata to clutch it up against this Corki, though.
Yep, Title does stay alive there. On the other side, we see Li Luo taking another fight. Zhao Qi will fall. Minhee and Jedusor both lose that last round. Now we're starting to see the standings start to shake up a little bit, right? Li Luo and Shichu both on the 5-game win streak, clawing their way back up the standings.
I really like the game plan from Liluo. The adjustment into the reroll alongside the Tristana, the Gunblade itemization with Light Shield Crest is fantastic. It makes a lot of sense into this lobby as well, I think, where you have this chance, especially against the Twitch that we saw earlier, to heal over all those little bits of damage coming through.
The double Gunblade into Light Shield combo is such a touch of brilliance. I love that you mentioned that, Panda. It's a perfect combination.
I think there's a lot of fights that we've seen in this lobby that tend to be damage spread out over time. Even some of the quote-unquote burstier ones. Yes, Renata's a slow fight, but the damage comes out kind of bursty, but it's not quite bursty enough. The one I actually would be more concerned about would actually be this on the left side.
I'm not so sure. Title is not out of the woods yet. That front line is gone, and they're on their way to get that Renata. He needs a top 4 finish for that checkmate, and Mordekaiser banging down on this Renata, takes out Title.
The Mordekaiser ascends, and the Edge of Night proc changes the aggro, gives him enough time to take down those backliners. Title not able to reach that check in this game 3. We're extending a tiny bit more, but Xiaoqi now is in the prime position to try and do so.
Could be the only check player here. He is, let's take a look at his board at the moment. Still looking for the Rumble copies.
Also important to know, Xiaoqi did sell the Corki pair that was on his bench. So despite the fact that he found the Leona, opted to play 4 Academy instead of getting the Artillerist in.
Looking to maybe use that Jace as the next big carry instead of the Corki.
There's that Alawi.
All right, 5 Academy is now in. And the 3, we can see the 3 Academy items that we have on our board. I believe it was a Nashor's, the Ionic Spark, and the Protector's Vow. So we're getting a ton of value from these. The name of the game at this point, you know, you want to make sure that you can stall for the Heimerdinger to ramp up over time. Having 2 different defensive items on these upgraded 6 Sentinels means that they are all doing their part in making the fight last as long as possible.
Oh, good stun coming in by the Scion. Legacy of Shurima, that should buy enough time for it to proc. Let's see if it can get over the Alawi.
The main carry is far away from the Elise, though, so really full damage coming out from the Heimer here. We're seeing so many rockets, and that should be enough to clean up here. Allow Xiaoqi to win one more fight. Edge of Night already procced, and Chichu now taking down a tiny bit of a notch there.
Minhee takes another big hit, down to just 3 HP. And we can see here the Mbessa 2 never found, did find the Vi 2 making a swap over. But at this point, you know, you really do want to have, in a perfect world, all 3 of those threats upgraded. You want the Mbessa, the Vi, and the Corki all single targeting a single side of the board. You want to break through the enemy weak side and make your way into the back line. I'm just not entirely convinced that we'll see that out of Minhee's board.
Sidera also trying to find that Corki positioning. If he can get the right side, that could knock a potential player out. It's going to go into Xiaoqi's board, which you haven't... oh, he is on the right side. If that focus goes through onto the Violet,
The Violet
walking down.
Almost grabbing onto the Heimerdinger, goes towards the middle instead. If there's a big enough loss here from Xiaoqi, he could be out in a bot 4 position, which would not guarantee the checkmate. Sidera fist up in the air, celebrating a big, big win here. There's a ton of units still left alive, and Xiaoqi should be alive still on 1 HP.
Well, somebody that isn't, unfortunately, a stellar Minhee does get knocked out by Lilu's board here, and is the 3rd player to get knocked out of this round as we encroach Dragon. Small little pause, small little upgrades.
This next round is so pivotal. Xiaoqi has to finish in the top 4 to reach 20 points in this game 3.
Everybody needs to be scouting their matchups, making sure that if you have Xiaoqi in your rotation, you cannot afford to not spike right now. And this is where there's a question here. How much do you sack your own spot in the tournament to ensure that someone doesn't get into check?
If you're Liluo on an 8 win streak and on 11 points, 3rd in the standings, you are fingers crossed, hoping you meet up against Xiaoqi and eliminate him.
And not just Liluo, Jedusor, Sidera, the players that really need this tournament to go along, to get back to those points, they are also looking to invest. And I'm honestly surprised I'm not seeing Jedu invest that gold. Here we go, maybe now.
This is really scary now. Having the 2-star Jace in the back line, we now have 2 damage threats alongside a very, very strongly upgraded front line here.
It's about the targeting position against a Sentinel board. Oh, but this might be another board that can actually outlast the other 6 Sentinels. So it changes the board quite a bit.
There's a Mel too. So not a Mel 2, but there's a Mel, comma 2.
Mel also.
So, yes.
And we can see Zhao Qi's front line is crumbling. Nothing is dead on the other side. This Tristana has just been ramping all game long to lead to this moment right here. Li Luo is saving the lobby. We are not entering check right now unless anybody else can take a bigger hit.
It's a fairly big loss as well. Saidera takes -20 there.
And he's fifth.
Oh, wow.
So we are guaranteed nobody entering check after game 3. We will have at least 5 games today.
And with Li Luo winning, we could also see him go all the way up to 19. So we could have quite a few players, I believe, both Xiaoqi and Li Luo potentially on 19, which means that they have a lot of flexibility in terms of what they play in game 4. Would only need one, just an 8th would put them into check, so they can try and make sure Tidal doesn't also reach that for game 5 potentially.
Great call out.
Yeah, that's the your only objective when you're on 19 in the game. Make sure other people aren't getting closer into that check range. A family Jinx 2 on the board,
With
a lot of
Shojin
stuns.
as well. So much of the mana reduction plus the mana generation means that the Jinx will be casting constantly. And on top of that, the front line's already crumbled, but the Violet on the other side doesn't actually make it through.
Come on, Draven, and he does.
Gunblade
go
doing a lot.
there.
There's still the Mel.
So close.
Saidera, fist pumping in the air. He knows every one of these fights are so important for him clawing himself back into the tournament.
And Jedu losing to Li Luo's clone is, I think, the more important story here. So both of these players are clawing for every single point, and I am not so sure they can find a way around Li Luo as easily as we saw just now in the next round.
Jeduzor also has a Mel on his board, so quite a few players angling towards that extra life, maybe that extra placement.
We have a quick striker Warwick as well. I haven't really seen that one, but it should give him extra shielding after he finishes off each target. Really nice combination. If he goes for the small sentinels, that could be an early bloodthirst.
Feels very hard to be able to get through these sentinels. We see the Nocturne pop, but they don't actually make their way.
He got one shot.
Line. And they still haven't been able to kill the Rel. If the Rel had fallen, they probably could have gotten there, but right now the Gunblade is putting in so much work. Everything is healing up. And we have to, the question really is, did the Mel reach 12 cast to save Jedusor?
Yep.
It did.
There's not really too many big upgrades awaiting Jedusor still to really ramp up. It's just the Mordekaiser 2 potentially. Looking at the emblems here, nothing too relevant. Black Rose is not a line players are committing to in this game.
No open components for them to use the spatula. It's just going to be more tankiness for Li Luo and a Shojin coming in for Saidar.
Jedusor are able to take a Morellonomicon to build onto the Mel, so didn't actually have any sort of anti-heal, and now going to be fighting up against the family board, most likely because we saw him play Li Luo in the last fight. Saidera and Jedusor will be heads up essentially for that potentially top 2 finish.
And this Jinx is actually very good against Li Luo because the burst of damage is able to counter the Gunblade, the slow bits of healing from the Tristana onto the Sentinel.
Jedusor is trying to find the Violet right here. If he has the Edge of Night, that should be the winning matchup against him. Let's see if he can... Oh, last second swap.
Let's see how it all pans out, and it is straight in front of that Violet, but will it work out in his favor, or is everything else going to fall before he can even get there? A lot of power coming in from that double Shojin Jinx in the backline, and she is so strong. Takes down the rest of the board from Jedu, takes down the Kog'Maw. It is only Mel, and she will not be able to save Jedu one more time. Saidera on top, gets into the top 2. Now it's only Li Luo in his path.
I do like what Jedu tried to do there. He actually found the Violet, providing him with the maximum amount of burst to just take that ultimate hero off the board. But unfortunately, it was a good counter there with the lineup on the Jinx as well to kind of stun the back line, make sure the damage didn't go through. Good win coming from Saidera.
Now the question is, how do you break through this 6 Sentinel board? And like Panda's talked about before, so much value from the Hextech Gunblade. Every one of those casts is bringing that Rel back up to full HP.
I think the timing of the big Jinx rocket is key here. If you're able to have a huge burst onto the front line right before the healing can come through, that could be it.
Jinx doesn't find the stuns necessarily. Big rocket. Rel still at over 50% HP.
Wait, here we go. Another Violet cast though. Will it kill the Rel? It does, but just not enough survivability. And with that, the Tristana will be enough to take out Sidera. Great top 2 from Sidera, but Li Luo with the Tristana reroll, getting a first place finish, bringing himself up to 19 points, just outside check.
Yeah, and that comes back to what you were saying, David. We now have 2 players on 19 points. It is very, very close between the 2 of them, and we will have at least 1 player, well, 2 players on check after that next game. Maybe more. We'll have to see how that one goes, but a very deserving win from Lilo, our Gizmos and Gadgets champion, really living up to the location, to the crowd, and to the expectations of the CN region, really.
What a celebration of creativity. That was a very tough spot he found himself in. There was 2 Sentinel players already clogging up the units, and he found that avenue where it was the Light Shield crest and building 2 Hex Tech Gunblades in the backline to keep the Rel 3 alive. One of the most unexpected of heroes coming in for the CN region and taking an unexpected comp.
I love the contrast. We saw Zhao Qi and Tidal both tied at 15 after game number 2. After game number 3, Zhao Qi tied with a different world champion. After game 3, both just outside check. And again, just beautiful, beautiful to see the contrast of the upcomer, the surprising, the unknown quantity alongside the world champion.
And maybe unexpected for you, Clement, in terms of the Rel line, but I was a huge experimenter with Tristana in PvE, trying different front lines. So the moment I saw this coming together, I got so excited. I think it's really a great unit after the buff. And this combination especially, identifying the Rel being a very good carry for Light Shield Crest, and then changing the itemization to support that, I think is beautiful to see in TFT, the adaptation on the fly.
Yeah, I agree. What a great, great game we got to see here from our top 8 at the TFT Macao Open. You know, I love it. I love when we get 1 more game guaranteed. When we're not locked out after 4 games, it's just the best.
That's right. 8 games today, right, everyone? 8 games.
I'm with you. I'm with you. I'm with you.
We'll have to see if that is going to come true. It would be the longest checkmate had ever gone if we get to 8.
I mean, if you're someone like Minhee right now, who after 3 games was at, what was it, about 7 points, I think, you are one of those players that really is hoping for the day to go long.
You are, and we are too. We're going to go to a quick break, and then we'll be right back with our next game. So stay tuned here at the TFT Macao Open.
Exalted Venture.
Welcome back after that short break. We got a new set of casters joining me here on the casters. Sofa Gangley still here, but Azael and Mort, you guys got a little bit of a break. Did you have a chance to talk to some people on the floor?
A little bit, yeah. I was chatting with some pros. I got to do an interview with Dish Soap and talk to some different people. So it's fun hearing people's point of view on how people should have played lines, because two incredible players can have such wildly varying opinions on like how you should have played out a game.
I think that's the joy of the early set, right? Is people are really still trying to figure it out. I've been talking about a bunch, but the Renata line, we've seen just very different optimizations. Tidal tried to play it that last time and it didn't quite work out. So yeah, there's a lot of exploration and still that debate about what are the best items, what are the best anomalies, what are the best setups, what are the best positions to play everything for. Some of them are solved, like I think we're seeing Violet has been sort of the main line that's sort of like, this is pretty easy to play and pretty solved. But others, like we're seeing, like the Academy Heimerdinger, the Renata, still a lot of exploration to be done.
You talk about it being the joys of the early set. I actually feel like that's just the core tenet of TFT, where it's like two professional players who are exceptional at the game can have two widely different philosophies on how to play the game. I think you kind of have these, I don't want to ever simplify it to like a paint by numbers sort of thing, but there are players who, they study the stats, they go by what they've seen in front of them, and then you kind of have these like intuitive, what feels right. Studying the
movement
the
here.
shape of the game. That's right. It's the salsa of TFT. but there are these players where it's like they study more, how is this fight supposed to be played? Understanding the tempo, the fluidity, the dance of the game, right? And those types of players, to me, are so fun to watch because you get to see their thought process come to life in the way that they build their boards.
I agree. We're Poggleskin, Mort.
Poggles is great. I like him when he just rolls around. He's a great little guy.
Poggleskin comes after Moldiver cutscene, right?
Oh, Moldiver cutscene.
Just what would a Moldiver cutscene be? Just him shoveling your
super
grave?
dark and he's just like burying the body?
That's what it is. I am so glad. I've had this pitch ready for years. Ready. So it starts off, Moldiver, he digs a hole in the ground real quick, and then he takes a coffin, throws it up into the air. They shoot up to the sky. Then he takes the enemy tactician, he throws it into the coffin, slams it down, and he buries them alive.
I'm just imagining, like the cheesy horror thing where the lightning strikes in the background.
Yeah.
It's like going dark, and it's just full black. The lightning strikes, and he's just.
Wait, that is so good. All right, well, we did it for you.
I want to cut the royalties when you make the Gravedigger Moldiver.
All right, guys. If you didn't have enough of Gangley's shenanigans just yet, we're going to go to a quick interview with Gangley and our winners of the 4v4.
What's going on, everybody? We're here at the TFT Macao Open, where the double elimination 4v4 event has just concluded, and I'm here with Team Phoenix Carry, the champion of the 4v4 event. Asa, just keep it simple. How does it feel to win the 4v4 event?
I'm really happy we got tickets to Paris, so it's like a pretty meaningful prize, and we don't have to stress about it because getting tickets to here was really stressful, just because it's so competitive.
Rainplosion, tell me about the run. What was it like to actually win the event? Was it difficult for you guys?
It was kind of a mess. I think we had to high roll some games to get here undefeated, but at the end of the day, it was super fun getting to play with a lot of friends. 4v4 is a super fun game mode. We kind of assembled the team last minute. We were literally just like recruiting people in line for the 4v4. But I'm glad that I'm going to Paris, and I'm glad that we got to play in the 4v4 at the events.
Phoenix, talk to me about 4v4 in general. All right, how do you like playing in the team format compared to singles? Is this something you'd want to continue doing?
Oh yeah, 4v4 is I think it's actually way more fun than singles. There's so many things to pay attention to in the game that the skill cap is so high. Like we actually have to, since we just made the team today or like yesterday, we just decided to try and keep things simple, but there's so many ways we could play better.
All right, Kiting, last question. Next up is Paris. The four of you all qualified. Number one, are you planning on actually going? And two, how does it feel to actually be able to just immediately qualify and compete internationally once again?
Oh yeah, I'm for sure going, and it feels amazing. Honestly, not having to go through the roulette of trying to buy the tickets online is the best part, and it's a really meaningful prize. I'm happy to get it.
All right, well, congratulations again to Team Phoenix Carry. We've got more team passes being given out for more 4v4 and 2v2 events. But for now, back to the main event.
Thank you so much, Gangly.
No problem.
And thank you so much to them for giving us
You really
the
should have
interview.
thanked yourself.
Yeah, you should have let me do
Great
the
interview,
intro.
Gangly. No problem, Gangly.
Fantastic job.
Missed
Once again.
chance. See, I need to break up all of the Gangly every now and then.
Yeah.
It gets too much.
True. I got to say, I love the way they did that with the side events and gave that meaningful prize, because that way you come here, you participate in the main event, and if you have a rough game, first heat and get knocked out, that's okay. Participate in these fun side events.
You have another side event where you can also get knocked out in the first round.
Yeah, but you get to play TFT, and like they said, the fact that it was such a meaningful prize, I talked to them yesterday, and they were actually studying, in between yesterday and today to try to get that win. So that was cool to see.
And it's not just the 4v4, right? There's also the double up tournament as well. I've seen I think the double up one was like full. I saw a spreadsheet of teams, and I think it was close to 100 teams or something entering the double up. So
Double up is fun. I play a lot of double up.
Yeah, weren't you challenger in double up?
Yeah. I play with my wife. We got
I was
challenger.
going to say, he plays with Joanne.
Yeah, exactly. It's a lot of fun.
And you saw they announced that the double up revamp is coming up.
I did see that.
Yep.
I've got my eyes on it. Yes, we'll be waiting.
The big thing there is finally taking the workop tag off of
that's
double
the
up.
only change. It's a complete revamp. Now launching.
It took us 6 months.
I have a personal question, because you obviously saw the great presentation I made back with Counterfight a couple sets ago. Was that the reason you finally got double up out of the shed?
It's definitely been something we've been wanting to do for a while here. So good news here is it looks like we are getting ready to go into the next game here. And we can see 2 players at 19, Tidal at 17. And then from there, we've got a 12 and a 13. As we see what the encounter is, it's going to load in, and it's going to be Jinx again. So more crabs as we go into game 4.
We've gotten a lot of crabs, I feel like, in this tournament on the broadcast.
The question is, are they scuttling or are they raving?
That's the question. I mean, I kind of hope they're raving so that Scuttle can get a couple more kills and win the championship here. He's already gotten like 4 kills.
Is there any visual difference? Obviously, you can tell once they start moving, but like, is there any...
Other than that, no, there's no difference.
Okay. I wasn't sure if there was like something. Maybe you need to get some like glow sticks, for the crab rave.
Oh, I like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Who do we need to tag?
Yeah, the crab rave, definitely one of the more challenging ones. I think the players that get knocked out are always typically pretty frustrated, but it's always funny because over the years we were getting these questions of like, why don't you make PvE harder? And now we can just go, that's why. That's right there.
So Liluo getting dropped, 2 different 3 costs. I feel like it's always kind of telling with the way that they want to play the game, depending on which one you hold. I actually feel like a lot of people would rather hold the Gangplank, but Liluo opts to instead play the Ezreal, and you can see holding the Sentinels as well. What this says to me is that it indicates that he values something like Academy higher than he does the Pit Fighter start.
Yeah, no, what's interesting is he's one of the players right now who's at 19 points.
10.
He doesn't have to stress too much, but we talk about the prize pool, right? The difference between first and second and third, there's a really big drop-off here. So even just getting like a first here to be up to 27, if checkmate doesn't go well, having that second place and getting that extra, I think it's like $20,000, like that matters a lot. So
Little Legends.
Yeah. That's like
surely
4 Little Legends.
If you buy the
You said it,
But bum.
Don't worry, no one's watching.
Yeah, right.
Let's keep this between us, chat.
Yeah, you didn't hear nothing.
This is a safe place.
All right, Silver Augment here. Blade Dance is a really fun one. That can do well. It's kind of hard to play, but if
it is really cool.
Yeah, it does do well. Branching out the other safe option here, branching out just, getting that +1 emblem
There's
for
a
a
lot of good plus
really
ones. I think there's a lot of
safe?
good +1s now. Like,
Go with, here we go. Go with the Aurelia Hero Augment here. Has
already
5
on 5.
Aurelias. This will be fun to watch.
No,
it is really fun.
I don't know exactly how solved the itemization of the hero augment of Irelia is. I've seen people
Titans
play
BT
exactly.
+1.
Yeah, the kind of standard melee bruiser. The thing is, I also kind of feel like whenever someone doesn't know how to play a frontline carry,
Titans BT
you
Sterix.
just throw Titans BT on it, and then you just figure it out later.
So I've actually seen a couple iterations on this where because you play the Sentinel line, you actually go full offense. You go like IE Hodge plus like Edge of Night, and it can do some pretty insane things. I've seen that version do well also. That way you don't have to build up the Titan stacks. And the Titan stacks are a little less valuable because even when you're playing Rebel, you already have like 2 Sentinel or even 4 Sentinel. So you've already got the armor and MR. That ends up being a little less valuable.
Is the AP scaling on Aurelia just for the shield?
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I figured.
Yeah, so you want to go full AD.
Yeah, of course. I just meant from the Titans.
Yep.
What the value was there.
Yeah, it's not as good there, so... Looking at this board here, has the Bruiser emblem and the Ginsu, so clearly leaning towards that Twitch line with the Bruiser Mundo. That's going to be pretty good here, just using this to get through the early game. And again, 19 points here, so safely going to be able to get to check next game. It's just a question of, again, how many points you get for those standings, working your way towards that big prize pool. And so those are our 2 players that, again, very comfortable right now, can kind of do whatever here. And we do see a power-up augment here.
Power-up does mean that we're not going to have a prismatic on 3-2, of course. It means it can only be silver and gold. But I also want to call out the 2 players sitting at 19. We talked about it before the break. They're now in a position to play spoiler for those players who are within check. You know that title is very close, just needs a 6th place or higher. If you can play spoiler and send title bot 2, it means you're only going to have 2 players in check next game.
Well, I think it's actually a really good point, because you were obviously talking about the prize pool, Morton, that is very valuable, getting as many points as you can. But also for someone like Jedusort, he needs a first to be able to get into check, right? So it's like you still actually really want to, even if you only need 1 point to get check, you want that first so someone else can't get it, right? Because there's 2 players that need 7 and 8 points. So if you can get that top spot, deny them, that's someone who can't take away that first place prize for you next game.
So I have great news, specifically for Gangly. Minhee is on Caretaker's ally, Urgot.
Okay, I would be super excited about this if this were like a week ago. Yeah. The thing is, without the hunger for power, anomaly being forcible, I actually feel like the Caretaker's Urgot tends to be very hard to play.
I'm an Urgot non-believer. I have not seen this unit do that well. When I've played the Artillerist Triss reroll lines, usually I've found the gold almost isn't even worth it to actually try to go for Urgot 3. Maybe I'm not playing it right, but to me it's not something I've had a lot of success itemizing with more than just a TG or something.
I've definitely had a couple games where you can make it successful, but that usually involves a little bit of shenanigans. For example, I had a game where you play it with Cooking Pot, and you give him so much extra health that he becomes such he does the same thing every melee champion does, where he takes damage, which causes him to cast, and then you have Pit Fighter. That Pit Fighter allows him to heal back up, and you get a lot of damage that way with Artillerist. That being said, I don't think that's what we're seeing here, and so it's going to be pretty hard.
You think he had?
I do like Rageblade Urgot early. He does do a lot of damage, but it's the kind of thing that right around 4-1, even at 3-star, it kind of falls off. So I don't think it's the kind of thing you can stick with. My guess is that's an item holder to later become like a 4 Artillerist line. 4 Artillerist did get buffed, and so if you could get that going, that can be a way to succeed.
I mean, if
4 is quite strong.
If you're playing something like Tristana Urgot, right, you have Rageblade IE already slammed, like you're saying, really strong item holder, even just at 1 star. When he levels up to 6, he'll have it as a 2-star Urgot. Or is it level 5? No, yeah, when he's level 5, he'll have it as a 2-star Urgot.
Because you get one when you pick it, and then you get one for 4 and 5.
So I can definitely see a world where he opts to just play into the Tristana reroll, which we've seen do well, and then kind of forego the value of the 3-star Urgot entirely.
But if you don't have the Trist really early and you're getting the stacks, I think it's not good.
Yeah, I'm less excited about that, and I'm more excited about possibly the Emissary line.
Yeah.
Where you can go that and then play around the Urgot 3, the Ambessa 2, have that Garen front line and just
Corki.
Yeah, and play exactly. The Corki can be there. You can go a 4 Artillerist, 4 Emissary line. That's another line, especially if you get an emblem. You could put the Artillerist emblem on the Ambessa.
Ambessa with Artillerist in particular, it is the best Delta item you can put on Ambessa. Generally, though, it has a lot to do with being able to play around the 6 Artillerist, right? And so I'm not a huge believer personally in 4 Artillerist entirely, but we'll see.
Yeah,
I personally really like the Emissary line for this specific patch and the Caretaker's Ally. I think that's your best out that I would go for, probably.
Speaking of which, it's interesting. The Emissary line was something I think yesterday, especially in top 64, top 32, there was a lot of hype around. A lot of people were saying it was the safe level 8 line that you could kind of flex into a variety of carries. And I bring that up because today, we haven't seen a lot of it. There's not been a lot of that emissary line, which is pretty interesting.
It is interesting. It's almost one of these like self-correcting things where I wonder if because it was getting played so much, people felt it was too contested to actually go for it, and then people stopped playing it, and now maybe there needs to be like that self-correction again where people start playing it, you know?
So, so basically what happens is everyone who's contesting it is losing, and the players who aren't playing it advance, and then they're like, oh, well, I didn't play emissary yesterday, and it worked really well, so I don't need to play it right now.
Because I for sure think there are still good lines to play emissary. I think it's really strong, and when we're looking at the stats for most played comps, it was like obviously this is exact comps, but it was you know, a variation of family was by far #1, and then there was like 3 or 4 variants of emissary were kind of the next most played. So I do think there's lots of different lines you can play, but it is hard if it's really heavily contested.
Yeah, calling out by the way, their titles board here. He is going to full win streak through the stage with that Darius 2. I love a 3-item Darius to start with, a Darius 2. So hard to kill with the amount of healing and damage he does. So really good position here. Again, title only needs a 6th or higher, but, you know, pretty comfortably good start here. Has 48 gold, looking really good here. And the economy in this Scuttle Puddle, you know, looking really high across the board.
Yeah, also got the Conqueror, of course, on the back of that Darius in as well super early, so that started stacking up. Now, you mentioned it, top 6 is needed for title. To maybe give you an overview of the rest of the lobby, Xiaoji and Lilo are guaranteed after this round for checkmate. Xiuqiu needs a top 2, and then Jedusor needs a top 1 to make check on the back of this game. So there is a world where it all lines up, and we have 5 players on check after this game.
I just want to call out, by the way, every time we saw a gold orb appear, right before they grabbed it, we would switch views. So we'll have to see what everyone got their gold orb here. Yeah, like I said, one off the Aurelia here, trying to roll down. I do think when you're at 8 here, you go pretty deep.
You go to 30, I think, for sure.
Yeah.
Especially with a 1-cost hero augment, I feel like you need to spike it, have enough tempo, be win streaking this next stage or two to be able to actually get towards the late game. Because, okay, so there you go. That's very big. And it doesn't have the final item. We don't actually know if he's sitting on any components. It would be interesting to see what he goes for. It could be Edge Knight. It's going to be IE, so it is a pretty aggressive build like you were talking about.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, right? You get the IE for the spell crit. That's really important. Has the Hodge, which synergizes with that really well. The Titan's not ideal per se, but the fact that you're playing the Rebel version, that the armor becomes more valuable. So pretty good here. And so I imagine this might just be like a combination of Aurelia into the Zoe and the the Laui.
That's what I would think.
Yeah, it should just be a solid, you know, secondary carry.
I mean, it can be really nice when you, especially if you can hit it reasonably early. I mean, this is 3-1. Obviously, there's a lot more gold injected in because it is Scuttle Puddle, so there is still a cost to having hit it. You know, you did have to roll down to 30, but you hit it this early. If you can streak this next stage, you just start ecoing up, you pump levels, and then it doesn't have to be about that later on.
This is our power-up player,
That's
so
huge.
Yep, is going to be able to get this.
Black Rose and Dominator.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't
remember what the setup was. Oh, wow.
Playing Dominator already.
Okay.
So he is going to go Dominator crown. So then you can get 6 quite easily. And I do think 6 Dominator, you know, especially if you can get it in early, is quite strong because, you know, we talked about this earlier, the shielding is powerful.
Lilo, by the way, getting a artifact out of his augment here. We talked about that Aurelia. If you get an artifact like Death Defiance, could be really, really good. Or even Prowler's Claw on that Aurelia could go really insane.
Well, now you said it.
We'll find out.
Ha! Look at that. Called it.
I'm curious how that interaction actually works. So will it transport you after the first kill? And then you'll dash after, and you'll potentially dash back into the back.
This will be fun to watch. Let's
see an Aurelia one trick in League of Legends.
Yes. So we watch this here. We're going to get the dash. And there you go. Just instantaneously.
Two things she didn't even dash, though,
boom,
right?
Boom.
She's like, backline? What backline?
See, this is one of these things where I watch this game and I'm like, I'm going home and I'm forcing this.
right. But, you know.
And then you don't get the hero augment.
But this is also, this is the part of TFT I personally love as a player. It's like having these situations that you might only get 1 in 50 or 100 games.
And knowing how to play it out.
But, man, when you do, they're so fun. They're such a unique experience. And I look at this Aurelia, like these, I was talking about the items, right? Like, this is perfect itemization to me.
Now, how much of the power budget of something like Prowlers is in the base stats of the item itself? Because my concern, to be honest, is watching that fight, her targeting was exactly the same than without it. She still would target the backline in those instances.
The thing you're not seeing, though, is remember, every time it procs, your next autos have that 60% critical strike damage. So the next version hits really hard.
Does the second part of the dash count toward that, though? It does.
It
wow,
does. And so you get a lot of power there on that spell, on those autos. And even if it is just the autos, right, look at these items. And so we're going to get another view of this from the other side here. And just watch the damage here. It's just going to be so much. Already back to the Vander. The Vander's low. Second cast wipes out 2 more targets.
Crazy.
And again, healing as well. And so Edge of Night was the only thing that saved him there. And so gets the kill. And yeah, like this is a really cool version of this Aurelia hero augment.
Oh man, I mean, Minhee's board, it is really, really spooky to be playing from this position.
Minhee has been having such a rough day.
These are some tough games where Minhee has been opting into some of the more variant sort of
Really
augments,
risky.
right?
Exalted Adventure.
And then Caretakers, both of which it feels like he ended up taking the worst options of those.
And I mean, that's also, one of the things
Oh.
that's just part of TFT, right?
Yep.
Like, I can't remember who I was talking to, but he had played these similar kind of lines sometimes earlier in the day and hit some really ideal setups. He did get a pan there on a Carousel, so.
He should have 2 pans now, right? Oh no, that's the one he just picked up. All right.
Yep.
I looked in the second that he picked it, but I was like, oh, maybe.
But yeah, it does open up for him to go something, like into the pit fighter vertical or something like that if he wants to play into that variation.
Yeah, that is one out
He has
here.
a Reforger as well. He does have 2 pans.
Interesting.
Yeah, there you go.
So he does have 2 pans.
So this is actually okay. I don't know that I like that slam though here. When you have the 2 pans, we talked about how again, 1 pit fighter emblem, 2 pit fighter emblems, that's a win condition. And so I feel like you had the opportunity to go that route here.
But I also understand the fact that you're at 60 HP, you're already not feeling that strong, and you're like, do I want to hold on for these components,
But you're playing Urgot carry, like you're at 6 points in this tournament. This is the kind of thing where I think you have to play for the first or 8th plays.
Yeah.
And the first or 8th play here to me is take the pit fighter emblems, play around the Urgot 3, get to the 8 pit fighter, and try to play around that. And unfortunately, slammed that tactician's cape, and still ends up losing. This is a bleed out. Now what's your win condition, right? Like you have nothing to even 1% chase here. That really worries me.
Well, I think his chase is still what we talked about earlier, where he's trying to play around like that quirky, emissary line probably.
Right, but at that point you're kind of playing like a decent board.
Like that,
And again, when you're at 6 points in this tournament,
no, I agree.
You don't need a decent board. You need a high roll first to swing you right back into this.
Yeah, you need.
I like the fist slam on the sofa here
Yes,
more.
I mean you need it. Like
he's like, yes. Shout out to the TikTok feed.
Perfect,
They see
perfect.
that.
By the way, 9 loss streak here on the other side here. This could be a 10 loss streak.
I mean, yeah, it looks right now, if I'm looking at these items, that you're playing some sort of full loss streak into an emissary board, because the itemization having the Edge of Night, Infinity Edge, and then the Sterex alongside the Garen, which is already there with the Anima Visage, means that you should be able to do the really powerful Mbessa the aggro D-toggle, or the aggro toggle straight onto the Garen.
I'm just so happy every time we get to watch this Aurelia fight.
Yes.
He's dancing on him.
Oh, the
That
blade
is a
dance
blade
is so
dance.
good. And we did talk about this, how, hitting this on 3-1 was going to win streak. Sure enough, does win streak through this stage, has a lot of economy. I love the item setup here. Title on the other side, being able to do pretty well, not a full win streak, but using that Darius to get him through with 82 health here. So overall, kind of looking like what we expected here. Stellar does win, has enough Urgots, by the way, that I believe, actually, he might need one more.
So I will say that was a really unfortunate loss from Mungchenyu, and that is also a player that needs those high finishes to maybe close the gap to the rest of the player field, is not in a position to make check here, is sitting on these unfortunate 11 points on the back of a 8th in that previous game.
Yeah, the good news about 11 points is really what you just need is like 2 top 4s. You don't really necessarily like a
And
first
everybody
place.
else to not end the tournament.
Right. It's sort of out of your
game
control.
after.
But like you don't have to go too swingy, and if you end up with like an 8th place, you put yourself in a position where you're like never going for it here. That being said, if you need 2 top 4s, a 10 loss streak opener is a very risky way to get that.
I think he's gonna like basically send it to 0 right now. We're gonna see this roll down here. He has got to hit a good board at this point. Find some real item carriers. Kind of surprised they didn't at least like hold Jinx, because I do think some of those items can work, and that can be one of those things as an out to hold on to.
He does have 2 Malzahars here. That being said, Malzahar definitely has dropped down in priority, and like you said, no items
That's why
to
I
really
thought,
support that.
An AD legendary, he just passed his second Jinx, right? Like now he picks one up, but you know, sometimes even if it doesn't fit perfectly in your comp, just like a random Jinx 2, random, you know, Jace 2, something like that could bail you out. But he did not have a good roll down whatsoever. Now you're on this like really weak emissary board. He got no Corki. He has an Ambessa 1, Garen 1. He's in a rough spot.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that's one of the challenges of this emissary board, right? Is you do have to. It's not a 1, 2, 3, 4 trait you can slowly edge into. It's like you have to hit it all. You have to bring it all together. On the other side, we do see the Urgot 3, but again, Urgot 3.
Yeah, well, so he's got an experiment line.
Yeah, so it's okay, but again, like I said, it usually falls off really right about here as people start getting their 4 costs online.
Yeah, so it is interesting though, you know, because this is kind of like the old school Twitch Mundo version, was people who played it with 5 experiment, and you played it with Zyra, and you played it with Urgot, and you had those extra experiment hexes.
Maybe a bailout.
Oh, belt overflow, and we see as a Garen 2 in shop.
Okay, that's good.
that is
good.
very good.
Yep.
That's going to buy the Malzahar a lot of time. If we can get a Malzahar 2 with this emissary board, that could be a potential out here. That being said, any bad fight where something goes past the Garen onto the Malzahar, that's going to end up pretty rough here. And we still have to hit the Malzahar 2. Malzahar 1 probably not going to cut it. I have to call out, by the way, the Aurelia Blade Dance took Golden Egg. Twitch chat, call it out. That's a Golden Egg. I mean, he's at 19 points. What's the worst that could happen?
I really
I
really like the positioning we just saw from Meng Chen Yu at the very end there. Did actually move the rest of the front line back 1 and put the Ambessa in the front line. He's forcing the entire enemy team to aggro onto both the Garen and the Ambessa. Once the aggro leaves the Ambessa, it'll go straight onto that 3-item Garen 2 that is definitely not dying on 4-2.
Yeah, let's see how the Aurelia is going to fare against this board. It's looking pretty good so far because most of the frontliners have moved away, so it gets in the backline, one-shots the Jace. And I think the Aurelia should have enough to be able to clean this up, though. Now, the stuns from the Elise can be a little bit annoying here, but it's taking so long for them to actually get past that Vex.
I like how Vex is tying down 2 of these beefy bruisers just on her own.
Yeah, and the amount of healing every time this crits should be fine. There is a Bramble Vest on the other side, but I'm not too worried here. And again, with Golden Egg, every single round you win, that Golden Egg is so big, it's going to be cashing out sooner. If he wins 1 or 2 more, this is looking like a solid first place.
So something we didn't talk about when we were talking about Minhee having the experiment variation of the line is that this patch, there is an alternative form of high roll that you're opened up to, which is Warwick. It's one of the ways that you actually can high roll in the experiment line, and it's not something we've really seen in that line much at all.
Yeah.
So this one's tricky because I agree with you, right? 7 experiment and Warwick and things like that, but it's so unexplored right now that people haven't figured out the proper way, like which bonus do you use? Is Warwick worth giving a bonus to? Because Warwick's bonus is kind of just okay, especially if you're ahead. You get those stuns, but you're giving up things like the Mundo bonus, the Urgot bonus, and things like that. So I think right now the risk there is it hasn't been optimized, and you might actually grief yourself a little bit.
I mean, I agree with you, but like even if you don't do it perfectly optimal, 7 experiment doubles all the experiment bonuses. So it's not bad, and I think if you're playing the full experiment line, you put it in anyway, and even if you're not sure to use Warwick or not, just don't put them on a hex and double the ones you're already using.
Yeah, so 7 experiment, I agree. That being said, we don't have the emblem, so that's going to be tricky.
You would have to get a +1 plus that,
Yep. So, but yeah, and I think that's generally what we've seen is people play it safe, where you put the Warwick not on the hex.
Yeah.
So that's a Jinx too, by the way.
I just trust that you made it good and put it on there, Mortdog. That's my faith in you.
There you go. We do have a Jinx 2 on one of the boards here with IE Ginsu's. I'd want to get the Ginsu's off, but the IE with Jinx 2 is very powerful at this phase in the game. So
also want to note, we see Minhee, who has won the last 3 rounds, actually moved those Urgot items onto the Twitch and is now playing the Ginsu double IE Twitch.
He just got a BF sword, so now he has Shojin for the Jinx 2.
Oh, that's going to be really good.
Because he has an open tier, so he really wanted that. And he got a 4-cost BF off Carousel.
Wow.
So
all right,
that is the dream.
Liluo did lose the last round here, so no Golden Egg there. Yeah, if we can just get the Ginsu's off and get a nice 3rd item here. Ginsu's isn't the worst, but it's okay. And then we have Bronze for Life, the Prismatic here, as well as Little Buddies.
And this is going to be an anomaly Jinx.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the situation. Like, This is the kind of thing that could definitely beat Lilo's board. That being said, that Aurelia, if it gets on the Jinx and just jumps it down, that could swing it the other way. So it feels like those are our kind of top 2 boards right now for sure.
And I will say what you're calling out a sale there, with some of these 5 costs showing up so early, that will be a good option for even players like Wang Chunyu who have been down quite a bit to maybe claw their way back if they get a good anomaly onto the legendaries.
I mean, it's one of those things that I find, really hard because you don't often have a legendary online, before the anomaly. So I don't even know what ones I'm looking for a lot of the time in those rare cases. I feel like my instinct would be to go for some of the mana ones. Like I would think Nothing Wasted would be super, super good. Yeah. But like, I'm just guessing.
No, so Nothing Wasted is a very common one. Yeah. It gets as really, really quick to get that cast off. Because again, with Jinx 2 especially, once that rocket goes off, you kind of nuke the board. So we kind of see him still trying to figure out here. Call the Week, I definitely don't think is what you want here.
We saw title roll past Nothing Wasted, and I've been hearing a lot more people talk about Nothing Wasted Corki even. Some people are really liking that. So interesting that he decided not to go for that. Because he doesn't have a lot of tank items, this is an interesting choice. So
I love taking dual wielding specifically in the Emissary line because you have so many different threats on that board. Even at level 8, you all of a sudden can make it very easy to have different damage sources all targeting one side of the board.
But he had no tank items. He went for tanks. He gets Bramble, Declaw. So, not really a lot of HP or anything. What did the Jinx player end up taking?
The Wolves. I don't like this decision. I feel like either make your front line a little bit better or play with something that scales better with the ult. The Wolf Familiars to me feels like the incorrect choice here.
This, I think, is the perfect example of what Azael was talking about before, is that you're just not in this situation very often. A lot of these anomaly choices tend to be optimized throughout even the early games, the early days of a patch. How often are people putting their Jinx in the anomaly? I think Shichu is just unfamiliar with what to roll for.
Yeah, I think the bigger thing was he didn't want to go too deep. He'd already rolled about 9 gold here. But yeah, the Rocket does do some big damage here. Does still have the Wolves. Is able to get on the Corki and going to win. And the reality is, even if it is slightly suboptimal, it's still a Jinx 2. It's still a Jinx 2 in stage 4. This thing's going to crank out a ton of damage. And we're heading into our final PvE round for the early game here.
From the grave.
Yep. Woo.
I will also say, Shichu is a player that needs a top 2. So I think with the setup, that looks to be possible. But we're looking over to Stellar Minhee. He transferred those items over to the Twitch that we saw earlier, and we're right now running that Urgot 3 with just a Hextech Gunblade.
6-game win streak. This is bronze for life, right? The prismatic variation of that. And Twitch is one of those units that is so good at being able to build very horizontal board. Last patch, we were able to see it with many people playing the Black Rose variation. Even now, though, without the additional spat, knowing that he had the Tactician's Crown that he built on stage 3 makes it so much easier to tag those different traits in.
Gold Orb here giving 2 LeBlancs. If one of those had been a Malzahar, that would have been a lot better. Unfortunately, does end up with these LeBlancs. I don't know that we saved them. Is going to go to level 9, roll a little bit here, sells those LeBlancs. Again, really looking for this Malzahar 2. The odds not really in your favor, though, and isn't going to hit it. On the other side, we do see a Vander 3.
What's your take on those kind of levels? I'm not really, like, I get that he is really low, but it's like when you have, like, 6 gold to roll, it kind of feels like just wait 1 turn, but I mean, it's so tough because he's at 1 life, so I guess he's just hoping for the high roll out.
See, I don't think he is at 1 life.
2
lives. Well, I think you do wait. I think you have to wait 1 turn here. That being said, if you're desperate, it's like, well, you take the shot, right? You know.
Well, I actually don't know because you get so much value out of your level 9 here. He was able to get the Nocturne in, which gave him both Automata and Quick Striker. I definitely understand that having the Mbessa 2 is going to be higher value, but I think there are fights that you actually do win being able to buy Quick Striker there.
Yeah. If it's super close, but I also just feels like there's going to be a lot of rounds you have to win to be able to not go like, bot 2 in this game. So that's why I feel like I would just be waiting, because it's like, yeah, okay, maybe that makes me scrape through 1 round, but then if I'm dead broke and can't hit my stuff anyway, aren't I just dead in 1 or 2 rounds anyway?
The question is waiting 1 round going to enable you to win out the rest of the game? Because if you sacrifice
if it
that
enables
round,
you to hit Mals and stuff, maybe.
Maybe. I don't think you're playing for a win-out angle. To me, I feel like if you can win the round in front of you, you take the round in front of you.
Liluo, by the way, on a 2-loss streak here. I know that means he won at least one more round, so there's been 2 wins on the Golden Egg path. So Golden Egg should be about 1 or 2 turns away from hatching. Going to be pretty close here. Title, by the way, with that Radiant Edge of Night on Ambessa, that is a great item. It's just the question is the rest of the board has that Sniper's Focus on Corki as well. So pretty good. Unfortunately, up against a Rumble 2.
And the Rennie's seeing it over and over.
Yeah, and so Ambessa, I don't think is going to be able to get through all this.
Mention you with 1 unit, and a Tristana 2 will clutch it out there. Have him win 1 round. Does get a cash out from the Conqueror. Will just be the Camille 2. A little bit of extra gold. Malzahar does come through.
So the other big story we have to talk about, by the way, Tidal. Tidal needed 6th or higher to get to check, and we just saw him take a really nasty loss. There's a chance here Tidal does not get 6th or higher here, which would be massive. As we were taught about 3 players that could easily hit check.
Yeah.
It might just be 2. Yeah, you get a look at the health totals here. 12, 10, 8,
players on
2.
1 life.
This is going to be a huge fight.
Yeah, there's a Warwick on board here now as well for the Rebel player. We'll see what they can get done. The Rebel stun does come down, and that Aurelia is in that back line. I think going to make short work of most of this board. And now over here on Title's board, it is looking a pretty close fight here. Ambessa in the back line. It's up to Ambessa, but can't get it done. Did he kill enough to stay alive? No, he did not. Title is out. He will not go to check in this game.
Meng Cheng Yu up against Liluo right before the cash out.
Oh, Experiment. Was the Experiment player still alive?
Yeah.
Minhe's still in there.
Minhe's
There's an
still alive.
Experiment spat on the Carousel. So now there is that potential out of hitting the Warwick and getting the Experiment spat. Would be pretty interesting.
Yeah, so 2 things here. Title either went 8th or 7th, but either way, that means he doesn't make check. That's massive. The other thing I wanted to call out here is the Aurelia. We talked about how he dashes around. Paired with the Warwick, if the Aurelia ever gets anything really low, the Warwick will follow and join and get the execute. That's a really fun combo. The Golden Egg is going to crack. Going to get 2 Tactician's Crowns here.
Oh, man.
That's going to get +2 to the army size.
What do you think about the tech? So I've been hearing about some people talking about, so you just block the Warwick in the corner so it just stays alive the whole time and just has that execute alive. And you just don't itemize it.
It helps for the first execute. If you have 0 items, I'm okay with that.
Yeah, with 0 items.
Right, but it does grief your positioning a little bit.
Yeah.
Here, I don't mind like putting it in the back line. It'll catch up eventually. We also get to see, by the way, the anomaly getting the giant-sized Aurelia, so that's really cool to see this giant Aurelia.
In case you didn't see her slice up your entire board before, now you definitely do. Giant Aurelia will take care of Xiaoqi's board as well. From the looks of it, she does take a little bit longer to reach that Jace, but will finish him off, and Warwick will help with the cost, is now onto that front line as well. And you also still have that Zoe in the back line, serving out so much damage. Coming back to what we've been saying about the Emissary board, this is really a multiple threat kind of board.
Absolutely. And it's also worth mentioning that Minhe decided not to pick up the Experiment spat. He did actually go for, I think it was a Visionary spat, but it was on a Mundo. So I think he just wanted the Mundo for probably a Mundo 2, I'm assuming.
Well, also keep in mind he has the Bronze for Life as well, right? So anything that does enable you to go
damage.
a little bit wider.
Unfortunately, he got knocked out. We had another double knockout here, so we went really fast. We went from 8 players down to 3 in about 2 rounds.
Minnie's on a 10-win streak now.
Xichu also still in contention. We had 2 players guarantee, Xiaoqi and Liulo. Both of them will make check. But if Xichu can get into the top 2, finish there, we will have him on check as well, giving us a little bit of a 3-horse race situation. But let's check in with Stellar Mini and the 1 item Urgot 3 that was delivered by the Caretaker's ally. Takes care of the Aurelia with no effort whatsoever.
This is not a line that we really see all too often, playing around the vertical experiment. And I think a part of it may be enabled by having the Tactician's Crown early, because you get to have additional threat on your board that are either buying time for him to scale up or to deal additional damage with the Prismatic Bronze for Life.
I think that's the big one here. The Prismatic Bronze for Life enabling just so much extra power. And again, I was talking about this beforehand, right? Where it's like certain lines need certain conditions to elevate them to an extra level. And the fact that you're playing that Twitch with double Ginsus kind of normally means you're lacking some damage, right? You don't have too many damage items. but that bronze for life providing so much extra utility here.
Damage.
Yep, and so now we've also got the Scuttle Puddle, which means 2 more full items. There is a lot of itemization going on right now.
And it is so interesting, right? Because we talked about the anomaly choice for Shike, and you know, he's playing this Jinx, you know, with the Wolves. He needs top 2, right? If he goes out in third because of maybe a non-ideal anomaly choice, that means he misses out on check this game and potentially misses out on being world champion.
Yeah, for sure here. These are 3 very powerful
Open
boards.
champion.
Yeah, well.
11 units on Liluo's board here right now, kind of the favorite. We have the Jinx 2. You know, the front line, though, still an Alawi 1 here, unfortunately.
I mean,
he's sitting on 60 gold, though.
We just watched Minhee beat the player who just cashed out, Liluo, after cashing out. And so I'm not entirely convinced that Chicho is going to be able to actually get a second place finish. It would start here, but no, not even being able to kill the Twitch between the damage over time of the Malzahar and the Jinx Rocket. This looks really bad for Chicho.
But he's trying to go 10. Like, he's sitting on 60 gold.
Yeah.
So, you know, I think that he's feeling like he's going to be able to get towards 10. We'll see. He is now on 70 gold, so he's got another life to give, likely, unless he gets blasted.
I think he's recognizing that it's the only way, right? It's like at that.
He just went 10. He just went true 0 to go 10 and put in a Zeri.
Yeah, well, so, I mean, at the very least, the Zeri gives Firelight.
Yeah.
Although, actually, wait.
That says had Firelight.
3 Firelight. What did that give? Did that make him weaker?
Firelight, I think.
That made him weaker.
You lose out on the bronze for life and the Firelight.
Huh. Okay.
Okay. Well, we'll take a look at this fight here once again between Liluo and Chicho. Chicho needs to stay in here. I think can take another hit if needed, but we'll get a glimpse at the giant-sized Blade Dance Irelia as she finds and clears that backline with no effort whatsoever. Chicho hanging in there, though.
I was just about to say, watching Aurelia and Warwick dash together and kill everything together, that is so fun to watch.
I've been that AD carry in League of Legends. It only looks cool when it's on your team.
Yeah.
True.
Okay, now Rumble here, that's a good add-on here, right?
Yeah.
I believe that's giving 2 Scrap and 2 Sentinel.
Does it work with Junker King?
No, it says non-unique, and so Junker King's a unique, but...
Well, I can't read, so...
Yeah.
None of the TFT players can.
It is just going to be the Scrap because we had Sentinel in before with the Rel, so but still one more trait. It's, you know, it's the prismatic variation, which means every single trait that you get is a meaningful impact to the board.
And Rumble is just better than a Zeri 1.
Is it good enough, though? We saw this matchup before. Liluo's Irelia and Warwick are absolutely lethal to that backline. You're still only sitting on that Malzahar 1. The Jinx is subset to stuns. Irelia has found her way. Warwick is joining her. They're onto that Jinx, and they're making short process.
All right, the Warwick does die here. The Echo could carry this. It is possible.
Oh.
No.
Really close fight, and I do wonder, I mean, it's so hard because you want the Jinx to be able to stun the melee carry of the Irelia, but Irelia has always the chance to go into the backline, so if you have Jinx on the same side, it's a very risky play.
We do have determination on the players that have made check after this game. Liluo and Shochi are going to be the only 2 players to make it here with that elimination of Chichu on 3rd place. Unfortunately, 1 point short.
Yeah, so it's crazy. It's funny. Talking up until this game, I think we've been saying, you know, title this and title that and things like that with that strong start. All of a sudden, the narrative has swapped to our other champion, our other previous champion. Liluo here, kind of the hometown champion, now is going to go all the way up to 27 points here. Not that the extra points matter for check, but that's going to put him in a strong spot for either 1st or 2nd in this tournament.
And the other player entering check is the quite literal opposite story. It's the unknown quantity. Zhao Qi, the player who nobody knows anything about this guy before the tournament actually happens, and that's the beauty of TFT. There is this feeling of
crushing him,
on any given Sunday, anybody can succeed. And so to see the 2 of them, both CN players representing their region in check, a potential to bring their first international victory home in over 2 years.
I mean, honestly, and if you're Stellar Minhee, you're so happy that only 2 people are going to check this game, right? Because if you come out of this with a 1st, which is what it's looking like, then you actually have a decent amount of points here going forward. There's more of a hope moving forward, you know, in these games that you could potentially claw back.
How wild would that be? 8-7 into, like 8-7 whatever into first, clutch it out, like, because he'll be at 14, I believe. So
So we went 8-7, so we had 3, right?
Yeah, and then
and
6.
8,
So, because he's at 6 points right now.
Okay, so he's 6? Yeah, okay. Okay, yeah, then he'd be at 14. So then you just need top 3 to be able to go in and check. So then there's only 2 players that can't win next game, and you can put yourself in a check. We could end up in a wild potential Game 6 situation if we don't have either of these players going in and check that can close it out, where a ton of people would be likely going to check in a Game 6. Like, we could have like a 5-6-way check.
Yeah.
Yep, absolutely.
So I asked the previous caster trio this as well. What do you guys think is going to be your final game score in this checkmate format?
I think it's Game 6.
6?
So I said 5 beforehand. I'm not going to change my answer now with new information. That makes me...
You had the opportunity.
I mean,
yeah, we wouldn't have told it.
I'm an honest guy. I said 5 earlier.
All right.
So...
I'm on 7, so... Yes.
7?
Yeah, well... The only time we ever
12.
went to 7 was at the TVO, which was last year in Vegas. I think we have the chance to do it again, but let's check out what we're getting from Drake. Double victor on the board.
Yeah,
Mel,
so we're now at
doubled.
7-1. 7-1 is when the in fact you're level 10 as well. The 6 cost odds are incredibly high here. This is where you can start to see those 2-star 6 costs. Nothing gets hit though. 2 Mels, 2 Victors being held here. I did also want to call out here the Titanic Strikes, the anomaly pick on this Twitch. Because there's so many units on the other side of the board, you're getting that cleave value. So that's a really good anomaly pick here on that Twitch.
I'm sorry, it's interesting. He's valuing Bronze for Life more than the Victor. Doesn't elect to actually put it in, but this could be the last round here. Lilo have not been able to take him down, and we'll see if he can do it. It's all up to the Aurelia, get into the back line, but the Twitch is positioned on the opposite side of the map. He gets the kill on the Aurelia, and this one is not even close. Stellar Min, he had a rough start to the day here, but is going to be able to likely close this one out. Doesn't quite kill him, 1 HP.
But that was the Mel, right?
I believe
Lilo
so.
put a Mel on
he only had
board.
10 health, right?
Yeah, he put a Mel on board, and I looked at it, and I was like, "Are we actually? Do we have enough casts?"
I think it's been there for a while. And
Okay.
so.
Yeah, must have, yeah.
In the shadows.
I mean, I want to pay attention to the positioning here. The thing that stood out to me, Liluo is opting to put Aurelia on the opposite side as the primary damage, and I think the part of it is because he doesn't have enough survivability with a full damage variation of Aurelia. He's afraid of the Twitch being able to burst the Aurelia down, but you can't win the extended fight against Twitch.
Have to flip it and just pray you go backline instantly?
We'll see.
Well, this should be the final fight between the two of them. Can Lilo avoid the fate that seems to be written on the wall? See, Aurelia does go down, and that is going to be it. Stellar Minhee, after a rough start into the day, takes this game and puts the Americas back on the map.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, being able to go all the way up to 14, you've still got a ways off, but like we said earlier, the fact that only 2 players made check, that's kind of best case scenario, right? If we had had like 4 or 5, it would feel like, ooh, it's going to take too long. But now you've got some odds here where, again, all you need is a 3rd place or higher, and you're back in this game.
So over the course of the first 2 days, Minhee had over a 50% top 1 rate, first place rate, over 22 games. He went bot 4, bot 4, bot 4 in the first 3 games today. Statistically speaking, that means he's going 1-1-1 in games 4, 5, and 6.
And
Minhee's taking it home for the Americas.
Breaking the curse of this guy's toast.
I said statistically speaking more, so I think that's how the math works.
Okay.
It's just like, if I was playing this lobby, 50% chance I win. You win or you lose, 50-50,
That's right.
you know?
Yeah.
That being said, our other America player, Sadira here, unfortunately now that's putting him in 8th place here. So still struggling for the region. It still feels like a very China-heavy lobby. And we get a look at this Aurelia. This Aurelia was so fun to watch throughout the game. And like you said, kind of my favorite moment here was the Aurelia and the Warwick dashing around together, getting those executes, getting those kills. That Prowler's Claw making that Aurelia just so fun to watch there. And you can see just kind of the look of anguish there, unfortunately, here. And
I'm trying to imagine this game being played out with that bruisery variation of the Aurelia that we had alluded to earlier. And I just imagine that you would not see nearly as much success when you're playing the slow fight. Even think, when we saw him play against the Twitch, the only way he's able to kill stuff is by having that burst up front any sort of stall composition that's playing around 4 and 5 cost is going to outscale a bruiser sort of build on the Irelia. So I think a heads-up play to go full damage.
I agree. I mean, it had to get backline and just like one-shot the carries, right? And that build did allow it to do it. I also think, though, that Sidera, who I believe now is in 8th as far as point total, he's at 12. So even he could go into check. So any player can go into check next game if it does not end. We obviously do have 2 players, right?
I think it's possible, unless I'm insane, if everything lined up properly,
it could be A-way
every player could be in check. That is possible now. If Sidera goes first,
you're right.
Yeah,
Stellar
like the
goes
reverse
third,
flip.
right? If everyone gets just what they need to make it, I think it's possible.
I see something that's being
what
transferred onto stage, so I think we should take a look at there. Our champion belt for the Teamfight Tactics Macao Open. We saw the one from last year. Malala had it with him. This one, though, of course, in the style of Into the Arcane, the entire belt is anomalized, so to say. I think it looks really cool.
Yeah, I agree. Got to look at the belt earlier, and it does look really amazing. And being able to be kind of like Malala, who was walking around wearing his belt in the hotel, which I thought was
flex.
It is absolutely a flex. Or, you know, I think during Malala's big win where we'd have the belt behind him and then the big check behind him that he also had. So definitely a really cool flex throughout the season.
Let's not forget that Minhee, one of the players in this top 8, is in Malala's study group. So to see it won by almost a spiritual successor to Malala's win at TiVo.
I like how he gets one first, and you're like, he might get it.
We can dream.
Well, we will dream while we go to a quick interview with Clement and Skara. So let's hear what he has to say of his teammate.
I'm here on the live 4 with DSG Skara right here. And Skara, I want to ask you, you do have a member of the team in the Final 8 lobby. Have you talked to Minnie at all? Gave him any suggestions?
Yeah, we talked to him earlier today. He came by our meet and greet, and he said that he thought Visionaries were really good. And he won 50% of his boards going into finals. And a lot of the times he just played Visionary. I think he's the best at it. However, the one time he was able to play it, it didn't look very good. I think getting 3 swords playing that comp is impossible to win with.
Unfortunately, low roll. How are you enjoying the finals so far, just watching the tournament?
I think our setup is really cool. Like, we just have 4 people. We're just shooting the like, in between games, we're like talking, or we're just like, you know, ripping each other. We're opening Pokemon card packs for fun in between the games. I think it's really cool. I do think it's nice to also be on the cast with a lot of people who watch a lot of TFT and understand it. So we're constantly talking about it. And it's awesome watching like really, really skilled players. They're so much better. And the thing about watching really good players is they look like they're cheating every game. They always high roll, and they're like, their spot's always insane. But I mean, that's just how it is.
They're definitely set up for it, and we're in Game 3 of the tournament so far. Who do you think is going to come out as the winner of TFT Macao Open?
You mean that not including Stellar? Huh? The second place after Stellar.
Oh, the second place. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. I've been watching Tidal, and he's the GOAT. Like the way he won Worlds, he won it in the fastest way possible, 4 games, which is unheard of. It was the first time it's ever happened, and he's the first 2-time world champion. And he's watching him play. He's really good. So he's the person I'm watching right now.
All right, so we got the ranking there. It's going to be Minhee and then Tidal second place. Thank you so much, Skara. Back to you on the desk.
Thank you so much to Clement for that interview. You know, it's always good to hear that trust from your fellow teammates into you. It sounded like Skara was maybe a little bit more of a fan for Tidal and for Silva, but hey, I'm not judging.
I mean, he said it himself, right, after the teammate. So I think he still believes in the teammate, and I'm sure, you know, it seems like that interview was done right a little before. So seeing that first place has got to make him feel a lot better. The fact that he's in the running, just needs a top 3, so has some hope.
He does, and so do we, because we have 2 players on check, and we'll be going into the next game. We'll see how long this tournament will go on. We'll see you after the break here at the TFT Macao Open. Hi guys, Mix here at the TFT Macao Open floor, and you know, I love a little crazy. I'm always looking for it. I think it's cute, I think it's fun, but let me tell you this, I'm not sure this is not a little too crazy. I'm also quite scared, so I'm gonna go back to you guys.
Wow, those Jinx cosplays are incredible. I feel like all of the cosplayers that I've seen walking around the floor are immaculate. But 3 Jinx in one place, we must have had them enter into an anomaly or something.
They were watching the games. It's the Wolf Familiar Jinx right there.
Oh.
So if they're standing next to each other and they all say the same thing at the same time, do they say Jinx? Sorry, dad joke.
That was a really good one. Or is they're wearing a suspicious trench coat. One of the 3
I
things
like
have
that.
happened.
All right, we're going in.
Let's go, everybody. Just taking a stock of the lobby. This is going to be game number 5 of the TFT Macao Open, where we've got 2 players on that checkpoint. We've got Li Luo and Xiaoqi, who have a chance to actually win in this next game if they get a first place. But Powder is the encounter.
It's funny, we had 2 Jinxes so far today, and now we have a Powder, so very thematic here. The Powder encounter again. 75% chance of something good happening, 25% chance of everyone in the lobby taking 10 damage. The lore accurate result there, so.
You can get a lot of gold from it. It's what, up to like 25 or something? It's really high.
It's
so
4 components, 25 gold, or a radiant refractor. Those are the good results.
Well, I mean, it could be a good result for your opponents. Yeah.
That could be a good result. When it's Chem Baron in the lobby and it's not me, then the good result changes.
True. All right, so I believe we have 2 players at 19 also.
Yep, Title's at 19, and also another CN player at 19.
Right here.
Sichu.
Yep, so we'll have to see how that goes. Up until 3-5 is going to be a pretty standard game. The question is, what type of augment will we get? We've seen kind of a mix today. We've seen a couple silvers. We've seen a couple prismatics. So what type of game will we be in for? Otherwise, so far, the opener looks pretty standard. Your 6 gold from your initial drop. Otherwise, nothing too crazy, just the items here. Has a Sorcerer start, which isn't too bad here. Can play around that Nami. Sorcerer is really good in stage 2 and 3, then fall off a cliff pretty quick.
What do you think of the vertical Sorcerer? Is that ever something that you try to play towards?
I think right now it is literally the weakest line in the game. Would highly advise not going into vertical Sorcerer right now. Unfortunately, it just doesn't have the front line to support the back line damage, and so it just falls off. Now, that being said, again, like 4 Sorcerer in stage 2 and 3,
that's what I was gonna say.
Great. Absolutely great.
If you get an early Swain and you can play early 4 Sorcerer boards, I actually feel like it's really strong for stage 2 and 3.
Yep. Looking at that BRB augment here, I think we're going to place the items, get them going here, and then I think BRB is going to get chosen, and sure enough it is. Has the Maddie 2 here with the IE here, so should at least be able to get a couple kills when she casts that first time. Looking around here, Tidal with a Chem Baron. He's at 19, so this is a chance to maybe propel back in the standings at least.
Oh, and I actually think it's super smart because when you're at 19, there's 2 people in check.
Oh, yes.
So if you go 8th, you're in check. If you go first, you stop the other players from winning the game. So I actually think it's super smart to play that line exactly in his spot because his whole goal is to stop the
There's 2.
Yeah.
So
Lilu also has Chem Baron, which hilariously enough still makes your point true, Azael.
Yeah.
Because you're the griefing the other Chem Baron.
These games become really weird because when there's multiple Chem Baron players, you have to like totally grief your positioning, and it ends up meaning that you often take a ton of damage. This is though the win streak Chem Baron start, where he's gonna go Chem Baron on the Aurelia. He has 2 upgraded units. He already has a Renata 2, by the way, and I think he's gonna maybe just try to play that Chem Baron with Renata reroll, and maybe even play like the level 6, level 7 variants where you keep Chem Baron in the whole time. So this is kind of interesting.
This is really fascinating. When you're in check, is this the line you want to go?
I don't think so. Well, I think you should play lose streak.
He actually has a really interesting spot to like win streak and then lose streak on stage 3 as well because of that Renata 2. It's going to be pretty hard to take it off the board, at least at the moment.
What were you going to say more?
I was going to say, this comp, we've seen very mixed results. If you look throughout the weekend, there have definitely been lobbies where like it stomps, right? So it can have that really high ceiling. But I think so far today, for example, we've seen it do pretty terribly, actually.
Yeah.
Even in some really good positions, it just really didn't succeed. So I think there's going to have to be a lot of items behind the scenes. I'll also say that we have the Morello here. That doesn't look to me like the kind of version that's going to cap really high.
Yeah.
So we'll have to see where this goes. And like you said, maybe there's a win to loss, but I'm pretty skeptical of that from here.
I am very surprised that he didn't just go full loss streak, because I do feel like you're 26 points here for Liluo, so you do just want to go first or eighth, right? Like, second place doesn't do anything for you. Third place doesn't do anything for you. So it's really interesting to me, but I wonder if it is any sort of a reaction to the fact that there's multiple Canberran players and he's like worried about getting griefed or something like that. Because Title's only job is to make sure that, you know, Xiaoqi and Liluo don't get first.
Okay, I missed the other board of our other player who's in Czech. I wanted to see where they were going. That being said, here we're looking at this board, has a visionary start. We heard how some of our America players, you know, the Scara interview just mentioned that they kind of like that visionary line. So there is an option there. That being said, I think also there's the angle of hold all the Renatas. If you know, like, Lilu is one of your players in Czech, just contest that line a bit, and then there's really no way he can win.
This is not the best artifact. Like, he had a family start. He's kind of broke because he has an upgraded board here.
That's a support item.
Oh, excuse me. Yeah, support item, yeah.
Yeah, the other thing I'll call out here is that we're playing the Violet line. And again, the Violet line has been another comp that's been doing really well, but it doesn't usually win the lobby. So, like, looking at the positions we're in right now, it feels like if I were betting on this, we're going to another game.
How do you feel about that support item choice too? Because like, I don't usually have the most success with it unless I'm playing like Bruiser line or something like with a ton of HP.
So I think this support item is actually kind of underestimated. The amount of health regen it gives, especially early, can provide enough extra health that you end up winning fights that you might not normally. And if you combine that with the fact that if you end up with like a 3-star or a 4-star Violet, that has a very high health pool, that health regen can be pretty valuable. That being said, would you rather have something like, you know, the Quicksilver probably, or the Banshee's Veil? But, you know, it's not the worst option.
Both Cider and Tidal heading towards that Renata, and Cider was like, don't worry, bro, I got this. Takes away the extra Canberran from both of those players.
Yeah, so Tidal right now does have the 2-cost ones. You know, he does already have his Renata, he has his Singed. You know, both these Canberran players are sitting on 3. I don't think that either of them have hit a Smeech or a Rennie just yet. That is one advantage of pushing levels. That's something we didn't talk about. You know, when you play this kind of win streak Canberran, you can push some levels, have higher odds in the shops to get a Rennie, to get a Smeech, and then maybe do what you were talking about, Clem, where you lose streak in stage 3. But of course, you have to hit those for that to actually be valuable. Otherwise, you're just stuck on like perma-low cash outs basically the whole game.
So I did call out, by the way, if we look at Liluo's board, you know, this does not look like a board that we would expect to win. That being said, I've been wrong in the past, and so if he does win from this board, if he does take a first from this position, I think this is the kind of game that like needs to be studied by a lot of our players. That's like, how did you look at this angle? How did you go from here? Because a lot of players might be going, this feels so suboptimal. I need to FF. I need to get out of here.
Remember last year in Vegas, I didn't think any reroll was going to be a first place comp either, and it was any reroll without mana regeneration items. If I can remember, it was like a really weird spot, and I was thinking, well, there's no way he's winning from here.
Exactly.
And then he did.
Exactly. And so that's why this is the kind of situation where it's like maybe there's just a different level of understanding of the current set, of the current game. So.
And if you look at his itemization, he's going for immediate power right now. Took another glove off the Carousel. TG on stage 2. Wants to get this win all the way through, but who else is he playing?
So I'm kind of curious why Tidal is still cornering his units. You know, is there anyone else that is actually griefing? Because the other Canberran player is playing win streak, and I haven't seen any board that looks even close to as weak as his. You know, everyone has their items slammed and stuff, and I don't think that this is the kind of situation where anyone would like full sell their board. So it is a little bit curious to me that on 2-6, you're still not at least trying to kill one unit.
Yeah, I actually kind of agree, especially because everyone who's not in check kind of is rooting for Tidal.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, like, let Tidal win.
Yeah, so it is interesting, right? You know, it doesn't always matter that much, but sometimes saving 2 HP here or there is actually the difference between getting 500 and going first, or dying and going 8th.
Yeah, in fact, it feels like the only player rooting against Tidal to win this lobby would actually be Sidera, because Sidera needs a first to move on. So he'd be like, hey, can I have that first, please? But otherwise, you know, everyone else is like, look, you're at 19. You go ahead. You know, I'll take it. You know, someone like Minhee be like, I'll take a third. No problem.
Yep.
Speaking of which, though, you've got Sadera that took the... Isn't this like the interest with the dummy? Like if it survives, it gets a gold? Well, not doing so great with the 5 loss streak so far, but still pretty rich.
He does hit the 5 Rebel here with the Ezreal acquisition, so that's usually enough to spike you in stage 3. But it does come down to the item anvil that he has, a full item he has to pick from.
Yeah, the gold orb being a full item is it's okay, it's a nice drop, but again, everybody else in the lobby also got a gold orb, so you're looking around sort of going, what everyone else did you get here? And again, Minhee. The nice thing here, by the way, is this means Minhee is contesting, I believe, our other player in Czech.
Yeah, Xiaoqi.
Yeah, so...
Not the best rolls, honestly. He didn't go like all the way, but he's down to 30. He has 5 violets. It's not horrible, but remember, Minhee needs a top 3.
Yeah.
It's really awkward whenever you roll down and it's like 4 copies, 5 copies, 5 copies. That's usually...
Your bench starts getting so full, and then it starts getting really awkward where it's like, even in a game where you could get a little bit lucky, and start getting a bunch of things, you start wanting to dig to hit the Darius, and then your bench is full, and now all of a sudden you're having to, give up on some of these other units. It can get really tough, I feel like.
That being said, again, we talked about the power of this composition. This is the composition that's been getting a lot of 3rds and 4ths.
Yeah.
So this does feel like a good choice for the point position he's in. The question is, can he hit it? Can he be uncontested? Because I did just say 3rd and 4th. A 4th is not really what you need. So.
Yeah. And there's such a high chance that next game someone will be the champion, right? It's very rare that it goes to 7. I think Vegas was the first time that it had in that format really gone to 7 ever. So I do think that you have to really get in check here if you want a realistic chance of winning.
That being said, by the way, Lilo, one of our players in Czech right now, is at 100 health. So right now playing that win streak well is going to have plenty of resources. So really want to keep an eye on his board and see how long that win streak lasts, how much he converts that into.
A big thing here for Xiaoqi, who's also in check, is he does find that Conqueror emblem. So if he can continue, at least turn into a win streak, the cash outs could be huge. Whenever you're playing this, you always want to see, the Mbessa kind of pop out there and give you that potential extra 6 Conqueror without even the Mordekaiser.
Yeah, Conqueror Emblem in particular works really well. You put that
Mordekaiser.
What?
Recombobulate.
Wow. And it's Silco, too. That's insane.
That's Silco.
That is Dominator. Oh, my God.
And think about the Chem Baron players. That actually takes it out the pool. But Lilo hit one, too.
Wow.
He actually used the reroll to go up.
This is actually pretty incredible here. There's 6 Chem Baron on Lilu, who's at 100 health. So you were talking about how we go win into lose. That's clearly, I think, the strategy now. But on this side, we have a player at 100 health who has a Silco 2, Gambler's Blade, you're going to hit 6 Dominator, in any time.
That feels like a 1.x. That's
absolutely.
Game 6.
Absolutely. Again, I'm still gambling on game 6 here.
Yeah.
But a Chem Baron cash out could go wild here.
True.
There's a lot to keep an eye on here, and I think actually the player who's now title. But again, if the player we're looking at right here ends up winning, that's going to be fine, right? That's going to make to the next game.
I mean, Jedusor, you basically your board is set for the next 2 stages. You're just pumping levels.
Yeah, absolutely here. You grab a belt off the Carousel, you get that Nashers. That's going to be really good here with the extra attack speed. The Gambler's Blade with 50 gold. Man, what a recombobulate.
That's crazy.
Title and Sichu are just laughing right now. They're stuck at 19 points. Someone there to carry the mantle to first place, most likely. I mean, what would you give the chances of him taking this lobby? He's already so set up in that 6 Dominator line. He's going to be online before everyone else. He doesn't even need to roll on stage 4. It has to be over 30%.
Yeah, this is such an insane position. Hilariously enough, if you look at where everybody is right now, and you take the prediction, I think we have 7 players in check.
Yeah. And I mean, it's really interesting, right? Because it's obviously, Jedusor is in an incredible spot, but we still do have 2 Chem Baron players, and Title's full loss streak, right? So, Title might be able to do it for himself. He does have, we see a Rennie. Does he have a Smeech? I can't see.
No, not yet.
So he's still only, doesn't have that Smeech, so he should be on 5 Chem Baron, though.
Finds it right now.
So now he's going to be on 6 Chem Baron because he does have that +1. So it'll be interesting to see if he does elect for that roll on 7 that we've been seeing some players go for to try to dig for a Silco, to try to get towards, that extra.
My only concern is that we have some people already, Jedusor, if you run into him with matchmaking, you're going to lose pretty hard. And we also saw Tidal earlier on in stage 2 take so many additional HP losses just because you were never killing any units.
Yeah, already at 45 here, and the fact we're only at 260 does get that, you know, right now it's 5 Chem Baron. What are we missing?
Silco. Silco. There's already 4 out of the pool as well, which is going to be
the monkey.
difficult.
Oh, yeah.
It's going to happen.
Let's see.
I believe it was the gold. I believe it was the gold, but I can't tell.
I think
Jetty
so.
Sora has 67 gold, so probably.
Yeah, it looks like it was the 25 gold.
Yeah.
I think otherwise we would have seen Tidal take a big chunk to the HP bar.
This is the target dummy dies X amount of times, and then you get an artifact or support item.
Support item.
Yeah.
It's now it got nerfed this patch, so it's a random support item. You don't get the anvil anymore.
Yeah.
So there is a little bit of a lack of agency. That being said,
with
a support a support item is still a gold augment worth of power, so it can be good.
Yeah, and with Chem Baron, it's like you're just losing rounds anyway, so you're kind of delayed power. I think synergizes pretty well.
Yep. 9 rounds. Ooh.
Go big or go home. Has to wait.
Yeah, I mean, you at least have to go to 400 here. Getting to 500 from this position is going to be incredibly difficult. But again, that being said, for Tidal, it's not the worst thing, right? Even if he just hard crashes, goes 8th,
Did you see that?
Fine.
As long as someone in check doesn't win.
Yep.
Lilo's trying to hard grief right here. He's getting his weakest board, has all of the items off of his units. So it's again down to Chem Baron. Yeah, both of them are doing the same thing.
They don't end up matching up against each other, though, so...
This is always so hard, though, because Tidal went full loss streak. This is what I was talking about at the beginning of the game. When there's double Chem Baron, you end up having to take extra damage because you can't afford to lose your lose streak. If you win, it's GG. Like, it's funny to say that, but that's kind of how it is. So he is taking so much extra damage because of just the nature of the lobby.
Yeah, it's interesting. I know we're watching Tidal a lot here to see how this Chem Baron game goes, but the reality is, again, even if he goes 8th, he's in check. It's not a big deal here. And I feel like the other big story to talk about here is that Recombobulate. That Recombobulate into the Silco 2, now at a 10 win streak here. That is
a really good loss.
It's such an amazing spot to be in.
Tidal, even with the grief positioning, only took a 2-unit loss. So
nice.
That's actually really good for him.
Wow, he even finds perfect items for his Silco as well. Rounds out the
These
bow
are
with the
amazing
Nasher.
items.
And he just naturaled a Blitz too, by the way, for his for his Dominators.
Is this the most egregious high roll we've seen?
No,
I feel like it has
the
been
the 3 automata spats yesterday was like insane. It was 3 automata spats, got out of a random thing an artifact anvil, which gives him fish bones for his Nocturne.
And there was like a Mel cash out early. Yeah, like that was probably the most insane.
And got Mel too as well with the automata spat. I think that was insane.
This is still pretty high roll, though.
Oh, yeah.
This is one of those games where you're playing like, oh, I guess I won.
I love it. Oh, sit back, relax.
Yeah, I mean, it's such an amazing spot to be in. You've got all this extra gold. You're going to be able to anomaly buff. The one thing is Blitzcrank 2, not the best tank. It's going to start to fall off right around like 4-5, give or take. But you do have plenty of damage. If you can just find that 6 Dominator, that's the other thing is we do need that 6 Dominator pretty quick.
He only needs Mundo and Ziggs, so it shouldn't be too hard for him to hit this one. And looking at Tidal's board, he does get the Spite here. I'm not really sure this is the best one he could have gotten.
It's okay, especially like you can position around it. The stun's kind of nice. The extra power on your back line that you surround, so it's not the worst option. I'd rather get that than Treasure Chest, for example.
I really wanted Martyr, but you can't get everything.
Yep.
Rough loss for Tidal, so he's gonna be down to 16, and he's just now cracking 400. He's got to start winning, so he's gonna have to take this immediately or roll to 0 and pray you can get to 500.
I feel like you take it.
Really, I think because it's first is the only thing that matters, and you're gonna get to check anyway. I feel like you just
he took it.
Took it. Wow. Okay. I don't know. It's so interesting to me because I think because he's at 19, he's gonna hit check regardless. The only thing that matters is making it so other people don't. I feel like maybe you just actually skip it, roll to 0, hope you can live to 500 and go for first, because otherwise it doesn't matter.
I agree with
nothing but first matters at all for title this game.
So the one I mostly agree with you, but the one counter I have to that, if you look at the state of the lobby, our first place player probably going to win the lobby.
Yeah.
So instead what you can do is turn up the aggression. You can play the strongest board you have now, roll to 0, apply some extra player damage to our other players, and just let him coast to first place.
That makes sense.
And
lower the points for other
exactly.
people.
And that way, you're just like, cool, the odds of anyone else winning this game goes down significantly.
I will say, technically speaking, this is the worst cash-out players are looking for when you get the unstable chem tank and also the executioner without a big smeech. This is like typically not the items that players want to find.
So he has someone to put some items on, right? Because
Yep.
he had to slam all melee items, and he had no smeeches. So you know, putting on a smeech 1 is useless. He did get the Savika from his cash out as well, I believe. So at least he has something to itemize. But I agree, it's kind of rough.
Is there anything that we could see Lilo find in his own cash out that would be able to actually stand up to Jerusor's board?
Yeah, for sure. If he, for example, you know, you always talk about the Kog'Maw Exodia. If you were able to pull that off at 500, that's definitely an option. We'll have to see what his score is at. So it's at 365 here, has the 6 Chem Baron, but his health's getting dangerously low as well. 31 health. This does not look like a 500 cash out to me either. This looks like 400 and get stuck here.
Because he already rolled.
Yep.
Is that a Radiant Giant Slayer?
I mean, it's a Radiant Giant Slayer, but it's on a Silco 1, and Silco very contested in this
for
lobby.
Sure 400 now. You see, he kind of griefed his positioning, so he's trying to make sure he gets this loss and gets 400, but that means there's no way he's going to go to 500. He's going to take too much damage.
Agreed. And so that, again, that spells really good for all the other competitors who are trying to make sure our 2 players in check don't win. And again, our EMEA representative right now kind of just cruising to like, look, guys, I got this. I got this. Don't worry.
Are we going to get a perfect game?
It's possible.
I mean, the reality is, though, obviously, Jedusor had an incredible recon bob and put himself in an amazing position. Late RNG can sometimes balance out early RNG. Like, you can still randomly get, you know, a 2-star 6 cost, a 3-star 4 cost, things like that that can flip the game on its head.
Did you guys actually see what was on that Pandora's bench, though, for Saidera?
Yeah,
I think that was a 2-star. I thought it was a 2-star Savika that he was re-rolling.
Oh,
I did not see that. If it was 2-star, that's incredible.
But there were definitely at least 2-star Savika. There was 1 random copy of Savika.
It is 2-star Savika.
Wow,
It is 2-star Savika.
So it's interesting, though, you mentioned it was on the Pandora's bench, so the question becomes, what's he rolling for?
Yeah.
I don't really remember what he's playing, to be honest
He
with
only
you.
needs a first place. He's playing Rebels, so
he wants a Jinx.
Yeah,
Yeah,
maybe.
Jinx 2 would make sense.
Yep.
He also took Call to Chaos. I like players that do that. I'm only going for first place, so might as well.
Yeah. I mean, you have to play to your spot, right? Like, this is not a normal game of TFT.
Yeah, that being said, yeah, he ended up winning, unfortunately, so he's going to have to go one more round. I will say that Jinx does not do particularly well in this type of lobby where there's so many Chem Barons with high health.
Yeah.
Jinx needs to be able to burst down some like low HP backliners. So even the Jinx line does not look particularly strong. Again, that being said, our top player right now on 13 wins. So,
and I mean, it's 4-5 if you're rerolling a 2-star legendary and 2 other legendaries. Okay, Jinx 2 might not get it done, but what if you get a Jinx 2 and a Jace 2 and a Rumble 2?
Yep.
You know, it's like all of a sudden you can be hitting a board too early, and you never know.
And you mentioned late game RNG. Pandora's bench is one of those augments that can like really swing the game, right?
Yep.
Like people always complain, like, is this augment too powerful for a silver? And it's like, because its ceiling is so high. And when you see those moments, you're like, dang, a silver augment just swung the game that hard.
Yep.
3-star Jinx. That maybe changes the question, right?
Lilo on the cash out right now. 31 HP. Yeah, he has to take it, though.
How wild would it be if he tried to keep going for the 500, though?
You know what? I kind of respect it if he did. Like,
I think you do.
You have to judge and say, what is my percentage chance of winning the game from this spot versus what is my percentage chance of living to 500? And if you say I have a 10% chance of winning the game from this spot and a 15% chance of living to 500, then it's actually smarter to go to 500.
Right, and that's why I'm saying, like, maybe you just take the risk.
I would think you just kind of just take the risk. He got a pretty...
He needs Savika and 3 wins to actually get there. But these items are really tempting for Silco.
He does end up taking it, yep. Worth noting, by the way, no perfect game. We did see a loss at the top here, so someone was able to beat that Silco board.
I'm really curious, though, you know, has Jedusor rolled a single time, right?
Probably
Because he probably hasn't. That would be my expectation. So, you know, a loss,
Right.
not the biggest deal there. He's on 7 Chem Baron. Let's see how he does.
Look at the anomaly that Lilo took. Dramatic entrance onto the Mundo.
I love this anomaly.
Very cool.
You get so much health on this Mundo. It's so fun. You're going to watch. He jumps in. I believe it's 60% or 55% extra health. That's going to give a lot of frontline here.
Oh, and
that being said,
Baron Mundo with all the bonus health from that and the Warmogs.
Exactly. So it is a lot of health. That being said, it is still a Silco 1. We know that, again, Silco the most contested unit in this lobby right now, so the odds of finding that other Silco are pretty low. And sure enough, on the other side, this Violet just takes no damage. Silco 1's not going to be able to take it, and Lilu does end up losing. And by the way, our two Czech players right now, we have one at 7 health and one at 21 health. So
Game 6.
Are you surprised he didn't put Shojin on the Silco instead of that Morello?
No, he does have Unleashed Toxins, which
right?
Works as a Shojin.
Yeah, and so the problem is when you have two Shojins, it's not quite as good without that Dominator line. So I don't mind that so much, but again, without the Silco 2, that's the thing that's really going to make or break it.
So Xiaoqi is on 6 Conqueror, has a Conqueror emblem, but
Yeah, unfortunately right now, the only way to play Conqueror is to play it win streak from ahead and
he was not doing that.
No, he's in 8. Like I said, it seems like we're at 99.9% that we're going to Game 6 here. I don't think either of our Czech players were able to pull off that first place. And again, that Recombobulator at the top, although, again, did lose another round here. So our Recombobulator player in second. Minhee, by the way, needs that top 3. He's in a good position to hit that. So
is that giant-sized Civica?
Yeah,
sure is.
He also accidentally overleveled. He overleveled, put 2 extra points of XP in, so I didn't have any gold to.
Oh, okay. Sometimes that UI's been like off.
Oh, it's possible. I mean, he just went 9, and it shows he's 10 XP into it. Okay, never mind. It just
I've fallen for that a couple times so far today as well. But again, still Silco 1 also. Yeah. Again, just all. Our Recombobulate took 3 Silcos out of the pool immediately, so pretty tough for all the other Chem Baron players.
Meng Cheng, looking like he has a pretty strong board. Does have
Two-star
the
Mord.
Ambessa to the Corki 2, but not going to nearly do enough to deal with title.
And so this is one of our players, unfortunately, will not be making check. Gets knocked out, is now at 15 points. Actually 16 points.
Oh, Xiaoqi's also out.
Xiaoqi's also out, so that's one of our Czech players that didn't make it
It's
here.
just Li Luo, and he's on a lose streak, and he's in 9 health.
Like I said, we're going to Game 6 here.
Okay. And now the question is just how many players get in check, right? You know, how many more can get there? We know that Minhee needs a 3rd or better. Jedusor needs how many points does he have?
I think he was on 14.
He's on 14, so he needs like a 4th or 3rd or
third.
Third as well. So top 3 for both of them would be what they would need.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, Sidera needed a 1st, so pretty unlikely there.
Oh, he only needs 4. Jedusor only needs 4, so he only needs top 5. Minhee needs top 3. So we could definitely get into a position where we have a ton. Because
it's either 5 or 6.
Yeah,
so
because a lot of our top point getters are down near the bottom, right? Which means that there's going to be a lot of points up for grabs here.
Yeah, big swings. This Civica doing big work here. Got on the Silco. We haven't hit 6 Dominator yet right now. That's kind of the big issue. And so not enough AP to really burst that down. And those, you know, even though it was only a 400 cash out, those items carrying the Civica pretty well here. Lilu is out, and so there you go. Now it is 100%. We are going to Game 6.
Yeah, we have 2 other players that are confirmed in Czech. We already knew that title only needed an 8th. So did Xiaoqi, so we've got 4 at least.
That's a feel bad for Lilu. Couldn't find his Silco 2s, and there was also 4 Civicas, as he pointed out, on Sider's board being denied.
2 at 8 is a pretty nice hit. But no items for it. He is playing Artifactory, it looks like. So, you know, it's interesting. We talked about this yesterday a few times. You know, how many items do you use the Artifact on? He kept an IE, kept a Warmog, you know, kept a Hurricane. So, you know, he does have a number of these items, but it's unfortunate then he has like 2 Lich Bays on Nami 1.
Double Lich Bay Nami 1. Usually not going to carry your game that hard, unfortunately. You're hoping for like a ranged item so that you can make that Mordekaiser a range carry. Doesn't really hit it here, but is enough to win. And again, it feels like our Recombobulate player, unfortunately, really falling off here, down to 44 health. You know, again, is going to make it to check, so not too big a deal.
Ooh.
But yeah, a little rough there.
Sidera needed, I think, a first place.
It was literally a first.
So Sidera, in a rough spot now. Did take another loss there. Is sitting on one duplicator, so I don't know what he has on his bench. At that point, you're just praying that you can hit some sort of crazy out.
Well, Saidera was the player that had the Civica 2 re-rolling on the Pandoras and hasn't hit anything else
Just
outside
has a
of
Jinx
that.
one on board, and he's sitting on a duplicator, so he hasn't even hit a second Jinx very likely.
Wow.
And that's the downside of Pandoras, is sometimes you just roll forever and you don't hit what you want.
I mean, at that point, like, wouldn't you take a Rumble?
Ooh, so he has 6 Alaois, so I think he's going to look for that as his out, but he only has 1 life, so I don't know that he's going to get there. That's the problem. He is going to try to roll a little bit. He is re-rolling that Elise too, so there is potential that next round he could get an Alaoi 3, but that does not help you if you die this round.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Unfortunately, I don't think he survives. The one matchup he could do well against is the Silco Recon Bob, but yeah.
Like it's tough.
Yeah, and unfortunately, it goes up against a level 10 player here. Has the Silco, has the LeBlanc here, Black Rose. Like I said, I do think this is the one matchup he could do okay in. The thing to note here that went wrong, by the way, for our EMEI player is the prismatic augment of I'm the carry now. I am not a believer in this augment, and I think that kind of put him in a really rough situation here.
Saidera's going to win, I think. It's close. Oh, no, never mind. I didn't see all the...
It was close.
It
Monstrosities on the back.
Yeah, the Monstrosities got on the Jinx.
I'm with you, Mort. I don't really like the I'm the carry either.
Yeah, it feels like a kind of a waste of a prismatic augment for that lead that you had.
Yeah.
So I think that's the kind of thing that might stop from the first place. That being said, now we're in this position where I believe everyone that's still in is like on their way to check for the most part.
Yes, I believe so.
Jedusor needed top 4, which he has, so he's going to be in check. Minhee needs top 3, so he needs 1 more to die.
Right,
The
and
problem
like I said,
for him is that title, it's on 8 streak, so you're hoping that he kills someone else off. But the other people are pretty healthy above title.
Yeah, Minnie's at 52 though, and in a good spot. I feel like it's pretty unlikely he doesn't make it. So I think that puts us at what, 6 players in check?
Yeah, as long as he does make it, because we are seeing some people kind of get a little bit stronger.
Let's find out, though, because this win would be huge for Minhee to be able to beat this Jedusor board and at least just help take those HP totals to not be too far apart.
Yeah, the fact that the Violet got on the back line here was really, really big. The Mittens running around, LeBlanc providing extra damage, and that's huge. And like I said, I think that almost assuredly puts him in a spot where all of a sudden he went from 6 points in 8th place to in check it in the running.
With a shot. I mean, and Title loses there, so Title now at 3 HP.
Wait, do you guys see why? It's because that Mordekaiser has a sniper's focus.
That's pretty good.
Nice.
Extra range.
Yeah, it was just hitting the the Silco.
If he can hit the Silco too here, and I will say, by the way, it's pretty unlikely, but let's say
and Rumble pairs.
Yeah, if Title did win this game, how frustrating would that be?
You missed by 1 point.
That you missed by 1 point and then proceeded to win the game? Like,
I feel like it wouldn't have happened though if Title was unchecked.
Yeah, if people would have played differently. I know. But there's still something in your mental where you're like, I could have won that.
Yeah, and I mean, it's possible he could win if he could actually upgrade all 3 of those units.
Yep.
Like, those are all huge upgrades. They're all fully itemized.
Oh, there's the Rumble.
Yeah, the Savika's the one you really want, but Rumble's not bad here either. Rumble, pretty good here, has that Chem Baron item, a lot of health.
Long 2 for Jedusor, so he just got a little bit stronger.
Yeah.
Oh, and your Golem is finally 3-star. Does that help?
It's crazy he's never found a Mundo, actually, on this one. So he's just sticking out 4 Dominator with the Blitzcrank.
Jedusor found a Victor.
Oh, Victor definitely will help power up that board here. Yeah, the Rumble's going to have to do a lot of work here, and the Civica 1 might not be enough. Does have that backline Elise providing some extra damage. We see the Victor stun come out. Rumble's still alive, about to drop, though. We're on the Golem. Mordekaiser reaches the backline, though, and that is likely going to do it. Yeah, Civica's trying here, but the Silco's just going to throw out too many minions. Title drops here, and that confirms it now. 6 players in check for Game 6. That's woo.
Anyone's game. These are the games that we want to watch.
And before first place from Saidera.
This kind of reminds me of like Vegas, right? Where we had our early front runners, but then there were some hype moments, and now we're in the spot where 6 players are in check, and so next game is going to be really likely to possibly end it. And see who comes out on top.
Shichu at the Artifactory has gotten some great rolls as well. We already called out the sniper's focus on the Mordekaiser, just to be able to have that range. You were saying you were looking for a range to be able to make that Mordekaiser really, really strong. But then you also have the fact that you've got this Hull Crusher and Bessa, just so many great value items versus this Minhee board.
Oh, but we're looking at the position of the Corki. He's actually floating closer and closer towards the Violet, which makes me a bit nervous. But Mordekaiser does get the damage amp out, and Corki is not targeted, so he's able to push through.
Yeah, and again, we talked about this earlier, right? Stellar played the exact comp he should have, right? He played the Violet comp, which we've seen do very well, usually about 3rd or 4th. It's starting to fall off. He's probably going to get 3rd, which is exactly what he needed. So that feels really good for him. And again, going from 6 points to making it to check, that's really impressive.
And what a confidence booster, right?
Yeah.
You know, it can be one of these things where, you know, I have had events where you have an early lead and you start to lose, and it feels, even though you're tied, you feel like you are in way worse of a spot because you feel like you've lost your lead, because you're starting to feel really nervous. And the player that's coming back is building confidence and building confidence. And I do think it really matters. I mean, it's such a mental game. Mental clarity and confidence in your decisions is so incredibly important in TFT, because you have to make split-second decisions and commit to that line.
So, yeah, I think the momentum here is really important. And I kind of want to ask you, because you've been casting for a long time, you know, we talk about, like, league players.
Calling me old.
No.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, if I'm calling you old as I walk away on my cane. No, but reverse sweeps in League, right? Like, how often do you see in League of Legends where, like, teams will, like you said, lose that momentum and it starts to swing? So, feels like a very similar situation.
Absolutely, it does. It happens quite a lot. I mean, there's a lot of famous, you know, examples. One of the things from the LCS was the Cloud9 Gauntlet run, where every single run they actually reverse swept. You know, it was like 4 or 5 series in a row. That's a really famous example from LCS, but it's happened many, many times because, people really start to sweat. You know, you get an early advantage, you start to lose that. It just puts so much additional pressure on you. So I think the reality is the same here in TFT.
Yeah, for sure here. And by the way, Automata Victor here doesn't really change too much, but it is still a Victor, which is kind of nice. It does look cool.
It's the theme.
Yeah,
it's a robot with a robot spat.
Was able to win the round here, and again, not really going to make much of a difference at this point. We're playing for a few extra points for standings, but again, the big story here, 6 players going to be going into check. And on the other side here, our Recombobulate player had that amazing Recombobulate, Silco 2, Mordekaiser, but is going to get Victor stunned here. Will it be enough? It's going to be both Victor stuns on each side here. We've reached that late game stage where everyone's capped their board with these 6 costs and is going to get through the Violet here. The Silco should be able to finish it off, and looking really good for our EMEA representative to possibly take this game.
Mort, I think you owe this Golem an apology.
Ooh, Victor pair.
No, no.
No.
They won in spite of the Golem, not because of the Golem.
I was going to say, turns out if you high roll a Recombobulate, Silco 2, and Mordekaiser, then yes, the Golem can be pretty good.
The Golem was helpful.
Therefore, it is a good
Therefore, the augment's broken.
That's what I'm saying.
But no, I refuse to apologize to this Golem. No.
Giga Spike, he hit the Nami 2 for his double.
Oh, there you go.
This is what's going to turn it around.
Perfect.
The 6/6 Nami 2.
Maybe we see a double KO here, though. Oh, actually, no, impossible
fight.
because Minhee and Shichu are
got the
fighting
clone
each other.
fight here. So this is the battle for second place here. Again, not that it matters too much here. Violet does get on the Mordekaiser, knocks it out, is going to kill the Corki here, and that is going to do it. And so, yeah, Minhee gets a second place here, going to put him at 21 points. That's going to feel really good. And we likely have one more match. Now, the thing to note here is our EMEA player has saved a bunch of gold. We talked about this again. Level 10,
Victors.
7-1, has 2 Victors. This is going to be a roll down. I think we're going to see a Victor 2 here.
That would be so hype.
Ooh.
Oh, they're
That's looking
overlaying
nice.
the belts over players right now.
Someone's going to walk away with
it look
that.
like he was, really getting up close, inspecting that belt.
Yeah, the belt is all so close.
You have to wait till
Just
you
in
win,
reach.
hold your horses.
Yep. But yeah, watch this roll down and just watch the shop and how many 6 costs appear, because again, we're on that stage 7. Has 50 gold to work with, sees a LeBlanc. So far,
Well, now you
none,
jinxed
though.
it.
I know, I might have
Now he's
jinxed
not
it.
gonna
What's
see a
going
single
on?
one.
50 gold. Come on, you have to see a couple,
This
right?
is usually when you start to see them, but
We haven't seen a single one, Mort. I feel scammed.
I know.
Or dog.
Keep rolling.
Of
Keep
course.
rolling. What are you? Why are you not rolling?
Well, because at least he can...
Save it for next game.
Yeah.
I'm going to start with an early eco lead.
I mean, you just got check, so having 30 gold for the next game seems pretty good.
Yeah.
But you still have HP, so you may as well just
hit up the merch shop later, you know, spend some of that gold.
Yeah, unfortunately, I mean, if he loses this fight, it will definitely end on 7-2. That being said, will he lose? Probably not.
No. I don't think so.
No, sure enough, Silco wins, and so, yep.
That Golem got 3 elims, I just want to say.
Golem diff.
Golem diff.
Radiant.
The 3-2 recombobulate, definitely giving him the win here. That's got to feel really good. Sometimes you high roll, things go well. And yep, 6 players in check. Next game about to be crazy.
How crazy was that recombobulator for the lobby? It was essentially a triple kill. He took out the 2 Chem Baron chances of getting the Silco and also destroyed the chances of the Conqueror player as well. So probably, you know, might not have been the most high roll moment, but definitely the most impactful.
Yeah.
Oh, easily,
lobby.
easily.
Yeah. I mean, it's so funny how things change, right? Because it's like if I'm in a ladder game and that happens to me, I'm pissed. But if I'm one of the players who's not in check, I am so happy.
Oh yeah,
it's like someone else won. Okay, we're going to another one.
Right. I mean, like that's the thing. If I'm title and I see that on 3-2, I'm just like
thank you,
lean back, and we'll see you next game. Thank you.
Well, the most impactful thing too, now that we have 6 players in check, is that you have very few chances of somebody griefing you. Everybody's playing for that first place. You can't think about griefing somebody else because then you're destroying your own chances of actually winning.
Yeah, and even the players on the bottom, what are they going to do? Grief 6 players at the same time?
Like, they need to win also to be in check. Like, take a look at that. Monk Chen Yu and Sidera, both of our players that are on the outside looking in, need a top 4. They can't play to grief. They have to play to win.
Yeah, that being said, if you look at Lilu's position, 29 points here. So even if he doesn't win, really well set up to get second place.
Yeah.
So either way, one of our previous champions walking away really happy, I think, at this point.
It is a quarter sum of the amount compared to the first place there.
Sure, sure.
All that sad. There is some compensation.
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's probably not enough, but here we get to see that moment recombobulate. And turns out pretty good here. Actually hit the Caitlyn as well. Didn't stick with the tank Tristana, but clearly,
shocking, really.
Yeah, I know, but clearly the moment here, and you saw had that board. He had set up the board. He had bought a bunch of 4 costs. He'd prepped for it, so that felt pretty good. And now looking at one of the almost the final fights here, where we see the Violet just plow through that front line, and I love Violet with the mittens, just running around, punching everything in the face. Just got that attitude from the show, securing that second place. And again, Stellar Minhee, big story, going from 6 points to 14 to check in 2 games. So pretty exciting.
He has some pretty good investments coming up this time around, so we'll see.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely at that point where they could make it. Last time it was Broccoli. Broccoli almost made it, almost won, and then couldn't quite. So now they're in the running here, and we see the final fight. Wasn't really that close. Level 10, just so much extra power, winning with 30 gold in style. Also making check. And again, 6 players, anyone's game.
That was a pretty cool golem at the end, you know? It was a radiant item golem. Jedusa just needed some tank. It was the perfect moment.
So much fun. I do not know who's going to win. I think even if I put, like, I can't pick.
See,
6 players in check?
You know, like I said, I can't change my my original predictions. That's unfair. I said 5 games. I was wrong.
I'm still predicting it's 5 games. I'm sticking with it.
One of these doesn't count.
I still believe.
Yeah. But I also said title, so there's still a chance I could at least be right on that one.
50-50, we take those.
Jeduso and Minhee, I feel like, are the 2 people with like the most rising stocks after these 2 games. They have to feel good about that one. Mortdog, you personally blessed Jeduso on the final table already. Oh, okay, it had nothing to do with you. It's just our.
Don't look at me. Okay. I didn't pull my phone out. I don't know. You know.
Wow. So after just a couple of games, we got 6 players in check. We do have another interview, though, as we had another 4v4 competition finish up. So let's hear from Panda.
Hey everyone, Panda here with a legend from EMEA, Experian, representing the French community as well. How have you been enjoying Macau and the tournament this weekend?
It's very cool to be here. The event is really great. I love the decoration about Arcane, and I enjoyed my time.
You did get eliminated in the main tournament, but there are side events. There was a 4v4 tournament. You signed up with a legendary roster of French players. It was yourself, Opal, Lides, and I believe it was Zyko. And you guys won the event yesterday against Toast's team. How was the general 4v4 experience?
For me, the 4v4 is the best format of TFT. It's very cool to play with friends and at Macau. So we are very happy to win and to go to Paris for the next Open.
That's right. The prize for winning yesterday was a direct ticket competitors pass for the Paris Open later next year. Fitting that a French team wins the pass to Paris. How happy were you when you heard that it was going to happen in Paris?
It's very cool to be at Paris, but we see the city a lot of times, so I prefer to go to Macau or Vegas, but for sure it's going to be a cool event.
That's a very selfish answer, experience, wanting to go travel the world instead of playing in Paris. But in Paris, you will have much more fans, so I think at least for that, you should be happy. Thank you so much, Experian, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the finals.
We already have a couple of players that have locked in their tickets to compete at the Paris Open for the next year's annual TFT Open. But we still got to finish out this one before we get a chance to look ahead. So excited to be back, heading back into the action shortly for game number 6 of the TFT Macao Open, where we've got 6 players in check. Welcome back, Makes Him Panda. What do you think of the state of our competition so far?
My prediction was on 7 games, so I'm still in the running. I was watching out there with the crowd, you know, looking at Lilo, trying to see if he can clutch it up. Didn't happen.
It was a crazy game 5. We thought maybe it was over as early as, whenever we saw the Silco come in for Liluo after stage 3 started off. But I'm happy for the West. Both Minhee and Jedizor are back in contention for a potential win. I think every region is now represented coming into game 6. I think the further this goes, the more fun it is when you see all these different players now elevated into that check status as well.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty hyped to see. Like I said, we have 6 players now, and because there's so many, all of a sudden you don't want to be taking crazy risks, right? It's a lot different when it's 1 or 2 and you need to do something wild. Now it's just you need to play good, fundamental TFT with that first place line and consider, you know, what are your high caps that you're aware of, and what's your good positioning, what are your outs, make sure you're not contested, stuff like that. So there's just so many different ways you can go here, and I think we're going to see people lean into the things they're comfortable with, right? We saw Stellar Minhee, we talked about how he was good with Visionary, for example. That might be a line that he leans into, or Tidal has been able to play a lot of various lines as well. Which one is he comfortable with? Does he do another one of his clinics where he lost streaks, turns it around into a win streak that he's done so many times now? So a lot of different options here.
I think it's going to be tough to know as well until we see the encounter, the augment type. There's a lot at stake when you look at how that's going to also impact the type of game that you play.
Absolutely. There is the default game plan where players maybe when everything is on the line, they want to play into a comp they know all the different iterations of. We saw Jedizor. I think he was very, very lucky to recon because he hit Silco 2, which is a comp he's been angling the entirety of the weekend, and we saw how he knew where the item switches were, how to cap on the board, when to end up leveling to 9 and 10. So I think most players are trying to play a line they've played a lot of times before, and they know all the different variations of it coming to this game.
At the same time, though, you're kind of looking for that niche out, the one where you're not contested, the one where you're enabled by emblems, the extra sentinel. We've seen carry that success with the Heimerdinger so many times, or even stuff like the Blade Dance Irelia. If you can see a niche like that and recognize it, it's great.
Well, a couple of 4v4 tournaments have concluded, and before we get into the potential final game that we have here on the main stage, we also had some double-up tournaments play out, so let's hear from our winners.
Hey everyone, Panda here in the double-up side event station with the winning team from the APAC region. We're here with Sky and Yao. First of all, I want to ask, how happy were you two to hear there was a double-up side event in TFT Macao Open?
那这一次在澳门公开赛，有办这个双人模式的比赛，你们听到的时候，发现这个消息的时候，有什么样的感想呢？
那时候我还蛮惊讶，因为我本来只是就是来当观众来看大家比赛，然后得知我朋友说还有缺一个，然后就说我们就决定一起参加这个比赛。
So I was really surprised that there was going to be a double-up side event. I came here as a spectator, and my friend told me that they were one short, so then we decided to play together.
Looking at you, Yao, I want to ask you, how was the general experience? Were you guys as a team dominant throughout the entire tournament? Was it very kind of a clutch factor at the end that won you the tournament?
那你们在这次双人模式的比赛是一直都完全的赢所有的比赛压式吗？还是就中间有遇到一些困难？
在前面的赛程从32强打到现在，就是都是蛮顺，就是以第1名的姿态进到这边。但是在我们12进到总决赛的前一个 match 呢，我们遇到了有9征服的，然后最后追到了3星梅尔这张牌，所以然后我们就只拿到了第3名的成绩，所以这一点是我比较印象深刻的这样子。
So all the way through the top 32 was pretty smooth, but in the round of 16, they ran into somebody who had, I believe, 9 Conquer and a 3-star Mel, so that caught them off guard, and they placed 3rd in that match.
Sounds like a bit of a high roll, and I want to ask you guys, what was your high roll? Was there any standout moment in the tournament, anything that you guys thought was, what won you the game through a lot of luck or just a really good play?
那在这次的比赛当中，有哪一个比赛的瞬间是觉得很难忘的体验呢？
也许是就是他刚刚讲的，因为我们这次比赛只有那一次是第3名，其他我们都是以第1名的姿态，就很少过去。
So it would be that moment that we just talked about because that was they actually got first in all of their games except for that game. So that was the most memorable moment of their tournament.
Thank you so much to both of you, and again, huge congrats on winning the double upside event.
谢谢，再次恭喜你们。
That was our side event coverage. Let's get back to the main event. 6 players that are on that checkpoint looking for a first place in this next game to win it all. That beautiful Team Fight Tactics Macao Open belt all on the line here.
We saw Milala flexing it all throughout this weekend. We'll see who will be flexing it at the Paris Open next year. It's just a beautiful sight. I think the colors, the dazzles, it's just so fantastic to see.
Yep, and here we go into what is likely, not necessarily 100%, but very likely to be our last game as we head in. There's the countdown. 6 players in check, 2 players only 4 points away. Let's see what encounter we're leaning into. Going into this game here, the camera pans.
There isn't one.
And it is going to be, oh my goodness. It is going to be the Victor encounter. So this can make for a wild endgame board state. It has really no impact until stage 4. Then at 4-1, all of a sudden, the 6 costs are available. The odds of hitting them are low. They're at 0.1, but you can hit it early. And then later, the odds are triple what they are. So imagine you get to 7-1 level 10 with triple odds. This is where you can start to see just a ton of those 6 costs.
But this is where you were saying you have to play good fundamentals for TFT, because how do you get to that end point where you're going to be able to see those 6 costs? Staying alive, having strong boards, and making sure you can actually reap the benefits of this encounter.
Exactly. You're going to need a lot of health. You're going to need a lot of resources to get to that stage. The longer you can hold off to do your big roll down, the higher those 6 cost odds get. So really, like the early game and the mid game, pretty standard TFT. It's the late game that's going to get real explosive with this encounter. And then the other big thing to call it is between 4-1 and 4-5, if anyone hits that 0.1%, they could be able to anomaly buff that carry. And so we want to just make sure we keep an eye if anyone hits a 6 cost in that stage.
Yeah, I mean, that would be crazy. We were talking about the legendaries in a previous game. When they get the anomalies, it's already super strong. But of course, with the 6 costs, that's a whole new beast you're talking about. Now, I will say the Victor encounter for this specific game feels a little bit counterintuitive because every single player here is looking for the first place. Like you said, 6 players on check, but the other 2 players, Saidera and Meng Chunyu, they're looking to stop everybody else from doing just that. So the only way to do that with success is view yourself go top 1.
All right, we're heading into the augment here, and this could make a massive difference. It's going to be a gold, so nothing too inflationary here. That being said, there's a bunch of different strategies here, right? Do you try to win streak so that you can guarantee reaching that end game? Do you try to loss streak, get a bunch of gold so you can make an end game state?
Slammin' for just XP?
Yeah, Slammin' is a good choice here. I like that. Starry Night's a little riskier here. Slammin' feels like the nice, safe choice here. It's one of those things, because again, if you can get to level 10, you're going to get that increase on the 6 costs here. I like this as a choice. Not to mention Slammin' gives you some extra item value, so that's just a little bit of extra things you can play around here. That being said, it does look like it was a 2-item opener, which means there's a little more economy here, so that's going to inflate people's status as well. We get a look at the augments here. Sidera with the Bramble Vest, probably not one of the big ones I would expect here. Otherwise, you know, our top two there are both going to be XP and gold augments. Title with the artifact, we'll have to see what that is. There's another XP augment from our EMEA player. So yeah, a lot of people angling to reach that end game state.
One more implication with the knowledge that there is going to be 6 costs coming out much earlier is how can I make my board and assemble my game plan to cater to that? Do I have items for Mel when I find maybe a Mel in stage 4 and stage 5? Do I play an experiment comp that can fit in a Warwick and really make him shine? Or is it just going to be the flexible Victor coming in as a utility carry? So the knowledge of much better chances of hitting these units means you can play around them and really make a home for them earlier in the game.
But we've also seen a lot of players have to struggle with the fact that, yes, you have a 6 cost, but what do you take out to actually fit it in if you do get there?
So I want to call out this position, by the way. Title here has 20 gold and uses his artifact to get that Gambler's Blade. And again, we talked about ways to make you stand out and reach that high point. A Gambler's Blade's a great way to do that here. Also has a Rod here, so if he can go Gambler's Blade Ginsu's, maybe find a Kog'Maw, for example, that's going to be a lot of economy. That's one way to propel himself ahead of the rest of the competition. So I really like Title's position here. That's looking really solid. If you look on the right side on the economy, people like Title and Lilu, our 2 previous champions right now, are the 2 people with 20 gold.
And in similar ways, Shadowstar and Chichu are on that level trajectory where they're saying, okay, I will just try to outpace the rest of the team. If I can get into these early XP augments, just play on the back of that and then try to build a board. But you're seeing them face off against each other here, and Shadowstar will not get away with a win streak.
I mean, that's 3 XP augments I think we've seen then, because Cluttered Mind is going to be another way to do that. But the drawback is that you have to hold full units on your bench.
Yeah, we get a look here, holding a lot of 1 costs here to keep that bench full, but the XP value is still pretty nice here. And so, again, the general plan from everybody seems to be, let's go to 8, let's reach 4-1, and then we'll see what happens. So everyone's still playing pretty adaptable here. I like the use of the Gangplank, and the Scrap here has that Trundle too. So pretty solid start here. You know, didn't necessarily win streak, but overall not too bad. We still have 2 win streak players left heading into 2-3. Sidera, one of our, actually it's both of our players that aren't in check. So pretty interesting to see if one of them can like full win streak and dominate. Maybe there's a chance we go to game 7.
Meng Chunyu is going up against Lilo's board. I feel like at this point too, when you've got this Dominator crest, that is certainly a way that you're able to reach some really high highs. So
yeah,
it's possible.
The nice thing about the Dominator crest early is that Dominator shield is flat health, and flat health is always more powerful the earlier you can activate it. So for example, with 2 Dominator, that's a lot of effective health on the team. You know, we talked about last game where it's like you hit 4 Dominator on like 3-2, that's even more, and then if you can hit 6 on like 4-1, that'll do well to keep snowballing you into that late game where the 6 costs are going to come online.
The one augment choice that I am almost a little surprised about is Chao Chi, who picked up that Category 5, the Runon's augment, as we usually refer to it. How do you guys feel about that one?
Could be seeing a lead into Twitch. I think we saw it into Corki last game, I believe it was, with the Artifactory. There was a Runon's pickup, Category 5 at 2-1, and that ended up going to Artifactory with Corki being the holder.
And Shao-Chi gets to make a second one. You actually saw the bow pick up on the carousel and had the other component, the cloak, actually on that unit as well.
Yeah, so Category 5 adds a lot of combat power, and normally a lot of our augments, the combat power requires you to have a good base unit to scale off of, but Category 5 is really just a lot of power early. It's spread out damage, it can kill a lot of things. So I like it for like a win streak augment, and it can cap pretty well. That being said though, he didn't really have a unit to support it. He was stuck with a Maddie 1, and that's not really the situation you want to be. Now that being said, you called that out as one weird augment. To me, the other weird one here is the Bramble Vest augment of Sidera. That is an augment that again feels very win streaky and okay, but really low cap. So I'm not a big fan of that choice when you're trying to play in this checkmate format.
Especially without 2 tank items already ready to slam at 2-1. I think when you have a Giga Tank already, an upgraded tank with a few tank items, maybe, you know, an item start, for example, with the Vi component, then it makes a lot more sense. But with only a belt and the Bramble here, it's going to be useful for now. It's a 4-win streak, but the moment you lose a streak, if there isn't that much AD in the lobby, not going to be that big of a factor in stage 4, stage 5.
But I think there could be a lot of AD.
There could be some, and the good news is he does have the Vlad too. So the Vlad 2 with that is going to be very powerful till at least about 3-2 to 3-5. But again, if we're talking about going for a first place, that does not feel like the augment that really nails you the first place.
Then you just hope that Monk Chun Yu is going to be the person to take take the first.
If you
or
look,
high roll, get 2-star 6 cost.
These are both of our win streakers here, and if you look at these boards, Sidera feels like the weaker board by a significant margin here. So if they match up against each other, I feel like he's going to lose his streak, and sure enough, that's what we get. It looks like this is the battle for the win streak here, and again, a level 5 Dominator board with a lot more slam. The one thing he has going is the front line isn't that strong, but the Bramble Vest is not going to really do much against this Morgana. Applying the Morellos at least to try to slow down the Vladimir here. If this Morgana can get a cast on the backline Lux. Lux too doing good work here though. And I was wrong. Sidera was able to get through. Lux carrying it really well there. So good job there keeping that win streak.
We've seen Lux be such a powerful item holder, though, in Stage 2 for a lot of players. I think having the 2-star is great. I don't think you keep it, but we have seen a couple players go for like Lux reroll.
Checking in with Xiaoji here, a better holder of that Runans. We were kind of saying how Maddie isn't really doing too well. I think with Tristana, you're doing a little bit better. And I am a little bit surprised that we're not seeing the second slam you called out, but I'm also not seeing any items right now.
Yeah, the challenge with slamming too is what happens is in the late game, anytime you run up against a super tank, you don't have enough damage amplification to get through them. And so that ends up in this situation where as soon as like a Garen comes online or a Mundo comes online, you're not really going to win a lot of fights. That being said, does slam it here. This feels very much like a I'm just angling Twitch line. And we've seen Twitch win at least one lobby today, so it is possible. These aren't bad Twitch items by any means.
But I think it's because he got a second bow dropped. So you could actually make the Rage Blade, and then you still have an open bow component to make another Runans if you want to.
And if you have a bigger guarantee, you might be hitting a Warwick early. Playing into Twitch, playing into Experiments could be a way to enable that Warwick to be a real big carry in the late game.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point here, is if you know that the odds of seeing those 6 costs inflate a lot, especially in Stage 5 and Stage 6, the odds are you can probably cycle through all 3 of them, even if you hit like Mel or Victor first. So I do like that angle.
And how many people are going to be playing around Warwick? That has been one of the harder 6 costs to actually find a spot on your board for, or even the items to make sure that that's going to be the power you need to make your board super strong.
And fits in really well with that experiment line. We were kind of calling to that when we saw it in one of the previous games, but if you're already on the Twitch, then you might as well try to go for the Warwick and make those stars align. Of course, one extra experiment emblem would be really nice to get to the full cap of that board. But hey, we've seen crazier things this weekend.
Well, speaking of which, if you're looking for that experiment emblem, now would be the time as we head into our second augment. We had a gold start, so it's likely something like a gold or a prismatic. And sure enough, it is a prismatic here. And now that we had the gold with everyone leaning economy-based into a prismatic, I expect we're going to see some wild capped boards here.
Artifactory is an option here that we saw sponging as well. Mort, what's your take on sponging with the Bramble augment?
I was literally going to ask.
Multiple Brambles. Is it too much leaning into just one strategy, you think?
So I actually think that is a great strategy if you're trying to climb on ladder. I think that's a great third place board. I think that works really, really well.
Not for checkmate.
I think sponging being up 5 items is massive. It will win streak you pretty hard, but late game it's going to fall off really hard. And in this portal, this encounter in particular, it would not be the choice I'd want to go for. Now, looking at the augments here, we see 2 Artifactory, and we talked earlier about how Artifactory really good on 3-2. It gives you time to see what you get, what you adapt. So I'd be looking at those. Minhee, for example, could be in a really good spot here. The more interesting one, though, was Scrap.
Yeah.
Scrap as a prismatic is a really interesting choice in the checkmate format. I'm not sure that we've seen scrap boards really go well, except for the 1-9 scrap that we saw. That one did really well, but without the other emblem, it's going to be pretty hard to hit. So I'm not sure I really like that direction.
I also think I saw another I'm the carry now.
Oh no! Oh no! Hypothetically, if the golem wins, am I going to have to apologize?
You're going to have to actually apologize to the golem. Yeah. I don't know what to tell you. But I also could have been blind, so, you know.
Yeah, the Artifactory artifacts are starting to come through here, and again, this is where you start to understand your direction, right? If you get a bunch of AP, all of a sudden you have to shift. And for example here, look at this. We have a Zonya's, as well as the Blighting Jewel, and the Ludens here. Now, the Ludens can be flexed, but those other 2, you're probably not playing an AD line here. Looking at these items, though, these are definitely not the really good items you'd want to be hitting. AP lines with these are pretty tough. So overall, I think Minhee not happy with the artifacts he's hit. That being said, we know the first 2 games he kind of struggled because he took some of these high-risk augments, and they didn't really pan out, and that kind of feels like where we're at here.
I don't know. Those look like good Mel items to me.
That's true. As a Mel item, the Blighting Jewel and the Zhonya's could be very good. I agree with that. That does sort of bank on hitting that Mel, but it is this encounter. Yeah, so it is an option. I agree with that angle.
Even the Mordekaiser. I think Zhonya's and Luden's on a Mordekaiser, if you're able to 2-star him with a Conqueror as well, which is a line that you're currently on with a Swain, could be huge. Of course, the hardest thing for me of playing for Mordekaiser is getting there. It's very hard to hit a 2-star Mordekaiser on level 8.
Yep.
Sorry.
Sure enough, by the way, it was our EMEA player. You picked it again. So he's clearly a believer.
He knows something that we don't, I think.
Yep. Tidal getting that belt overflow here has those 2 Warmogs. As soon as you find a Garen, that puts Garen in this really, really powerful state. We also got a Radiant Thieves Gloves as well. Radiant Thieves Gloves right now sitting on that Ambessa. That's going to be pretty powerful. Lilu, by the way, taking the Bronze for Life. Bronze for Life has been something that we've seen really make some incredible capped boards. That's an augment that if you go around and talk to the players, they say enables some really fun boards that have some really high caps. But the one counter to Bronze for Life here, the 6 costs don't work with it because their trait is not a bronze trait. So if you put a bunch of those in, you're going to be nerfing your Bronze for Life trait. So I think in this encounter, that might be a little bit worse.
I've been trying to spy what the Radiant Relics is on Meng Chunyu, because that was the player that's on the Dominator crest, on the Dominator board that we picked up earlier on.
I think he made a Thieves Gloves out of it.
Yeah,
he got the Thieves Gloves.
Okay.
So with Radiant TG,
there we go.
Yeah, definitely a good item. Can be really good. It's going to allow the tempo here, playing with the scrap as well, so, or up against the scrap, excuse me. And so, the fact that typically when you have the Radiant Thieves Gloves, one of the 2 items is probably going to benefit you. So the fact that you're getting that is pretty nice. That being said, up against the scrap board, can't really burn through the damage and ends up losing the fight here. And we're starting to get a picture of who are the strong boards, who are the weak boards right now, as we have one player already down to 46 health, but no one above 90, so.
Unfortunately, the Swain, not quite the perfect build just yet. But it's okay. Listen, Mel is coming. I believe it. We're at the end of Stage 3, so you actually have to start thinking ahead to Stage 4 is coming. I have gold. I have chances now to actually hit those 6 costs.
Yep, this is the big thing as we head into 4-1 after this round. Are any 6 costs going to appear? And so we'll trust our observers to call it out if it happens. But again, 4-1 to 4-5, it's a slim chance, but it can happen here.
Even I would say duplicators are now very, very impactful. Augments at 4-2 like 1 buff, 2 buff, for example, with the red buff and the blue buff, and the duplicator could be absolutely massive. So players have to adapt a tiny bit to the encounter and the different possibilities augments offer.
That's a great point, actually, and I'm curious if anyone was offered 1 buff, 2 buff. That would have been a really good choice if you felt like you were in a comfortable position to hold that duplicator, knowing that it's the victor encounter. It does put you in a situation where you're basically saying, I'm going to 1st or 8th it, but if it works out, it'll work out big.
I mean, that's what you have to do. 6 players on check, 2 players looking to stop them. That is exactly the name of the game here. So playing 1st or 8, to me, I think is exactly what we're going to need to do.
By the way, calling it out here, Tidal we talked about earlier with that Gambler's Blade. We see that Gambler's Blade Kog'Maw. That is 135 Ginsu stacks because it is a Kog'Maw 1. Really just trying to farm as much gold as he can. And you can even see, the gold count on Tidal at 58 right now. A lot of players holding gold here. Our EMEA representative already it was at 80 gold before the roll down here. People saving their gold to try to wait till that victor part and see if they can find those 6 costs.
Unsurprisingly for the Artifactory players, I think there's at least 2 of them trying to play toward Mordekaiser item carrier.
Yep.
I'm saying unsurprisingly because I think half of the artifacts in the game work very well on Mordekaiser.
Yes.
I think he is one of the best 5 cost holders. He benefits from so many different things, and quite a few artifacts break him in terms of RFC, the extra range on Sniper's Focus, even something like the Zhonya's allowing that extra bit of survivability. So it will be a race towards finding that key 5 cost in Stage 4.
Yeah, if you can get a Mordekaiser with like a Fishbones, RFC, Sniper's Focus, enemy teams just disappear.
I've been there, Mordog. I've been there.
So have I.
Feng Chenyu down to 1 gold. Last couple of rolls coming in as we sell some part of the bench. On the left side, Sadera still sitting on the 60, says, I'm not going to go all the way. Checking in with Jeru. Also rolled down to 13.
This is another Heimer Academy board as well. I'm not gonna like scoff at it yet because we've already seen it take 2 wins today.
It won 2 games already today, so it definitely is the kind of board. And these are very good Heimer items. Blue buff Gunblade Archangels is conventionally sort of the best items. You do see in the top corner, though, none of those are the sponsored items, so we're not necessarily getting that extra amp and the heal health from Academy, but they are still very good Heimer items.
Yeah, and there's an augment choice now, so could you actually find a spat or something? It's silver, though.
I think Pandora's Bench here is a really good cap. Instead goes with 1-2-5, finds a Rumble, not necessarily what you're looking for. LeBlanc probably would have been better. Pandora's Bench is the kind of thing, though, that, again, a little risky, but could have a very high ceiling. Otherwise, a lot of the silvers, nothing really jumping out as really amazing here. I mean, they're silver augments. That's kind of what they do. But yeah, that's not going to swing anything too heavily.
The big story for me is if you look towards the right side and you see those gold totals, you see that most of the players have seen the Victor encounter, rolled all of their gold on the 4-1, really looking for those 4 costs and the potential upgrades into 5 and 6 costs, whereas Tidal and Chi-Chu are the only 2 players that really stayed very healthy on the econ side of things.
Yeah, and for me, I think it's less about trying to like roll down for like a 5 cost or a 6 cost. It's more just everyone knows the tempo and the aggression right now is really important. If you knock people out now, they're not going to reach those 6 cost cap. So, you know, playing really greedy isn't really the play here. So trying to just be extra aggressive, I do like that. That being said, Tidal getting so much gold from that Kog'Maw that he might be able to go fast 9, save that gold for after the anomaly, where again, because of this encounter, the odds are triple.
And Xiaoqin, tough spot, picks up the extra rolls of the 4-2 augment, has not hit his main carry yet, has the Leon in the shop, but he's rolled down all of his gold here on 6 and has not hit the Tristana. A little bit harder to hit with how popular and strong for Emissary is with the few Tristanas out of the pool once players roll down on 4-2.
Yeah, and unfortunately, because he didn't hit here, this probably means we're not going to see him as the winner. Unfortunately, it's just the kind of situation with these reroll comps that you want to hit him early and you want to hit it above tempo. Hitting it this late, especially with Tristana, probably means, unfortunately, not going to be a win. On the opposite side, we see Lilu, by the way, here has that Malzahar 1 playing that Emissary board, but all the Emissaries are 1-star with the exception of that Garen. Does have the Garen 2 with the Dragon Claw here. And I do like this board, especially with Bronze for Life, because you play the 4 Emissary and then every other trait is Bronze. So it makes your Emissaries as powerful as they can be. And Bessa 2 in that state can be really strong. And sure enough, you see here a big win. And yeah, I think that's the end for our China representative for this game. But again, still 5 other players in check right now. Looking at the health totals, actually we're getting a look at their boards here. Oh, okay, we have to call it out here. Sidera, Mel. Sidera was able to find a Mel. That is 1 6 cost that has been found pre-anomaly. So he has the opportunity where he can anomaly buff the Mel. He also has a Zhonya's for it as well. We talked about
the spatula with
That's
the
what you called out.
You called it out. You called it with the Zhonya's and the Blighted Jewel here. So there is that option. I'll want to see what Sidera ends up anomaly buffing, but he's the one player who has benefited from this encounter so far.
I will say the one that we were looking at, though, was the Blighted Jewel was actually, yeah, wait. There's 2 players that actually have Zhonya's Blighted Jewel. Because you're looking at the other Artifactory player that has also rolled that. But still, the point
is
remains.
Still correct.
Yeah, one of them is going to get it.
Yeah, we do see the Tristana 3 come online, but again,
feels so
too late. It's too late. It's not going to swing it. So we get a look at Lilu's board here. Has able to have 5 bronze traits. If he can level up, get another bronze trait, that's going to be good. The big thing was without the Ambessa 2, though, he's going to be suffering a little bit.
How do you feel?
Indexing a lot in the Find Your Center as well onto the Ambessa.
That's what I was going to ask.
But Malzahar pair is something that's also pretty sneaky here. If he finds a Malzahar 2, could be really impactful with a Gunblade especially.
Yeah, the gunblade damage from Malzahar keeping the Ambessa alive as long as possible here with that Bronze for Life. The big thing about the Prismatic Bronze for Life is it gives that damage reduction. That's going to allow that Ambessa to stay alive for a while. But again, can't really do that with an Ambessa 1. As we head into the Anomaly round, it's time to see what buffs everyone's going to pick. And then after that, we've now got the triple value of those 6 costs.
I'm mostly curious, who are we choosing for some of these players? Because on the left-hand side, Lilo, you know he has the Malzahar, instead goes for frontline. Similar story for Shichu.
So I think it was a big high roll on the left side here to hit giant-sized, but I'm actually surprised putting it on the Garen as opposed to the Ambessa. We've seen Ambessa giant-sized be really well, and it feels like Ambessa is just such a big part of this comp with the Find Your Center, with the Bronze for Life. So it's an interesting choice here. The nice thing about Garen is it is going to share that health with the Emissary buff. You're going to share 12% of that, but we'll have to see if that choice ends up working out.
I think you spread the love, because I think if you put all of your eggs into the Ambessa basket, I think then you don't have enough actual front line to be able to have that backline carry.
Yeah, that's possible. It's possible for sure here. Looking at this board, by the way, again, Scrap, not something right now considered really that good, but is playing it really well here at 68 health, has 50 gold.
Shichu put the Rumble into the Anomaly as well, so it's going to be last chance Rumble.
Yeah, that's going to be pretty good here. On the other side, we see Killstreak, Heimerdinger, a pretty standard build where every time you get a kill, you're going to get 20 mana. That's going to make another cast, generally considered one of Heimer's best in the first patch. Again, a little less popular now, but we've talked about it before that the Academy Heimerdinger has been doing pretty well today.
Well, I just want to call out Jedu with the Golem, taking down that board that has been doing so well.
Yep.
How does Last Chance Rumble work with self-destruct? Does it proc twice off both deaths?
No, it has to actually be a death, right?
Okay.
It's more like it prevents death and then comes back. So you do need that. We're getting a look at Title's board here. Has that Kog'Maw. Still level 7, by the way. Interesting. Title, he had all that extra gold and is choosing to go Kog'Maw reroll.
But you know what else he's doing? He's holding all the Emissary units. Do you see that?
Yes.
Pair of Garen, pair of Ambessa. He's actually making it more difficult for the other Emissary players to hit, while also having the opportunity to potentially tech that in if he actually does get those to 2-star.
It's such a fascinating choice because we have not seen Kog'Maw reroll really be the kind of board that caps out to a first place. And so instead it's going to level to 8 here. I almost wonder if we're not playing. Yeah, it's like the Emissaries are going in. He's got Tristana in. Yeah, so Emissaries are going in here. He's 4 Emissary, 4 Automata, Kog'Maw reroll. That's a bit of a cook.
This is new. This is new to me at the very least as a Kog'Maw enjoyer last patch.
Triple Warthog Garen.
We see a Victor for our Scrap player on the left side. Again, we're past the Anomaly. We're at the triple power from this encounter. So 6 costs are going to be appearing. And now there's a Victor on the board that's going to provide that stun, that's going to provide that shred and sunder. Victor, definitely the one you want to look for when you're playing this kind of board right now.
I'm so curious what the end game is for Title after looking at that board.
Yeah, we can see the stun kickoff there. The Mordekaiser is probably going to go down here, trying to heal through with the Omnivamp a little bit. The Malzahar dot doing good, but unfortunately the Rumble takes it down here, and that is going to be a win for our Scrap player. And again, 7 players left alive right now, 5 of them in check, as boards are really starting. Look at all this gold he is farming. Like, Title is going crazy with all this gold.
He's going level 10. That's the end game board. That's what we might be looking at, is just to get to level 10, get a 2-star 6 cost. Maybe we even see like the triple.
Itazor finds a 6 cost. It's going to be a Warwick. Finds 2 Heimer 2s. All of a sudden, players have to be scouting. There are alternate win cons that could be coming down the pipeline.
He rolled past it and then found another one.
Not interested for now, it seems
so
like.
Yeah, he decides to not go with it. And I actually agree with that. I think it's too easy to grief that. You're going to get held. So I like that call here. On the other side, we still haven't seen the Ambessa 2 for that board. We're heading into the fight, and the thing to call out here, look at the health totals. No one's really running away with it. Our top 2 players are 66 and 53, but no one's running with it.
Out already too.
Mordekaiser 2 with Ludens, with the Zanyas. We talk about it being hard to get this far. We'll see now what it can do.
Yeah, the big challenge is with no attack speed. It's taking a long time to get those autos in.
And on the opposite side, we're seeing Amel, we're seeing the Kog'Maw with infinite attack speed, it seems like, trying to shred through that huge Mordekaiser. Will succeed. Take out Mini.
Thornskin as well as the Anomaly, so not really an offensive Anomaly, not anything that gives him more combat power, instead just survivability, which you already have with these Zanyas.
Yeah, unfortunately gets knocked out here, and Mordekaiser really just needs that attack speed to get as many autos as he can when he's in that empowered state. So it ended up not really working out here. So 2 players down, 4 of our Czech players still alive here. And right now, the 2 players not in Czech are not near the top. So again, if you're looking at if this game's going to end, it's looking pretty good. Tidal, by the way, has triple Warmogs with belt overflow. That is a lot of effective health and has found the Mel to support that Kog'Maw. So he's got 2 carries. That is a lot of power on that board.
He also plays magic training on that Kog'Maw, so we're definitely locked into that Kog'Maw as one of the main carries of this board. But the Mel is obviously profiting off of that spinning Kog'Maw in the backline.
Jeez. I mean, with the Shojin as well, look at how fast she's casting. Yes, the Victor stun is going to delay this a little bit, but you've got double... yeah, I don't know. This Kog'Maw is...
This is crazy.
This Kog'Maw is just rapid fire casting.
Yeah, even close to the cap. We're still on Kog'Maw 2. There's still a chance to upgrade to a 3-star and start pushing to level 9 with all the extra gold.
Victor even stuns again.
I love that the Victor died while they were stunned because the Kog'Maw projectile was already in the air. That's great. So yeah, again, Tidal cooking here. And like you said, nowhere near his cap. He could still hit Kog'Maw 3. He's got that 4 emissary in. And again, the big thing is as these 6 cost odds continue to increase, we're going to see more and more of them. Now, the nice thing is for Tidal, he has had Mel in for a while. That means we're going to proc that last stand effect. So he's got plenty of time to work with, knowing that he can go all the way down to 1 health and then get that 10% damage amp. We're looking at this board here. No 6 costs yet. Has the Malzahar. The Malzahar was anomaly buffed with nothing wasted. Tidal does hit the Cog 3 here. That's going to be big. And now I think he's free to kind of just level up. I don't think we're going for the Nocturne. I don't think we're going for anything else. That's going to be enough to go. Finds another Victor here on this board to go with the Malzahar. That is 6 Dominator Malzahar, but only 1 copy right now. You do want the Malzahar 2 to really cap this board.
But did find that Victor. So we had just peeled away from this board when Meng Chunyu actually got the Victor in the shop. And that is at least a little bit of utility. But versus this board of Tidal, you might just get eliminated here.
What an unfortunate roll to find Tidal right after this upgrade. The board was already looking strong, but maybe, just maybe, the CC will help in taking down some of it. The Garen's still standing in that front line, but so is the Malzahar and the Victor. More stuns will not be coming out, and it is Kog'Maw as the other one walks towards him. Does proc the Mel, though.
Look at that, though. So Meng Chunyu is out. Actually ended up needing that top 4 to be able to make it into check. Will be denied that. But when you actually take a look at the rest of the board, Saidera is the only one left that would be able to spoil this lobby and take us into another game. Is going to be on 1 HP because the Mel actually activated to keep him in this game. But that's your last life.
Yeah, the fact he's got the Mel, he's got the Victor, but otherwise this is just a scrap board. And we talked about this before, that scrap not really one of the biggest caps here. Has the Rumble 2 at least, but is up against this very powerful Silco on the other side. But overall, actually, I think the scrap board could be pretty favored here if you can get through the Zhonya's here. It's going to provide the stun.
Oh, wow. That front line on Saidera's side just crumbled in seconds.
Yeah.
No way to turn fate now. Saidera will get eliminated here as well. Does not find a way to stop it.
And that means this game is going to end the tournament. We have 4 players left, and one of them is going to go home as the winner of the Macao Open. The question is, which one will it be? Will it be one of our 2 champions, or would it be one of our 2 unknowns? Let's find out.
Yeah, Saidera was that last bastion of hope, but it could be Tidal, who is our double TAC Crown winner. It could be Li Luo, who has also won a TAC Crown, or it could be the rise of Jedusor or Shichu. That is a huge story for any of our 4 players that are left.
Yep, as we head into the Dragon, and again, the thing to call out here is as the game goes on, those 6 cost odds continue to increase, right? So we're going to be looking for things like the Mel 2, like the Victor 2 here. And to call it all off with so many people getting Mel, so many people proccing that last stand, even when the health get low, we're going to see that health proc here. And so Tidal has so much gold right now. He's going to be able to level up here. Finds a blue buff here. Could easily put that on the Mel to have that Mel go crazy. Sure enough, that's exactly what he does. And on the other side, Lilu right now really looking for that Malzahar 2. He is level 5 or level 9, but the big thing here is he's saving the gold to go to level 10. Level 10 with those inflated 6 cost odds, that's going to be be massive. He's playing around this encounter to get that end game, has the Mbessa too. A lot of really powerful boards at this state.
And I think the game plan is the same for Lilo as it is for Tidal. They want to go for the long shot. They want to go for the level 10 to get that final win that they need to take it all here. And I honestly feel like we're watching, once again, Tidal Master Class. It feels so familiar to us at this point.
It does, but on the other side, Jelisor versus Shichu, one of them could be just knocked out here, which would leave the door open for Lilo or Tidal to take it all. And as we see that massive hit, that is an elimination. So top 3 is going to be decided already in this game.
Now, before we get too hype, I do have to just say the Golem didn't win, wasn't able to carry it.
Come on, Mort.
So just saying.
Can't kick EMEA while they're down.
I'm just kicking the Golem, nothing against EMEA. But right now we have 3 players left. 2 of them previous winners, Tidal on a 6-win streak. Lilu, a big home fan favorite from China, and 1 more player as well. Right now it's looking like one of our previous champions is going to be the winner though, so this is pretty good. They both have a lot of gold. Lilu heading to level 10, has that Mbessa, needs to find that Malzahar too, trying to slow Tidal down while he can.
But Carousel could be so relevant as well. If there is a Malzahar, you don't even have to roll. You can go straight to 10 and still stay strong.
Absolutely.
Would actually leave room to be able to put a 6 cost into his board though, something that he hasn't been able to do yet.
Shichu on the other side doesn't have the HP to stay longer if this is a loss on his end. Goes up against Lilu's unupgraded Malzahar, but it might just be enough to take down this board. Is chewing through the front line right now, finds the Corki on the right-hand side, but not enough, and will hang in there.
Wow.
The last chance on the Rumble, so relevant, comes back, buys a little bit more time for the Corki to deal its damage.
Yeah, Lilu taking big damage there, unfortunately, and so right now Tidal on this 7-win streak is aiming for this Blitz 3. Surprisingly, the Blitz 3 would actually make a decent difference. Also has
6 copies of
6 Twitch copies.
I am seeing the 6 Twitch copies. I don't know, like it's one of those things I think he's just holding as like a fun out here that could happen along the way. Yeah, he knows he's not going to 10, but it could be the kind of thing that turns it around. Right now, I also love that he hasn't really played around the Victor. He's using that Mel to just be so much extra damage. And again, the belt overflow on the Garen is just so hard for everything else to get through with the armor and MR of the Automata as we go into this fight.
Tidal versus Lilo on the left. That's going to be real boards. As we see Shichu on his last life having to contest with Tidal's Ghost. It looks like Shichu is going to be able to get through that as we do see that Rumble finally make it through on the front lines. But that's a huge laser here on the left here for Tidal.
The Kog'Maw's ramped. The Kog'Maw's doing so much damage, but the Victor stun comes through.
So crucial.
And that's going to be big. You can hear the crowd cheering. 2 China favorites here, trying to stay alive as we head to the Carousel. We see a Zavika, we see a LeBlanc, we do see a Black Rose emblem, could be a potential option. Thieves Gloves likely the pick here for Tidal. You can see them sort of eyeing each other, really trying to make sure no one wants anything else. Is going to get the Thieves Gloves here. And now Lilu has the current health lead. But again, we still have the Mels, the last stands to contend with.
And the big important story for me here is that both Lilo and Shichu beat Tidal's board after a 7-win streak. One was a ghost copy, of course, but let's see if he can find that final upgrade.
So we have to talk about this right now. The fact that everyone's at 20 health, there's only 2 more rounds left in this stage, and you have the last stand. I think right now you need to be holding as much gold as you can.
Twitches have been sold, no longer in win condition. And I want to mention the mentorship pickup from Tidal at 4-2, knowing there's going to be 6 costs in the game. So incredibly smart to buff both the Malzahar and the Caitlyn.
Yeah, the fact that we know we're going to go to 7-1 here, 7-1 with the inflated odds on the Victor encounter of everything else, you have to be playing around these 6 costs if you're going to win this tournament.
Oh, Shichu versus Tidal, though. This is going to be a huge hit for either one of these players. You can see the Caitlyn try to come in with all of that damage. The Kog'Maw is just not going to be able to get through all of these just champions that are on Shichu's board.
Yeah, the scrap shield providing so much health, but the big important story here is Tidal did not proc the last stand, so he has another life. We are definitely going to 7-1. Right now it is 13 health, 8 health, 4 health. This game is close, but no one's going to die here.
No, and Lilo actually lost as well to Shichu's board.
The ghost copy too. Yeah, incredible. All of these players are getting so low.
Wow.
Yeah. Again, the fact that everyone's got that Mel, they've got that last stand here. So this probably keeps everyone alive. We find a second victor here, trying to roll a bit, but it's too early. You've spent your gold too early. The problem is Lilu, I believe, doesn't have the last stand.
No,
he might be the one player.
This was just the first copy of Mel for him.
So
and
we go
he
into the
goes
fight.
up against the board that he just lost to the Ghost off. He will try to stay alive on the opposite side, does not have the protection of the Mel to keep him through here, but is it enough? Stuns do come in from both the victors as the board tries to fight on through.
The Rumble last chance is so big. Back to full HP. The Rumble is still kicking onto the Mel, onto the back line. It will be one last cast and one last big win. Li Luo takes the loss.
Yep, Lilu took the loss, and the other story here, Title did proc last stand. So we are down to our top two, our Scrap player of all the comps right now. Scrap considered a very mediocre comp, and he is making it work as we go into 7-1. And the big story here, 7-1, those 6 cost odds are now at their absolute maximum.
I am so stun-locked at these players and their might that they're showcasing here. Lilo coming so close, but falling short of taking yet another title, being maybe known as yet another player that can take
Title has 50 gold. Victor 2 is absolutely crazy.
There is a Victor 2. We found another Victor on the other side, still rolling, finds a Warwick, really looking for that Mel 2. A Blitzcrank would be big, rolling down here. Unfortunately, on the other side, finds the Blitz 3, but really needs something a little more than that. Still has 20 gold, needs to be rolling. He's got to be rolling quick, puts in the Jace, has the Mel in, is going to switch the Mel. He's moving the items to the Malzahar here. There's a Malzahar 2, Victor 1, Kog'Maw. He's trying his best, and this could be the final fight.
I think it just might be. Shichi's board is just so impressive.
All right, Kog'Maw's ramping up here. Victor capping out, has the Mel, the Ambusher. You've got to get through these Scrap shields. We talk about the Rumble. Big Elise stun on the back line. The Victors are casting. Garen is down. The Scrap is going, and that's going to be it. Title falls. China takes the win. That's it for your Macau Open.
The home field advantage. Shichu is going to be your TFT Macao Open champion. Pick up that belt. The victory is yours. What a major win for this player.
And you can see it. The crowd is cheering him on. It's so beautiful all around us. Faces holding up cameras, documenting this important moment.
And what a way to win it, moving into a line that has not been played too much this weekend, moving into Scrap, moving into Rumble as a carry, knowing if you make it far into Stage 7, 3 upgrades, last chance on the Rumble as well, so relevant throughout the entire fight until those 6 costs came in to really take over.
And how fitting a story to beat 2 previous Tacticians Crown champions to get the win and play with that interesting comp, finds the Victor 2, comes out on top and wins, and he is holding up that finger. He is #1 today, and that has got to feel so freaking good.
I would even say you got through 3 Tacticians Crown champions because Title counts as 2. It's amazing. And like major credit to Title. The second place is just so close. We've seen Title do this before. I feel like that means that next time Tac Crown rolls around, Title's going to get another championship under his belt. But right now, celebrate Shichu, the emotion. You can feel all of that excitement as well.
I mean, I'm hoping the next time the Tac Crown rolls around, we'll see more of Shichu.
Yes, me too. I hope so.
I mean, the emergence of new talent coming out from CM. We saw the contrast of everything. Li Luo, a player who won all the way back in set 6, Gizmo was a gadget, and now the new wave of talent emerging.
And it's been so long since the CN region has been able to get a major win under their belt. And maybe this is going to be another way that we do see China have that second dynasty, right? That you were calling back to, Panda. But let's go ahead and hear from the winner of the TFT Macao Open, Shichu.
好的，让我们再一次恭喜世趣夺得澳门公开赛冠军。Let's cheer for 世趣 again！ 恭喜世趣能够夺得这一次澳门公开赛的冠军，在咱们自己家门口 后夺冠，而且在最终的这一轮决战当中是战胜了 Title 这一名非常有名的选手。想问此刻的感受。So congratulations again to win this Macao Open here at the hometown in China, and also you win against Title in the very last fight. How do you feel right now?
感觉现在非常激动，非常开心吧。
I'm very excited and very happy. 那你知不知道，在最后一场决战之前 ，Title 手中还有非常多的经济。当时你有没有一点小小的担心和紧张 ？Do you know that Title still got a lot of gold in hand before the very last fight?
其实我完全不怕 Title 吧，他只要没有海克斯转，这个阵容是赢不了我的。我的上限，因为我早早拿到了兰博，然后兰博可以无限成长，我只要不让他凑出6海克斯，我是不可能会输的。
Okay, I'm not very nervous about that because if Title cannot get the Automata emblem, he cannot get to the 6 Automata board. So I got my Rumble at the very beginning, so I don't feel now nervous at all. 那接下来想要问到我们的逝去这个问题，是因为今天其实在最终决战的这一场比赛之前，是有6位选手都拿到了登顶资格的。而且你们还在这一场比赛当中遇到了维克托的奇遇，你会觉得更加的紧张一些，还是说更加的兴奋呢 ？So there are 6 players in track in the very last game. Will that and also you got the victor encounter? Will that make you more nervous or more excited?
其实维克托这个奇遇就是这把大概率会出来冠军嘛，然后自己只要找到那个可以吃一的点，还是有很大机会的。其实我是非常开心的看到这个城邦。
I'm pretty happy to see the victor encounter because it might end it here. We're gonna see our champion here, and also we will have to find our main carry point. So I'm pretty happy about the victor. 那最后一个问题想要问到我们的逝去的是，现在你已经拿到了这样的一个冠军，我相信很多的观众朋友们都很想向你学习。所以作为澳门公开赛的冠军选手，有没有什么推荐给大家的学习阵容呢 ？So do you have any comps to recommend for the players, audience that who look up to you maybe after this Macao Open?
我觉得大家玩云顶就是不要太公式吧。然后，其实这个版本这么多能玩的，就是云顶其实是一个非常深奥的游戏，你可以把它就每波的过渡都是很重要的。所以说，我觉得大家应该多在自己基本功上下功夫，而不是说去一味的查数据之类的这些。我觉得这样才是大家共同进步，就是大家会变得越来越好吧。
I think everyone should not just learn from the textbook because in this meta, anything is possible. So just learn the basic learning knowledge and to learn the flexibility in this meta, and you can be your own champion. 那再次感谢我们的逝去，同时也恭喜他再一次用热烈的掌声恭喜逝去夺得澳门公开赛冠军。Let's cheer for 逝去 again, and also see you guys in Paris next year. 明年巴黎见。
Wow, Shu-Chu is going to be our 2nd ever annual TFT Open champion. We got the whole crew back on the desk with us to be able to celebrate this moment. What did you guys think about watching that final game?
Can I just say, hearing the interview there, but the final fights were hype. The fact he was playing Scrap was amazing. He used the Rumble really, really well. But I also have to call out that interview where he said, learn anything, all the things are possible.
Perfect.
Feels so good. Let's go. Play TFT. I love it.
He said work on your fundamentals and don't look too much at the stats. I thought that was really amazing for the way TFT is heading.
I really want to go to call as well that back in Game 4, it was Shi-Chu who was the hero that stopped Li Luo from actually winning with the Chem Baron, so it all went full circle at the very end there. I just love the checkmate format. I think it's so entertaining to see players fall and rise in terms of who has the potential to win it all, and this Game 6 especially, with Victor coming in with the 6 cost becoming so important, was so great to see.
I'm sorry, I got your.
We're all giggling at like how many
tears.
Fall and rising here as well.
Wow, it's been such an amazing tournament, though. I mean, just thinking back on the 3 days of competition that we've had, what are some of the moments that really stick out to you?
My mic's not working.
Yeah, our mics don't work.
So.
They don't work?
Yeah. These are. Oh, they do work.
Says
Oh,
it
we
does.
just can't
I
hear
guess
them.
we just can't hear
All
each
right,
other.
well, I also can't hear you, so you go first.
Well,
We'll go down the line.
some of my favorite moments, which I guess you guys won't know. I mean, I do just think seeing the flexibility from some of the players was so incredible. Seeing how many different lines they were able to play, and I always just find it really, really interesting to watch players play from extremely difficult situations and figure out a way to win in a way that I wouldn't have come up with.
Flexibility is huge, for sure.
For me, I mean, I think the thing that really stands out, Shichu winning here, it kind of stands as like a testament for the different types of champions that we've had in TFT, right? You know, going into that final lobby, we're talking about Li Lu, we're talking about Title, we're talking about Zhao Qi. Shichu is one of the oldest competitors in the CN scene, top 8 at the second ever TOC finals. And so we talked all about the big stars, the accomplished veterans who have reached those high highs. To me, there's something so rewarding about seeing someone who's been at it for so long and victory has escaped them. And now to finally climb that mountain years after starting your journey, it's beautiful to see it come to fruition.
It's also huge for the region as well. Suchu, his name is things lost, and what is lost can be won back. This is exactly what he has done for the entire CN community. He's got their mojo, their glory back. It's been since set 7 that they found a global champion. Now Suchu can raise the belt to the crowd, face his region, and claim back that title over title.
Yeah, I think,
how poetic.
To be honest, I think that specifically in itself is another big, massive win. It's not only that you are the Macao Open champion, it's that you beat so many champions on the way here. Yeah, the Vegas Open was stacked, but the Macao Open was a whole nother level. So I think that has to be the big, big storyline you're taking away from. I can beat all of these people. And one of them that got beaten is Malala, as he does come up here to celebrate with the new champion. 2 belts given.
It's an exclusive club.
So it is very exclusive. Yeah. I mean, there are only 2 ever TFT Open champions. We get a chance to add a 3rd one next year at Paris, that's for sure. But how much more of a sample size you need to say, well, Malala actually got out of the competition on day 1, and that was a super strong competitor. So think about absolutely how many Titans Shichu actually did have to beat to be able to stand here next to another Titan.
I mean, one of the things that we talked about today is like there's so many players who have played TFT, and we're getting to the point where there are
300 million.
Where there are so many high-skilled players that these competitions are fierce, right? This was 400+ challenger level players that really the differences are so minor. And with a meta like this, where there's so many different lines and so many things you can do, we saw different micro decisions get questioned and everything like that. That all of that makes the smallest difference here. And to see him come out so confident and just be like, yeah, just play what's good, learn the game. Feels good. I think that's the highlight for me. I'm thrilled.
I think you guys hit it out of the park on this one. More honestly, pat yourself on the back, pat the
whole
dev team on the back.
Whole team.
But seriously, this has been a banger of a tournament. It has been so much fun to be able to watch all of our competitors take to the big stage and to see Suchu win it all. Thank you all so much to our competitors that played, to our attendees that ended up spectating the tournament, and of course, to you viewers at home for making the TFT Macao Open so, so special. That's going to do it for us here in Macau, China. We cannot wait to see you next year at the Paris TFT Open. Welcome to the Teamfight Tactics Macao Open, the biggest TFT LAN in the world. 3 days of competition, some of the absolute best players that TFT has to offer, and this field is stacked.
Nothing wasted? Takes him out?
Oh no.
That's the problem about solo tanks against these melee competitions.
That's going to be Michael going down.
TF is already almost dead. The Corki snipes it down with the fish bones. And Bessa doing her best here, but Corki gets away. And so Bossa Skills does get 5th, but enough points to move on.
Come on, you can beat the crowd.
Wait, did everybody die?
Victor is crazy late game. This is really close.
Oh, wow.
Oh, is it crazy enough, though?
It is.
Wow.
That is the fattest Victor diff of all time. Jake throws out an ulti and does so much damage.
Perfect lethal.
Is there enough damage here from the GP? That's the big question. The Laui hanging on for so long. And LeBlanc could not clutch up in the end.
Right now, going into day 2, 64 players remaining. You have so much frontline with the shielding that when you have an upgraded backline, like a Core Key 2 and a GP2, there's just so much raw power in the board.
Morgana's first cast went on the Jace Crystal. Jace recasted. Morgana's next cast went on the Jace Crystal.
Wow. We are going to see a very large difference between how much output the Mel 1 did versus this Mel 2.
It's enough.
Walks out,
It's enough.
gets that Rennie.
Yeah.
Dragon Soul has procced on her already, but it will be enough.
Flow Cooker's a very good augment here.
Oh! But Zhao Qi goes down to just 1 HP. I've never seen a war with 2 before, actually.
Doing a lot of damage here.
Jumping all around. The Mbessa goes backward, which means the Nocturne will go toward her instead of the Corki. Now the Corki gets a little bit more time, but Nocturne will be able to take this fight.
This is it. Winner takes top 8 here. The Jinx ult, the Zoe doing big here. It's just down.
Oh, Ironbot falls out. Look at the reaction.
Let's hear it one more time for our final 8.
There have been a bunch of surprises.
Yeah.
Like, if you had asked me who makes it from EMEA, who makes it from the Americas, who makes it from APAC, I'm not so sure I would have picked these specific names, and that is what I love about the open format that we have.
There's the countdown. 6 players in check, 2 players only 4 points away. Let's see what encounter we're leaning into going into this game here. Big Elise stun on the backline. The victors are casting. Garen is down. The scrap is going, and that's going to be it. Title falls. China takes the win.
The home field advantage. Xichu is going to be your TFT Macao Open champion. Pick